This is Audible.
Cold Hard Cash by K.L. Ayers. Copyright 2019 by Stormy Night Publications and K.L. Ayers. Narrated by Scott Carousel. This book is intended for adults only. Spanking and other sexual activities represented in this book are fantasies only, intended for adults. Chapter 1. $86.19. Jimmy Poe counted it all out, staring down at the money on his counter in dismay. It wasn't enough. Not even close. He'd lost his job at the grocery store that morning because he'd been over an hour late for the third time already that week. 16 out of the 20 days he was scheduled to work this month, he'd either been late or called off. Too many absences, too many tardies, his manager had told him. He was fired. Jimmy had begged, desperate for one more chance. He had been meeting with his father's attorney to hopefully get a new trial soon and lost track of time. It would never happen again, not ever, he pleaded. His manager was not moved in the slightest, giving him his last check and quickly showing him the door. Defeated and sullen, Jimmy had cashed the measly check and returned home only to find more bad news awaited him. Rent was overdue, had been for some time, and an eviction notice greeted him on his apartment door. He lightly banged his head against the frame, groaning loudly and fighting back a wave of tears. Today had easily been one of the worst days of his entire life. And he still had one more errand to run, the worst one of all. He had to go explain why he couldn't make a payment this month to his loan shark. Considering he hadn't paid last month, well, he didn't expect the conversation to go very well. Now, staring at his $86.19, he sighed miserably, then looked about his tiny apartment with a sad frown. He'd already pawned anything of value weeks ago to buy groceries. He didn't even own a television anymore, much less a cell phone. He checked his ratty sofa twice for loose change and even down in between the cushions of his recliner. He was so fucked. Jimmy scraped the money off the counter, every last penny, and carefully tucked it all away into his pocket. Taking a deep breath, he headed out to see Maury, praying he'd find him in a generous mood. Maurice Martin was a shark with a legendary reputation. Maury the Mouth, people called him, known for being quite chatty and for his long, wide lips. Once upon a time, he'd also been known to be pretty fierce with a crowbar if payment didn't arrive in a timely manner. In his golden years now, he was a tad tamer, and Jimmy had known him since he was a child. Maury was still a bit rough around the edges, but he was the only friend Jimmy had. Maury had been the only one to support him after his father was arrested, the only other person who believed he was innocent. It was a shock to find Maury nearly in tears and wringing his hands when Jimmy arrived at his downtown pawn shop.
Hey, kid. We gotta talk.
Look, I know I'm a tiny bit behind, Jimmy said, biting his lip anxiously. But I can give you like $20, maybe 30. I've just got to make sure I can get some ramen or something while I look for another job. And
$30? Come the fuck on, kid.
Maury groaned, smacking Jimmy upside the back of his head.
You're supposed to pay me $1,000 a month. 30 is a fucking joke.
Ow! Jimmy yelped, rubbing his scalp where Maury had popped him. He pouted, protesting. Hey, I'm really trying.
Listen, kid,
Maury said, still visibly upset.
Listen fucking good. Cold's bought me out. The whole block. I can't give you no more extensions. He wants his money, and he wants it now.
Jimmy's eyes widened, his breath seizing in his throat. Roderick LeGrand. Cold, better known as Boss Cold, a mob ruler who owned practically every inch of Strassen Springs. Ruthless, savage, and too smart for the cops to ever pin anything on him, whether drugs, gambling, whatever. If it was illegal, it didn't happen within city limits without his blessing. But it's... Jimmy gawked, quickly doing the math in his head. I owe you over $100,000? I don't have it. You've been letting me make payments for months. I've been trying.
No, kid.
Maury shook his head, sighing heavily.
Try another $250,000. Cold's hit all the outstanding accounts with a penalty. You gotta pay up, or he's gonna start breaking bones. Okay?
Jimmy felt faint, his head shaking frantically. I don't have anything. Tears were fighting to escape as he collapsed on Maury's rickety sofa and held his face in his hands. Despair was taking over, a breath away from sobbing as he gasped. I already sold my car last year. I just lost my job. I'm about to be evicted from my apartment. I don't even have $100 to my name. I have absolutely nothing. Maury twisted his fingers anxiously, saying,
Well, there is something.
What?
How much do you know about Boss Cold?
Not much, Jimmy said, wiping at his eyes with the heel of his hand. He was a captain in the Lucchese family. That's when he got the nickname Cold. Then he broke off and started his own gang, ran the Lucchese's off, took over.
And?
I haven't exactly looked him up on Wikipedia, Maury, Jimmy mumbled.
He's gay,
Maury whispered in a hushed tone, glancing around as if someone actually might be listening to their conversation. He looked triumphant, as if somehow this revelation solved the problem. So? Jimmy held out his hands, not making the connection.
So? You're one of them multisexuals, right?
Jimmy flushed, stammering. Yeah, I'm bisexual. Still not understanding what any of this has to do with me owing Boss Cold an absurd amount of money. Maury came over and sat down next to Jimmy, the sofa squeaking in complaint from the added weight.
There's a rumor, okay? That Cold will let people work off their debt,
he said excitedly.
You get me?
Jimmy stared dumbly, his brows furrowed in confusion.
You work it off by getting him off, okay?
Oh, God. No. Jimmy was instantly aghast, shaking his head. What Maury was suggesting was prostitution. He felt dirty all over even thinking about it. I can't do that.
Kid, you're real pretty. And right now, that's the only fucking thing you got going for you. When Cold's people come looking for their money, I gotta know what to tell them.
You tell them to give me more time, Jimmy pleaded, reaching for Maury's hands. Please, Maury, I can't whore myself out like that. Crap. I can't do it.
Kid, this is probably your only chance,
Maury insisted, patting Jimmy's hand.
I've known your family for a long time. Your old man used to fix up my kids whenever they had a runny nose or a fever. Wouldn't take a dime. That's why when you came to me for help, I helped. But
then help me now, Jimmy cried, frantic and angry.
I fucking can't help you no more,
Maury snapped, frustrated.
This is gonna end one of two ways, kid. Either on your back in Cold's bed, or on your back in a fucking coffin.
He stood up, brushing away Jimmy's hands, snorting,
You pick.
$86.19. Jimmy kept counting it out in his head, sniffing softly. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Maury clapped a comforting hand on Jimmy's shoulder, his long mouth twisting up into a smile.
Hey, look. I'll try talking to him. Maybe I'll tell them you've gone all mentally irregular and can't pay or something.
Thanks, Jimmy mumbled, laughing half-heartedly. I appreciate that.
Keep your fucking $30. Go get a good meal,
Maury suggested.
I'll come see you if I hear anything.
Thanks, Maury, Jimmy said, getting to his feet and pulling Maury into a tight hug.
Take care of yourself, kiddo,
Maury sighed, slapping Jimmy's back and affectionately patting his cheek as they parted.
I'll see you around.
Jimmy bid farewell and started back home, his head hanging low. Maybe he'd treat himself to a pizza. Something good for his last meal, since Boss Cold was probably going to murder him soon. He laughed miserably to himself. This day had gone from bad to worse to an absolute nightmare in only a few hours. He tried to stay optimistic. After all, nothing else could possibly happen, right? Fumbling for his keys as he walked down his hall, he soon realized he didn't need them. His front door was already open, stopping him in his tracks with his pulse beginning to thump in his ears. Crap. He slowly walked through the open doorway, gasping when he saw a strange man on his sofa. He had certainly seen the man's picture on the news before, recognizing him in an instant.
Hello there, James Poe. I don't have a habit of making house calls,
Boss Cold rumbled, his voice a deep purr.
But I was reviewing my latest acquisitions and considering the amount of your outstanding balance. I felt it required a personal visit.
Jimmy clutched his keys to his chest, staring dumbly in terror. Roderick Legrand, Boss Cold, was stretched out across Jimmy's couch with his feet kicked up over the back, his arms tucked behind his head. He wore a dark blue three-piece suit, a long navy blue trench coat, and black leather gloves. His shoes were expensive, his tie was definitely silk, and a long scarf was woven around his neck. Cold looked like a napping cat, relaxed, but every muscle was a bundle of coiled danger, ready to strike at any second. Dangerous. And, wow, beautiful. His lips were made for sin, and those eyes of his were sure to kill Jimmy quicker than anything. They were so blue and piercing that Jimmy felt sure the gangster could count the pennies in his pocket right through the denim. Jimmy sputtered, his keys jingling in his nervous hands. Cold's mugshots did him a great disservice. He didn't think that he had seen anyone that was so handsome in person. Maybe on television or on a magazine cover, but not face to face. Not right here on his sofa. Cold glanced around, giving Jimmy a reprieve from his icy gaze, musing.
Can't imagine that you'll be able to make a payment today. And after a quick little look around, I already know you don't have anything to offer as collateral. I imagine whatever you had of value is in Maury's pawn shop.
Look, Mr. Cold, sir, Jimmy began. Listen, I've been having a really, really bad day. And you don't care, right? I totally get that. But please, I just lost my job today, and I've been really trying. The floor creaked behind him.
Allow me to introduce you to my associate,
Cold chirped, cocking his head to the side as he looked over Jimmy's shoulder.
This is Julian Price. Jules, this is Mr. Poe. Say hello.
A giant hand curled around the back of Jimmy's neck, and he gasped softly, a deep voice greeting in an all too friendly tone.
Hi.
Jimmy squeaked quietly in panic, smiling stupidly as he turned his head to gaze up into the terrifying visage leering over him. Jules Price, Cold's top enforcer, and living proof that Bigfoot did exist and had consummated with humans. Today sucked so much. Jules, Cold said, his tone far too cheerful. Will you please give Mr. Poe some encouragement to be a bit more timely with his payments?
Gladly.
Jules grunted, his fingers tightening and dragging Jimmy toward the stove. Jimmy was helpless in Jules' iron grip, and he was certain that kicking and struggling would be utterly useless. But damn if he didn't try anyway, especially when Jules lit the stove and got the burner going. Jules was going to burn him. He was going to freaking burn his hand. Wait, please, Jimmy screamed, wiggling frantically as he tried to pull his hand out of Jules' giant paws. Cold watched impassively, not affected by Jimmy's cries. He glanced at his nails as if debating the merits of a manicure. He was so very handsome. A total and complete bastard, but an especially attractive one. Jimmy was desperate, and he definitely did not want Jules Price to burn his hand or any other part of his body. He had no job, no money, and he was all out of options. His body really was all he had left. Wait, Jimmy shouted, snapping his head around to look at Cold. We can work something else out.
I'm afraid we're far, far past that point, Cold drawled, bored. Empty promises don't have any cash value, Mr. Poe. Take your punishment like a good boy, and...
Me? You can have me, Jimmy yelled when he felt the heat of the flame warming up the tips of his fingers. I'll get you off. I'll frickin' get you off, please. I'll do whatever you want. Cold's brow arched curiously, calling out,
Jules, hold up.
Jules pouted, but pulled Jimmy's hand back. Jimmy had never seen someone look so disappointed before. Cold slowly swung his legs off the sofa in one fluid motion, his feet hitting the carpet as he rose to approach and strolled over to Jimmy with a strange smirk playing over his lips. He came close, so close that Jimmy could smell his cologne and see the splash of silver glittering through his dark hair. I'll do whatever you want, Jimmy offered nervously, fingers clenching and unclenching by his sides.
Whatever I want, Cold echoed.
Maurice said, that maybe you'd be interested? Jimmy's voice was almost a squeal, Jules' forearm tightening around his neck. That I could work off my debt by getting you off? Oh, Jimmy felt like a complete and total fool for saying it out loud. He couldn't read Cold's expression, not at all, and he could hear Jules chuckling faintly behind him. Maybe this was a mistake. Maybe Maury was wrong.
Tell me, Mr. Poe,
Cold purred, his eyes scanning over Jimmy's body from head to toe.
Do you want to get me off?
I want to do whatever keeps you from burning my fingers off, Jimmy replied dumbly, not sure how to answer the question honestly.
No,
Cold said, shaking his head, gesturing for Jules to release him. He slid his gloved fingers over the redness around Jimmy's neck, lightly pressing down as he drew him close. His voice dropped even deeper, husky and seductive, slowly asking again,
Do you really want to get me off?
It wasn't fair for anyone to sound that sexy, and Jimmy shivered all over from the cool leather touching his skin. Cold's eyes were so pretty, and that smirk stretching out his lips was downright wicked. Of all the mob bosses in the world to give his body to, at least this one was ridiculously gorgeous. Jimmy's hands came up to instinctively rest on Cold's wrists, and he nodded. Yeah. Cold flinched at Jimmy's touch, and Jules shifted uncomfortably behind him. Jimmy didn't understand, but it felt like he had done something wrong. Cold didn't move away, and Jules didn't try to set him on fire again, so he remained as he was. Cold leaned closer still, his eyes studying Jimmy's lips while a gloved thumb slowly chased over his chin. Lashes fluttering as his heart thumped heavily in his chest. Jimmy inhaled sharply. He didn't know how to define this feeling, but the way Cold held his neck, firmly yet so tenderly, was making his knees weak. Jimmy couldn't recall any other time he had been so scared in his life. This man before him was a criminal, a murderer, and a monster. But there was something electric burning between them, a sensation that sent warmth down below his belt and made his mind glaze over. He was completely captivated, the adrenaline rushing through him, causing every inch of his body to tingle in anticipation. Jimmy didn't know what was crazier, that Boss Cold might be about to kiss him, or that he actually wanted him to. Let's have a little chat, Mr. Poe, Cold said, breaking the spell as he released him and strolled back into the living room. He beckoned Jimmy to follow with a finger, Jules grabbing him by his shoulders and pushing him along. Here's the deal, Cold announced, stretching across the sofa like before, his feet now finding their place on the coffee table. Because I'm such a benevolent criminal, I've decided to accept your little offer. Let's say 8 hours a night. From 9 o'clock in the evening until 5 o'clock in the morning, you will belong to me. Since you told me that you lost your job, I'm sure you have oodles of free time. Shoved down into the recliner by Jules, Jimmy stared awkwardly at Cold as he listened to his demands. His pulse was still racing away, but it was easier to stay focused when the gangster wasn't so close. Okay. For services rendered, I will pay you $10,000 a night. Cold continued, a smug smirk playing over his lips. If you happen to exceed my expectations, I reserve the right to give you a bonus. Let's say another 5,000. But should you be disappointing or displease me at any time, I will end the deal and penalize you another $100,000. Jimmy thought he might throw up. What the fuck was he getting himself into? This was a huge risk. Even if he managed to please Cold every night, it would take almost a month to pay off what he owed. And if he screwed up, he'd be ruined, and Jules would certainly turn him into barbecue. He anxiously rubbed a hand through his hair, nails scratching at the back of his neck. What do you want me to do? Whatever I want, Cold drawled, laughing softly. That's what you offered, remember? I can promise you that I won't do anything that would cause any lasting damage. But remember, you must obey my every order, or the deal is off. Jimmy licked his lips, wishing he could see another way to get himself out of this. He had no idea what a man like Cold might ask of him, but he had to accept the risk. He had no other choice. When do you want me tonight? Cold replied immediately. Think of it as a test run. Take you for a spin before I decide to buy. He stood up, gracefully strolling over to Jimmy and handing him a small business card. Here. It was for the Wynn Hotel, a large and swanky establishment downtown. At the desk, ask for Thomas Frost's room. They'll send you right up. He stroked a gloved hand over Jimmy's cheek, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he said, 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Jimmy could only nod, staring up at the beautiful gangster as he pulled away, him and Jules departing. The door shut, and even though Jimmy was expecting it, the sound still made him jump. Holy crap, he said, panting erratically. He was still full of adrenaline and had nowhere to put it, getting to his feet and starting to clean the apartment. He matched socks and folded his threadbare towels. He washed dishes and scrubbed his counters. He couldn't sit still, collapsing back in his recliner and cradling his face when he was finally exhausted. He started doing the math in his head again, rubbing the back of his neck. Jimmy owed over $250,000. At $10,000 a night, that meant at least 25 nights, probably 26, to completely clear his debt. The bonuses would certainly help, but God knew what it would take to earn one. He had to worry about pleasing Boss Cold and obeying his every order without having any idea what might be asked of him. He should assume the worst, but Jimmy was actually intrigued. He'd never been brave enough to be very adventurous in the bedroom before. Maybe this would be educational, he tried to tell himself hopefully. Maybe he would even enjoy it. He hadn't had a boyfriend or a girlfriend in a very long time. The company of his own hand had been the only outlet for stress relief for a while now. Although intimidating, Cold was very handsome, and Jimmy caught himself wondering what could be hiding under all those layers of clothing. He'd find out soon enough, daydreaming about rippling pecs and washboard abs. He used his precious $86.19 to order a small pizza, a highlight of a very crappy day, leaving him with $56.84 to get a cab downtown. Even though working for Cold was going to take care of his debt to him, it still wasn't going to feed him or pay his rent. He had to find another job. Gobbling up the pizza, he flipped through the classifieds in search of employment. As a college dropout with a checkered job history, his prospects were limited to retail and customer service. He began to lose track of the time, making a list of stores to visit tomorrow and hopefully find a place that would be willing to pay him in advance. By the time he looked at the clock, it was already a few minutes past 8. Oh, fuck, Jimmy moaned in frustration. He had to get ready, anxiously hurrying to his room to change clothes. He thumbed through his closet, trying to decide what to wear. Was this like a date? Should he dress up a little? What was the appropriate attire to have sex with a mob boss to settle a debt? He picked out the nicest shirt he owned, a simple button-up in a rich red that he'd always been told was his color. He switched between a few different pairs of jeans until he settled on one that fit his long legs well. He was digging through his shoes when it suddenly struck him that whatever he wore probably didn't matter. After all, it was all going to end up on the floor, wasn't it? Sighing, he pulled on his old, faithful black sneakers and grabbed his jacket as he rushed out the door. He hailed a cab and promised a big tip if they could get to the Wynn Hotel before 9. He had to hurry, his palms already sweating and his stomach turning somersaults the entire way. One thing he was certain of was that Boss Cold would not appreciate tardiness. Chapter 2. Jimmy's stomach dropped to his feet as he rode the elevator up to the executive level of the Wynn Hotel. The receptionist had given him a skeptical look when he asked for access to Mr. Frost's room, but she passed him a keycard without question. Tapping his foot anxiously as the floors dinged by, he took a deep breath when the doors finally opened. There were several large men in suits blocking the hallway, every one of them staring him down as he stepped off the elevator. They did not look friendly. Jimmy was struck by a bolt of panic. He started to back away, but the elevator doors had already closed behind him. Gulping, he tried to appear as small and as unthreatening as possible, while all the blood in his body rushed to his face, and he waved shyly. Hi.
Better hurry up.
The familiar voice of Jules Price rumbled.
Boss ain't gonna be happy if you're late.
Yeah, Jimmy gulped, bravely taking a few steps forward. He didn't know what time it was, but he knew he had to be cutting it close. Hey, Mr. Price. Jules lumbered out from the ranks of his fellow suited giants, grinning in an unnaturally friendly way. He waved back and even offered a cheerful greeting.
Good to see you again, Twig. Miss me?
Yeah, I always love seeing people who tried to burn me, Jimmy mumbled, regretting his retort immediately. He attempted a sweet smile, hoping the giant man had a sense of humor. To his relief, Jules laughed. Jimmy did not.
Hey, ain't nothing personal,
Jules said, leering smugly.
Just business.
Nodding at two of the men, he commanded,
Search him.
Jimmy didn't protest as he got patted down roughly, Jules giving him a crooked smile.
Can't be too careful.
Right.
You be sure to show the boss a real nice time.
Jules teased, winking lecherously as the other men chuckled amongst themselves. Jimmy's face was suddenly too hot, and he wished he could melt into the floor. He practically sprinted to the door when they released him, using the key to slip inside and shut it quickly. The room was dimly lit, the air much cooler inside than out in the hall, and it felt good on his blushing face. He saw Cold sitting at a large desk, the only light in the room emanating from a small lamp behind him. Cold wore a gray sweater that hung nicely on his broad shoulders, the snug fit revealing a much more trim physique than Jimmy had first suspected. He was also surprised to see a thin pair of black reading glasses perched on Cold's nose as he worked on several thick ledgers spread in front of him. He appeared relaxed and made no effort to acknowledge Jimmy's presence. Good evening, Jimmy said quietly, not sure how to proceed. Bathroom is around the corner, Cold informed him shortly, not even looking up from the sea of papers. Shower, and then put on the robe hanging on the back of the door. I took a shower this morning, Jimmy protested weakly, gulping audibly as he quickly added, Sir. Cold sighed softly, obviously annoyed. He took off his glasses and set down his pen, finally lifting his head to stare Jimmy down. Jimmy froze under the icy gaze, immediately understanding how the mob boss had earned his name. His eyes were piercing, and he was certain they were going to drill holes right through him. He felt trapped, glued to the spot, and he couldn't look away. Allow me to make myself very clear, Mr. Poe, Cold said slowly, speaking as if Jimmy was a child. He steepled his fingers together, his eyes never leaving Jimmy's as he went on. I have been kind enough to offer you this little arrangement to take care of your debt. I expect to get my money's worth, and I'm really sorry, really. I just have this weird thing about showering in other places that aren't my house. And holding up a finger for silence, Cold's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. His entire posture had shifted, tense and ready to strike. Jimmy shut up immediately. Last chance, Cold warned quietly. For the next 7 hours and 57 minutes, you are mine.
Your body is my property. You will do whatever I ask of you without hesitation. Please me, and I will ask you to return again. But if you fail to do so, and you waste my time, I will make sure you'll regret it.
Jimmy believed him.
Now,
Cold sighed, attempting to relax again.
Any questions?
1,000 questions came rushing to the surface, but only one managed to make it all the way to Jimmy's lips, stammering. Do you do this a lot? Let people, do this to pay you? Cold looked surprised, an expression Jimmy felt certain he did not show often. It faded as quickly as it appeared, and he answered simply,
No.
Jimmy waited for more detail, but decided none was coming when Cold resumed his paperwork. He obediently hurried to the bathroom, grateful he could shut the door and have a moment of privacy. Holy crap. He was in Roderick Legrand's private room, and they were gonna do stuff. Sex stuff. He knew it was rather juvenile and this whole situation was insane, but his imagination was running through all sorts of debauched fantasies. It wasn't so wrong if he was looking forward to this, he decided. He was making the best of the hand he'd been dealt. After taking a deep breath, he stripped off his clothes. He didn't want to keep Cold waiting. Showering quickly and using the products he found in the bathroom, he hopped in and out as fast as he could. He pulled the robe on, grateful for the thick fabric when he stepped back into the cool main room.
Bed,
Cold said, his pen still moving and eyes on the papers before him.
Get comfy.
Jimmy did as he was told, stretching out across the massive bed and sighing happily. It was easily the most comfortable bed he'd ever been in, and he sighed luxuriously as he snuggled up against the pillows. He knew better now than to speak, waiting patiently for Cold to tell him what to do.
Go ahead and get yourself ready for me,
Cold continued briskly.
You'll find what you need in the bedside table drawer.
Jimmy quirked his brows, rolling over to inspect the contents of the drawer. He blushed immediately, finding a bottle of lube and several dildos. He was relieved to see they were at least new and still in the package. That was considerate of him, Jimmy thought, as he nervously grabbed the lubricant and one of the smaller toys. Cold's eyes flicked up for a moment, smirking at his selection. He said nothing, returning to his work. Jimmy didn't understand what was so amusing. The smallest toy was still at least 7 inches. He set the toy and lube aside for now, slouching down so his head was nestled in the pillows. He tried to relax, letting his eyes close and quickly running his hands down his chest. Untying the robe, he opened it up to expose his lean body, still damp from the shower. His cock was vaguely interested, half hard against his thigh as Jimmy's hands moved across his stomach. He began to massage his balls while he started jerking himself off, trying to get hard. He was nervous, his cock not wanting to fully cooperate and his stomach turning uncomfortably. He didn't know if he could do this. What the fuck was he thinking? This was all a mistake. Cold was going to get pissed off, and then he was going to let Jules Price burn him to a crisp. He just knew it. Jimmy didn't notice that Cold's pen had stopped scratching until he heard a low growl.
Slower.
His eyes snapped open, turning his head to meet Cold's unrelenting gaze. He obeyed, his pace dropping down immediately. Even though the friction had lessened, his cock was now at strict attention. There was something about that growl, about how Cold was looking at him. Yes, sir. Jimmy found himself replying, spreading his legs wide. He stroked himself a few more times before reaching for the lube, slicking up his trembling fingers. He remembered to take his time, reaching down between his thighs to tease over his entrance. He shuddered. The lube was cold and his body instinctively shied away from the sensation. He kept rubbing in delicate circles while it warmed up, one fingertip slipping inside, prompting him to gasp. It had been a very long time since he'd had sex, and even longer since he'd been with a man. He still enjoyed pleasuring himself like this when the mood struck him, and he tried to imagine he was at home in his own bed. There was no reason to rush, no one to please but himself. Just him and his fingers chasing down waves of pleasure. He grunted as he pressed his finger all the way in, pumping slowly. He'd almost forgotten how good it was to feel so full. And this was far from over. In the back of his mind, he knew he was prepping himself for Cold's cock, for Cold to be inside him. And he wanted it. Jimmy moaned, rolling onto his side and pulling his knee up to his chest. He whined loudly, quickly reaching behind himself to slip 2 fingers back into his wet hole. The moist sounds his fingers made as he plunged in and out of himself were deliciously lewd, the squelching echoing throughout the large room. Jimmy was almost flat on his stomach now, grinding his cock into the mattress. He was absolutely writhing, consumed by his own thrusting hand as his body opened up, trying to find the right angle to reach his prostate as he rubbed himself against the sheets. Cold had silently moved to the foot of the bed, purring low.
Toy, now.
Jimmy panted, glancing up in surprise. He hadn't even seen Cold move, but looked now to the dildo. Fuck. It wasn't what he wanted, but he had to obey. He grabbed it, squirting lube all over it and impatiently starting to shove it inside.
Slowly,
Cold commanded again. But, sir, Jimmy protested, desperate, trying to push the toy deeper. I can take it. I can take it so good.
Stop,
Cold ordered sharply. Jimmy moaned in frustration, his face flushed and burning. He reluctantly withdrew the toy, rolling onto his back with a pout.
Come here, on your hands and knees,
Cold said, pointing at the edge of the bed. Jimmy grunted, shrugging off the robe as he crawled over toward Cold. Gazing up at him, he licked his lips in anticipation of the next command. He didn't know why, but he really liked this. He liked being told what to do. He didn't have to worry about his father, about the money he owed, or even when he was going to eat next. He could give himself over to that velvety voice and listen. All of his cares melted away, his only focus on following the next order.
Turn around,
Cold said with a small smile, spinning his finger tauntingly. Jimmy groaned softly, his already reddened face feeling hotter, turning as he was asked. He was so exposed, his ass now facing Cold, ducking his head down against the sheets. He should have been embarrassed, but he was excited. He was panting softly, his toes curling as adrenaline pumped through his body. Feeling a cool finger slide between his cheeks, lightly teasing over his hole, he gasped softly. He tried to rock his hips back against it, eager for penetration.
Mr. Poe,
Cold purred, his fingertip gliding around the rim of his ass, refusing to probe any deeper.
I do believe you need to be taught a lesson in obedience.
I'm sorry, Jimmy whined, clawing at the sheets beneath him. I need... Shh. Cold's voice was almost soothing. He withdrew his finger and chuckled softly.
Don't worry, you will learn.
Squeezing Jimmy's cheeks, he suddenly reared back and cracked his palm across his ass. Fuck! Jimmy yelped, the sting left behind unforgiving. He barely had taken a breath before another violent slap rocked his ass. Oh, fuck! He sobbed, his hands clutching at the mattress. He tried to pivot his body forward for a reprieve, but Cold grabbed his hip with his other hand to hold him firmly in place. Over and over, Cold spanked him, Jimmy certain his ass was going to be bruised tomorrow. Panting, as tears began to run down his face, he gritted his teeth to bear it. Cold was not holding back at all, and it hurt like hell. Cold would pause for a few moments, silent except for his heavy breathing, almost tenderly rubbing over where his hand had just slapped before spanking Jimmy again. The pattern kept repeating, giving Jimmy only a few seconds to catch his breath in between slams, moaning and squirming.
Now, when I tell you to do something, it is not a question. It is a command.
Cold scolded, giving him one final smack.
You will do it. Yes?
I will, sir, Jimmy gasped, his ass throbbing from the abuse. He could feel his pulse in each cheek and his cock mewling pitifully. I swear, I will.
Otherwise, you'll be punished again,
Cold warned softly, his hand gently rubbing over Jimmy's raw flesh.
Do you understand?
Yes, fuck, I do, Jimmy replied, wiping his tears off on the sheets, turning his head back to look up at Cold. I understand, sir.
Now, the toy. Finish what you started, and perhaps I'll let you come,
Cold taunted. Jimmy's eyes bugged out at that, his mind reeling. Being denied his orgasm had never occurred to him, and he whimpered at the thought. This was torture. Sweet, beautiful torture. And he quickly grabbed the dildo again. Rolling onto his back, he winced as his tender cheeks touched the mattress.
Good boy,
Cold sighed, a breathy and pleased sound that made Jimmy shiver.
Now remember, slowly.
Jimmy nodded, groaning as he pushed the toy inside him at the requested speed. Every inch made him gasp and cry out, sweat beading all across his forehead. The toy felt so much thicker than it had first looked, and the angle was awkward. He took his time, managing to push it all the way in and slide it back out, fucking himself at a sluggish pace.
There,
Cold praised, unbuttoning his pants and reaching down to touch himself as he watched Jimmy.
Just like that, Mr. Poe.
Jimmy strained to look up at Cold, hopeful that he was about to start stripping and he would finally see what he looked like naked. But the mob boss did little more than open up the front of his pants. And that's when Jimmy got the first glimpse of Cold's cock. Oh, shit! Jimmy cursed, his eyes wide in shock. Now he understood why all of the toys were so large. But still, not a one could compare to what Cold had going for him.
Oh, yes.
Cold actually grinned, that smug bastard, stroking his thick length as he watched Jimmy squirm.
Get back on your knees for me. Now.
To say that Roderick Legrand had been blessed sounded too innocent and sweet. It didn't quite capture the underlying terror of knowing that massive thing had to fit inside Jimmy's ass. Groaning as the toy slipped out of him, Jimmy scrambled to get back into position. He scooted backwards until he felt Cold's hand stop him, sliding along his spine and pushing his head down. He could feel the warm head of Cold's cock pressing against his thigh, and he closed his eyes while taking a long, deep breath. He could hear the crinkle of a wrapper, a condom, and then Cold's blunt fingers were probing at his hole.
You're still so tight.
Cold chuckled cruelly.
Maybe next time you'll prep better.
Jimmy gulped softly, moaning as Cold's fingers sank into him. Next time. Cold had just said it. There was going to be a next time. That meant this was going well, despite Jimmy's previous infraction. He tried to relax as Cold fingered him roughly, tried to remind himself of what had brought him here. Cold continued to tease and stretch out his hole, his long fingers playing in all the slick left behind from his earlier efforts. He finally seemed satisfied that Jimmy was ready, the head of his cock suddenly there in place of his fingers without warning. The first sting of penetration took Jimmy's breath away, trying to breathe through his nose and not scream. Cold was pushing and forcing Jimmy's body to open up. He couldn't hold back any longer, shouting as Cold slammed the last few inches of his thick cock inside him. "Oh, God! Fuck! Jimmy cried, up on his elbows, trying to find any way to relieve the intense pressure.
There you go.
Cold purred low, already beginning to move his body forward, thrusting deeply into Jimmy's tight hole.
Just like that, Mr. Poe.
Jimmy couldn't find relief, Cold's hands holding his hips in place and pulling him back to meet every savage slam. He whimpered and moaned, his eyes fluttering closed against the incredible sensations. The pain was intense, but pleasure was starting to lick its way up his spine, sending all the right signals to his brain to make his cock twitch. It was starting to feel good. Really good. Jimmy had never felt so full. His body stretched to its very limit, and he sobbed almost hysterically against the mattress. He didn't realize it at first, but Cold had been holding back. His thrusts were deep and mean, but there were a few precious seconds in between each one to let Jimmy prepare himself for the next. Jimmy pushed up onto his hands and started to rock back on Cold's cock, grunting loudly for more, causing Cold to moan quietly, clearly pleased.
Yes, he growled. Come on, you look so beautiful fucking yourself on my cock.
Whimpering and blushing at the nasty compliment, Jimmy continued to slam his hips back. Beautiful. Cold had called him beautiful. Then he soon realized that Cold was no longer moving. He was letting Jimmy control the pace. Eager to please, Jimmy threw his whole body into each thrust, taking every inch as he rocked back as hard as he could. Cold allowed this to go on for several minutes, his hands squeezing Jimmy's hips and gently petting over his raw cheeks, making small noises of encouragement for his efforts. But soon enough, he was bored of it, and that was when he finally showed Jimmy how much he had been restraining himself. His hips snapped forward brutally, immediately setting a rapid pace that pushed Jimmy's hips flat against the bed. He cried out, gasping as Cold pressed right on top of him, forcing his legs to spread as he slammed into him. Jimmy could only moan and sob, helpless to defend against such rough treatment. No one had ever fucked Jimmy so hard before. Cold was using his body only for his own pleasure, growling as he took everything he wanted from Jimmy without mercy. The pain waxed and waned, mixed in with an alarming amount of ecstasy that Jimmy had never experienced. He submitted to Cold's cock pounding away at him, groaning as he gave himself over completely. Cold was a quiet lover. He grunted, growled, maybe a soft moan here and there. But he gave little indication that he was enjoying himself. It wasn't until he started to get close that his breathing became labored and grew louder. He cursed, his growls becoming stunted little roars. And he lifted a hand to slap Jimmy's already sensitive ass. "Fuck!" Jimmy wailed, tearful again and exhausted. He didn't know how much more he could take, and Cold was seemingly relentless. Just as Jimmy was about to start begging for leniency, Cold pulled out, leaving him raw and gaping, moaning pitifully. "Roll over," Cold croaked, ripping off the condom and jerking himself furiously. Jimmy whimpered, struggling to comply, flopping onto his back. "Finish yourself off, now," Cold commanded. Lost in Cold's stern voice and intense gaze, Jimmy immediately reached down to touch his aching cock. It had been trapped beneath him against the sheets all this time, and he realized with a faint grimace that the moisture he felt under his back was from where he'd been leaking. Taking a few deep breaths, he sniffed back his tears and curled his fingers around himself. It only took a few tugs, and he was coming, twitching and shouting as cum splattered across his stomach. He came so hard that it made his head throb from the rush, moaning, "Fuck! Oh, fuck!" Suddenly, Cold was right on top of him, and Jimmy groaned as he realized what he was doing. Cold was going to come on him. Jimmy couldn't look away from Cold's hard and oozing cock, begging, "Please, come on, please, do it." Cold's eyes widened ever so slightly, his brow furrowing in concentration. He let out one single gorgeous groan, loud and happy, and his cock pulsed long streams of cum all over Jimmy's chest and stomach. It was hot and sticky, and Jimmy felt absolutely filthy. He loved it. Moaning quietly, Jimmy still trembled from the force of his orgasm, smiling stupidly up at Cold. It was that moment when he realized that he still had no idea what this man looked like naked. They hadn't even kissed. His eyes zeroing in on those beautiful lips and wanting to know how they tasted. Cold seemed to sense Jimmy's desire, offering only a smirk as he moved away from the bed before Jimmy could find out. Carefully tucking himself away, Cold sighed loudly in satisfaction, but seemed to make it clear that Jimmy would not be getting the show he desired. Jimmy threw his arm over his face and gave a sharp exhale. That had been intense, really intense. He was sore all over, especially his poor butt cheeks. Stretching out his aching body across the bed, he still couldn't believe they hadn't kissed, not once, and made a mental note to remedy that on their next encounter. Hearing the snap of a rubber band, Jimmy lifted his forearm to see Cold standing over him with a stack of cash. He grimaced when Cold started counting out the bills, letting them fall over his naked and sticky body. They were $100 bills, he realized, a crazy part of his brain wanting to grab them immediately. But he waited. He had to wait until Cold said he could move. "Consider this a tip," Cold said with a shrug, smirking happily. "I've decided to officially accept your deal. You'll need to be here again tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Jimmy didn't move, but a quick glance at the cash scattered all over him definitely didn't seem like the agreed-upon amount. "This isn't 10,000? "No, it's not," Cold snorted, his brows raised in amusement. "This was just a test run, remember? Think of it as an interview that went exceptionally well. I wasn't going to agree to buy the cow without tasting the milk first, Mr. Poe." Jimmy's face flushed, his head dropping back against the pillows. He had honestly forgotten that tonight wasn't the official start of their agreement.
Besides, when and if you do earn your 10,000s for a good night's work, did you really think that I was just going to give you cash? Cold pursed his lips, apparently amused by the idea.
Well, yes.
Cash that you would turn around and pay right back to me? Cold said with a short laugh.
When you put it that way, okay, yes, it's... Jimmy closed his eyes and sighed in frustration. Right, got it.
I think your track record proves that you're not fiscally responsible, Cold lectured, making one last adjustment to his sweater before walking back toward the desk. I wouldn't trust you not to waste it, like you did all the rest of the money you owe me.
I didn't waste it, Jimmy protested softly. Cold paused, huffing incredulously.
I've seen your apartment, Mr. Poe. Whatever you spent that cash on, it was definitely a waste because you have nothing to show for it.
Those words cut deeper than Cold could ever know, Jimmy's eyes instantly welling up with tears. The crime boss was right. Thousands upon thousands of dollars spent, and his father was still in jail. He sniffed quietly, rolling over onto his side, the crisp bills crunching softly as he moved. Can I go now, sir? Jimmy asked, struggling to keep his voice from shaking.
Is it 5 o'clock? Cold asked sternly.
No.
There's your answer,
Cold replied, flatly, as he sat back down at his desk.
Get up, take another shower. I may want to fuck you again before you leave.
Jimmy had to force himself to get moving, grabbing his robe and gathering up all the sticky bills. He wadded them into a bunch to take with him to the bathroom, shoving them into the pocket of the robe to count later. After shutting the door and getting the water going, he cradled his face in his hands and sobbed quietly. He collapsed on the floor by the tub, trying to keep his sounds of sorrow as discreet as possible. His father was still rotting away in jail for a crime he didn't commit, a fact that Cold had been kind enough to remind Jimmy of. He knew that Cold hadn't meant to, but Jimmy had never felt more like a failure than right at that moment. He was no closer to freeing his father despite all the debt he had incurred. He hadn't been able to keep a job for more than a few months. His bank accounts were all in the negative, credit cards maxed out. And his only friend was a crooked old loan shark. He had literally just had sex for money with a ruthless criminal, his feelings even more conflicted about what he had done because, while he felt completely filthy, he had enjoyed it. Every second of it. And he already knew he was going to do it again and again, because right now, Roderick Legrand was the only hope he had of getting his life back on track. Ironic, really, since he was the one threatening Jimmy's life if he didn't pay up. Jimmy sighed miserably, finally reaching into his pocket to dig out the cash, sniffling sadly as he thumbed through the bills. He frowned as he counted it. That couldn't be right. He counted it again. Holy shit, he breathed excitedly. It was $1,600. Cold had tipped him $1,600 fucking dollars. Jimmy was giddy. He started laughing, hugging the money tightly to his chest. He could buy groceries, real groceries. He could actually purchase fruit and vegetables and eat a real meal. He could finally pay his rent, so he wouldn't be kicked out of his apartment. Sure beat the hell out of the $86.19 he'd started the day with. Chapter 3. Jimmy went back to Cold's bed after his shower, anxiously awaiting the gangster's return. The hours ticked by in silence, Cold working tirelessly at the stack of ledgers in front of him and not paying Jimmy a bit of attention. Pulling the blankets up over himself, Jimmy stayed quiet and got comfortable. He didn't dare ask permission to watch television or even order room service as his stomach rumbled, but spent his time looking around the room in search of any clues to the man he had chosen to fall into bed with. He found very little. The closet door was cracked, and he could see several suits hanging, all still in plastic from the dry cleaners with several pairs of shoes neatly arranged on the floor. There was a briefcase by the desk, black and sleek, but no personal markings. Probably where Cold kept all those books he was scribbling in. The ledgers. Jimmy blinked as realization struck. That was why the cops couldn't get any evidence on Cold. He was too smart to use any traceable electronic activity to organize his illegal operations. He was old school. Pen and paper. Those weren't just books. Those were the foundation of the entire criminal empire that controlled Strassen Springs. Feeling quite proud for putting all that together, Jimmy decided to keep that revelation to himself. It could just be a collection of crossword puzzles. Jimmy snuggled into the pillows, trying desperately to stay awake. This was supposed to be his big debut to prove himself to Boss Cold. Though the mob boss had already told him that the deal was on, there were several hours left to play, and Jimmy had to admit that despite his aching body, he was looking forward to another round. The bed was too warm, however, and the pillows too soft. Jimmy fell asleep while Cold was still working, snoring lightly as he tugged all the blankets all around him. At some point, he thought he felt the warmth of another body next to him. Groggily, he reached toward it, his arm finding a firm chest and clinging to it. He cuddled close, sighing contently. It had been so long since he slept next to someone. He could have sworn there was a hand gently resting on his forearm, but he was probably dreaming. Jimmy didn't wake again until there was a loud knock at the door. He felt sore, but refreshed, stretching out his long legs with a groan, then frowned when he realized he was alone. There was no sign of Cold. The briefcase and all the books were gone, and the clock at the bedside said it was a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Jimmy sat up. He stared at the door, hesitant to answer it. He was in Boss Cold's hotel room. There was no telling who it might be. The knocking had become relentless, and Jimmy finally stumbled out of bed to peer through the peephole. It was an older woman, very distressed, with a cart full of silver-domed dishes. Room service. Food. Jimmy opened the door, smiling brightly and greeting, "Good morning." "Good morning," the woman replied, clearly upset. "I am so very sorry I'm late. I really didn't mean any offense, I swear." "Late?" Jimmy frowned, confused. He glanced down the hallway, spying 2 members of Cold's burly entourage posted by the elevator doors. They smirked at him, but said nothing. "Yes, I know how much Mr. Frost values punctuality, and I really tried to be here on time. I know he said to be here right at 9, but the kitchen—" "Hey, it's okay, really," Jimmy exclaimed, blinking rapidly. He wasn't awake enough to handle this much excitement, and he opened the door to allow her inside. He looked at her name tag, quickly reading it and soothing. "Lola? Hey, I'm Jimmy. I promise, it's not a big deal." "Oh, God, thank you. Thank you so much." Lola was almost sobbing, quickly pushing the cart inside the room. She set up a folding tray by the edge of the bed and placed one of the smaller domes right in the center. "Seriously, it's really fine," Jimmy comforted her. "Thank you so much." Lola wiped her eyes, smiling nervously as she gestured at the tray. Mr. Frost wanted you to have this first. You really need to look at this one first. If you don't, well, if he asks, I told you to. Thank you. So sorry again. Thank you. Jimmy was stunned. They both knew who Mr. Frost really was, and Lola was clearly terrified of him. He watched her leave, tail tucked between her legs, as the door slammed shut. Plopping down on the bed, some of the glamour of last night faded away as reality slapped Jimmy right in the face. Roderick LeGrand, Boss Cold, was a dangerous criminal. Jimmy had pledged his body to the most feared man in all of Strassen Springs. What the hell had he been thinking? With a sigh, Jimmy put his troubles aside in favor of exploring the giant cart of food, starting with the dome Lola had been so particular about. He quirked a curious brow when he didn't find food, but a small card instead. Balance, $252,007.19. Tonight, the real work begins. R.L. Jimmy made a face, dropping the card with a groan. His ass still ached, and his cheeks were definitely bruised. He didn't want to know what Cold meant by real work, but he had a suspicion he wouldn't be walking straight afterwards. Poking through the different domes of food on the cart, he found a wide variety of dishes. Pancakes, waffles, fresh fruit, and eggs cooked at least 4 different ways. He didn't understand why Cold had ordered so much, especially since Jimmy was obviously going to be dining alone. He appreciated the gesture, but decided not to read too much into it. Jimmy made a valiant effort to eat every last bite until he was about to burst. He finally accepted defeat and waddled to the bathroom to change back into his clothes. He made sure to carefully tuck the cash back into his wallet, unable to resist a big smile. He couldn't wait to go grocery shopping or pay his rent or, oh, fuck, rent. That had to come first. Once he was finished getting ready, Jimmy was hesitant to leave so much food behind and stacked the rest of the fruit and remaining pancakes under one of the domes to take with him. He'd be back tonight and could return the dish then. Even before handling his rent situation, however, he had to see Maury. Maury, hey! You're never gonna frickin' believe this.
You ain't selling me that, kid.
Maury warned of the domed dish as he peered over the countertop upon Jimmy's arrival at his pawn shop.
I know you're desperate for moolah, but I gotta draw the line at you stealing shit.
What? Oh, no. Jimmy shook his head, laughing as he set the dish in front of him and popped the dome off. I didn't steal anything. These are leftovers from my breakfast.
Breakfast? Breakfast where?
Maury asked suspiciously as he inspected a strawberry. At the hotel.
What fucking hotel?
The hotel where I stayed last night. Jimmy waggled his eyebrows, hoping Maury would catch on. Maury's face was blank, munching on the stolen strawberry. With Boss Cold! Jimmy exclaimed impatiently.
Oh, fuck. Well, how did it go?
Maury asked, studying Jimmy's face carefully.
You had sex? You don't smell like sex.
Jimmy wasn't about to ask for the specifics of what Maury considered the scent of carnal activity to be, replying excitedly. But I did. And wow, little intense. Okay, like really intense, but he's gonna do it. He's really gonna let me do it. He'll let me work off my debt. Maury actually looked relieved, patting Jimmy's cheek affectionately.
That's good, kid. Real good. Sees, I told you.
He grabbed the fork from the plate, helping himself to the pancakes.
I'm a fucking genius.
Jimmy nodded, laughing. It's so freaking crazy, Maury. Thank you. It took some negotiating, but we made a deal. It's going to take like a month, but I will be able to pay back everything I owe. You see, he and Jules Price actually came to my apartment yesterday.
Oh, fuck.
Maury grunted.
Hey, I didn't tell them where you lived. Cole got that on his own. He'll find out everything about you. You know?
Jimmy shrugged, snorting. Yeah, he'll be disappointed. My life isn't exactly that great. Pretty lame, actually. But things are looking up. He eagerly reached into his wallet to show Maury the cash.
Holy fuck,
Maury gasped, then scowled and popped Jimmy on the forehead with the fork.
What are you, crazy? Don't be flashing that around, kid. You'll get your stupid ass robbed in this damn neighborhood.
Ow! Jimmy pouted, shoving his wallet back in his pocket. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just don't be stupid.
Maury grabbed another bite of the pancakes.
So, tell me, what's the terms of this little deal?
10 grand a night, Jimmy breathed out, still in a bit of disbelief over the figure. He swatted at Maury's hand, snatching a piece of pancake before he could eat it all.
10 fucking grand?
Maury said through a mouthful.
Holy fuck, kid. Nice work. Gold must have wanted that ass of yours pretty bad.
Jimmy blushed, chuckling lightly. Well, I am pretty irresistible, Maury.
I resist you just fine. Just be careful. Don't be getting all big-headed and shit. Remember what this is.
I know, Maury.
Are you sure?
Maury did not look convinced.
I know you, kid. You get your dick and your heart mixed up mighty quick. This ain't a love story. It's you trying to survive and doing what you gotta do.
Yeah. Jimmy sighed, his eyes gazing down at the floor. He remembered the faint warmth of a hand on his arm, quickly chalking it up to a dream again. He couldn't help but feel strangely disappointed. I know.
Don't forget it,
Maury warned through another bite of food. Jimmy gave a thumbs up, snagging one of the strawberries before Maury could finish the plate off.
When are you gonna see him again?
Maury asked. Tonight, Jimmy said, unable to stop himself from grinning. I'm gonna go get my rent settled up, try to look for a job.
Colt just gave you a job,
Maury protested, battling Jimmy for the last piece of pancake. Yeah, but ow! Hey! Jimmy shooed Maury's fork away, giving a playful jab for his efforts, but still managed to triumphantly steal the last bite. That money is just, subtracted from what I owe him. He said that there might also be bonuses, like if I do a really good job or something, but that gets taken from my debt too. I think.
Then what the fuck is that in your pocket?
He said it was a tip, Jimmy replied. But I can't count on that. I don't know if he's going to be feeling that generous all the time.
Well, just make sure you do whatever you did last night. Boom.
Jimmy blushed, smiling shyly as he argued. Come on, Maury. I need a real job. I'm not always going to be whoring myself out to Boss Cold.
Fine,
Maury groaned.
Look, there's a couple of places that might be willing to hire your skinny ass. There's a new restaurant, Ingrid's. They're looking for a...
The door opened, the bell ringing loudly as someone walked in. Maury's smile suddenly dropped. His eyes narrowed and glaring over Jimmy's shoulder as he spat.
What the fuck do you want?
Jimmy's stomach lurched to see a hateful look on his friend's face as he whirled around to see who it was that could have summoned such wrath. His breath got stuck in his throat, and he felt sick as soon as he saw him. Detective Augustus Duplin. This was the kind man who had adopted him after his father went to prison for his mother's murder. The loving man who had tried to raise him as his son and take care of him. But he was also the very same cop who had arrested his father, testified against him at the trial, and kept Jimmy from seeing him. Their relationship had been rocky and finally broke when Jimmy turned 18. He had demanded to see his father, and Augustus had again refused to let him. Jimmy ran away that night and never looked back. Figured I would find you here, Augustus said, offering a strange smile. Maury keeping you out of trouble, Jimmy?
I'm keeping him wherever the fuck he wants to be.
Maury snapped back.
Preferably as far away from you as fucking possible.
I'm here to talk to Jimmy, not you, Augustus said sternly, turning a pleading gaze toward Jimmy. You look good, son. Jimmy was stiff, unsure of the warring emotions tearing away inside of him. He hadn't seen Augustus in several years. He had tried to visit Jimmy a few times to make amends, but they always fell back into the same argument that tore them apart in the first place. Jimmy knew his father was innocent. Augustus refused to believe him. It was how Jimmy first started falling into debt, trying to pay a lawyer to look at his father's case and get it reopened. Lawyers were expensive, and it didn't take long to rack up a huge bill. When he ran out of money, he had started borrowing from Maury and ended up with the huge mess he was in now. Of all the feelings Jimmy had racing through him, he settled on anger. He scowled, saying bitterly, I'm not your son, Augustus. Jimmy, why are you here? Jimmy demanded. What do you want? I just want to talk to you, Augustus said, holding out his hands as he approached slowly. Oh, yeah? Jimmy scoffed, his arms crossing defiantly over his chest. About what? About how you left my father to rot in prison after you arrested him? About how you kept me from seeing him for all those years, even when I cried? Even when I begged you? Augustus flinched, but didn't deny a word. Jimmy was feeling pretty confident. He'd slept with the most notorious crime boss in all of Strassen Springs, and he had over $1,000 in his pocket. He planted his hands on his hips, chin held high as he ranted on. How about when it was his birthday, and you wouldn't even let me send him a card? Or when he had to have surgery because his appendix almost burst. Do you remember that? He almost died in prison, and you still wouldn't let me go see him.
Fucking scumbag.
Maury spat in support, giving Jimmy an approving nod. Augustus took every jab with a regretful expression, letting Jimmy vent all he wanted. Well, Jimmy sneered, spurred on by his friend's encouragement. What is it? What could we possibly have to frickin' talk about? About why you were in Roderick Legrand's hotel room last night, Augustus replied with a heavy sigh. Oh, crap. I wasn't that... Jimmy stuttered, his face turning bright red immediately. He had always been a terrible liar, but especially to Augustus. That stern glare made his insides turn to jelly, and he stumbled to find the right words. That's none of your business. As one of the investigators on a homicide case where Roderick Legrand is the lead suspect? Yeah, it is, Augustus replied gravely. Homicide? Jimmy gulped. How did you know I was there? He accused, a new spark of anger giving him strength to bite back. Are you having people follow me? Augustus shook his head with a scoff. No, Jimmy. But I got plenty of people watching Legrand. With a huff, Jimmy retreated until his back hit the counter. He felt Maury's hand clap on his shoulder and squeeze lightly.
Unless he's under arrest, he ain't got nothing to say to you.
Maury snarled.
I think it's mighty strange you only come looking for Jimmy when you think he might be useful to yous. How about you step off, Augustus?
I don't know what kind of trouble this crook has gotten you into with Roderick Legrand, Augustus said, his eyes tearful as he jerked a finger at Maury. But I can help you, Jimmy. Whatever it is, just be honest with me. Please. Help me? Jimmy scoffed in disbelief. I asked you to help me get my dad out. I asked you for access to the case file so I could look into it myself. I asked you. I asked you for money when I was hungry, and you... He was angry and overwhelmed, snapping, I don't need any help from you. Jimmy, Augustus said, taking another step forward. Please, if you just answer a few questions, I can help you out. Oh, Jimmy practically shouted, laughing bitterly. There it is. There. That's why you came here. You don't want to help me. You want to use me. Augustus's nostrils flared, arguing. That's not true. But whatever shit you've stepped in, you're going to need to give a little if you want the police to protect your ass. Protect me from what? From Boss Cold, when he finds out you've been talking to the cops, Augustus said with a little shrug. But I haven't been, Jimmy protested, eyes wide in shock. I'm just talking to you. Realization ran over him like a bucket of ice water, shivering as he bit the blood out of his lip to hold back a snarl. Oh my God.
Fuck you, Augustus,
Maury raged, slamming his fist down so hard that the plate rattled.
You wouldn't dare put that on the streets, you fucking pig. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jimmy ain't no fucking snitch.
Augustus. Jimmy's heart was shattered as he deflated against the counter. I will do whatever I have to, if it means keeping you safe, Augustus said softly. Please, just think about it, okay? I don't want to force you, but if you think it's what's best for me, you'll just go and do it, Jimmy said bitterly. He stared at the floor, hugging his arms around himself. Get the fuck out. Jimmy, I have no idea what you were doing in that hotel with LeGrand, and frankly, I don't want to know. Augustus tried again, pleading. But you've got no idea what you're getting yourself into, son. Now, please. I'm not your fucking son. I'm not your fucking anything, Jimmy shouted, throwing his hands out in frustration. Just get the fuck out. Augustus finally relented, taking a deep breath. Jimmy's words clearly hurt him, but he said nothing for a few moments as he tried to gather his thoughts. He nodded shortly, finally saying, If you change your mind, and I really hope you do, you know my number. Yeah? Well, Jimmy stuttered for a big finish as Augustus walked away. The joke's on you, 'cause I don't even have a phone. Ha! Maury cringed as the front door slammed, shaking his head.
Nice, kid. Not really, but, you know, good try.
Jimmy was shaking all over, turning around to grab Maury from over the counter and hugging him tight. Oh, fuck. Maury gently patted Jimmy's back, soothing.
Hey, it's all right, kid. Forget about that prick.
Do you really think he would do that? Jimmy asked nervously. Do you think he'd tell people I was a snitch? There's nothing to even snitch. It's not like Cold is telling me all his nefarious evil plans while we bang. Jesus, Maury. Cold is gonna have Jules Price set me on fire. Jules will do it. He's crazy. He really likes burning things.
Calm down,
Maury chirped, cupping Jimmy's cheek.
That stupid pig is all fucking talk. He's a piece of shit, but even he ain't that much of a piece of shit, okay? Don't worry your pretty little head about it. Gonna give you wrinkles.
Jimmy nodded weakly, trying to let Maury reassure him. He really didn't feel that much better, but he smiled anyway. Wrinkles, huh?
Yeah.
Maury chuckled.
And we gotta keep you looking pretty for Boss Cold. Can't have you looking all scruffy and shit.
He gave Jimmy one last squeeze before letting him go.
Go home. Wash your ass. Handle your shit, kid.
Jimmy ran his fingers through his hair and took a deep breath. Got it. Home. Wash ass. Will do.
And you know, just saying,
Maury offered with a tiny smirk.
Maybe it really wouldn't be such a bad idea for you to get a phone.
Let's see how broke I am after I buy food and pay my rent. Jimmy laughed. If I do, trust me, you'll be the first one I call.
I fucking better be. Get the fuck out of here.
Maury chuckled.
Big night tonight, right? Have fun, kid.
Fun? Yep, Jimmy said with a blushing smile, giving Maury one last hug before departing. He hurried home, anxiously bouncing in the backseat of the cab the whole way. Even though Augustus had soured his morning, he refused to let it bother him. He was still going to see Boss Cold and do whatever he had to erase his debt. He knew in his heart that Augustus probably did mean well, but it hurt all the same that his intentions were not entirely pure. They hadn't seen one another since their last fight when Augustus was trying to get Jimmy to come home again. It had ended just as all the others had, screaming and in tears. It had been at least 2 or 3 years, he figured, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall the exact date. Whatever. It wasn't important. Tonight was important. He had to get himself ready for another exciting evening with Boss Cold, and he had officially run out of nice things to wear. He smirked to himself, blushing as he realized that if tonight was anything like last night, then it really didn't matter what he wore. He was actually looking forward to being with Cold again, shuddering at the memory of what it felt like to have the mob boss inside him. He had never experienced anything like giving himself over to Roderick Legrand's every desire. And he couldn't wait to do it again. He was still bouncing, full of nervous energy, smiling dopily as he gazed out the window. It wasn't enough that the cab driver laughed, teasing, "What's up, Slim? Hot date tonight?" Jimmy bowed his head, trying to hide a shy grin. Yeah, something like that. Chapter 4. Rent taken care of and groceries purchased, Jimmy spent the rest of the day tidying up and dragging clothes downstairs to wash a few loads. He didn't have units as an apartment, but there were several coin-operated ones in the basement. It was nice to have fresh, clean clothes again instead of washing them out in his bathtub. As he put the laundry away, he debated what to wear for his evening with Cold. He had washed his red shirt, but he didn't want to wear the same outfit twice. Doubting that Cold would care what he wore, he settled on jeans and a faded t-shirt. He washed up the dish he had liberated from the hotel, humming lightly to himself. He was in such a good mood he wasn't even going to let his confrontation with Augustus ruin it. Jimmy briefly wondered if he should bring that up to Cold. Certainly the gangster knew the police were always watching him, but did he know about Jimmy's family? Did he know about Augustus? Would he have agreed to the deal if he knew? Jimmy wasn't sure what to do. He didn't want to anger Cold, but he certainly didn't want to do anything to upset their arrangement. Maury had said that Augustus wouldn't do something so mean, and he wanted to trust his friend. Maury had been watching out for Jimmy ever since he ran away, and he decided not to worry about it. If anything got weird or hairy, good old Maury would let him know. Wait, how would he let him know? A phone! Jimmy groaned to himself. He picked back through the cash left over from Cold's tip, finding only $178 left. Oh, and 2 cents. He dragged the pennies around on his counter, pouting. Definitely not enough to purchase a phone, or pay the phone company what he owed to get his landline restored. Maybe tonight he could earn himself another big tip, he decided, pushing his worries to the back of his mind as he got ready to leave. A quick cab ride brought him back to the hotel, and he grinned shyly as he approached the front desk. He offered out the dish, explaining, "Look, so I borrowed this, but, well, here." The clerk gave him a funny look, but didn't question his odd return. Jimmy practically skipped to the elevator, his body flush with excited energy. He wasn't as nervous as before, the dinging of the passing floors almost soothing as he ascended to his destination. The army of suited men was back again. Jules Price, front and center, pursing his lips thoughtfully as he looked at his watch and grinned.
Look at you, Twig, being all on time and shit again. Boss likes that.
Thanks, Jimmy replied awkwardly.
Search time.
Jules said, gesturing two of his fellows forward to give Jimmy a quick pat-down. Jimmy obliged, certain that this was probably going to be a part of his normal routine when visiting Boss Cold.
All clear.
Jules chuckled with a wink.
You go have some fun.
I plan to, Jimmy said with a blushing smile, hurrying inside as soon as Jules opened the door. The door closed with a distinct click, and Jimmy let out a breath. Here in this room, the rest of the world seemed to melt away into nothing. There was no rent, no bills, no lawyers, no Augustus. It was only him and Boss Cold. Cold was at his desk, just as before, but this time he looked up when Jimmy walked in. He peered over the rim of his glasses, wrinkling his nose up. What are you wearing? Clothes? Jimmy said, blinking in surprise. The jeans seemed fine, though the t-shirt had a few holes. I didn't think, since, well, you know, I'm not gonna be wearing them for very long. His face turned red, asking quietly, It's not good? Cold didn't answer, shaking his head and returning to his ledgers. Jimmy frowned, rocking back and forth on his heels. His stomach wobbled a little, and now he wished he had thought better of his fashion choices. Shower, Cold said, nodding toward the bathroom. Jimmy nodded, scurrying off to bathe. The shampoo and soap bottles had been replenished from the previous evening, and there was a new plush robe waiting for him. Once he was done, he wrapped himself in the robe and walked back out into the room. To his surprise, Cold wasn't at the desk. He had moved to the small sitting area in between the bathroom door and the bed, lounging back in a plush slipper chair. He gestured for Jimmy to approach, pointing at the floor by his feet. Kneel. Jimmy obeyed quickly, dropping to his knees in front of Cold. He swallowed quickly and looked up in expectation at the mob boss. Cold leaned forward, not yet touching, but gazing hungrily over Jimmy's robed body. He smirked, asking softly, You'll really do whatever I want, won't you? Isn't that what you want? Jimmy replied uncertainly, his brows furrowing upward. Oh, I think it's what you want, Colt said, easily deflecting the question. You're so very eager to please. He gently touched Jimmy's chin, his thumb sweeping over his bottom lip. You'd let me fuck you in front of the whole world, wouldn't you? Jimmy blushed, leaning into Cold's hands as much as he would allow. He could hear the steady thumping of his heart in his ears, drowning out the entire universe except the two of them. Yes. And that's why we need a safe word, Mr. Poe, Cold said, his thumb pulling Jimmy's lip down, pinching it against his chin and making him whimper. If we're going to make the most of this little deal, even my desires must have their limits. Jimmy frowned, confused. But you said whatever you want. That's the deal? It wouldn't serve my interests to break you before you've paid off what you owe me, Cold clarified with a dark chuckle. And I did so enjoy our time together last night. It was very revealing. He tilted his head, purring seductively. You want someone to take charge, don't you? Jimmy closed his eyes, nodding slowly. There was no point in denying it. Yes. You want someone to take away the fear, Colt continued, his drawl positively hypnotic. For someone to eliminate all the hesitation, to stiffen that shy sway in your step. You don't want to worry any longer about what to say or what to do. A surge of emotion rocked Jimmy's very soul from Colt's flawless perception, his tongue meeting his thumb as it moved over his bottom teeth, and he groaned softly. Yes, Colt growled, breath quickening as he spoke on. You, Mr. Poe, need a purpose. You need that gratification that only comes from having someone to please. Then let me please you, Jimmy said desperately, daring to suck at the pad of Colt's thumb, his eyes flicking up to stare at him. Cold seemed happy with that, a gorgeous smirk twisting his lips. "Good," he said, a smile briefly lighting up his face, then disappearing as quickly as it appeared. "Safe word, Mr. Poe?" "Ice," Jimmy replied softly, drawing out the word as a low hiss. It was an immediate response, lost in the beautiful icy blue of Cold's eyes. "Ice it is," Cold smirked, and lightly tapped his thumb against Jimmy's chin. He leaned back in the chair, spreading his legs and slowly unbuttoning his pants to pull out his thick cock. "Come along, Mr. Poe. Let's see how pleasing that mouth of yours is." Jimmy was salivating as he gazed over Cold's intimidating girth. His cock was absolutely beautiful. Crap! How was he ever supposed to fit all of that in his mouth? He scooted forward, starting to press a hand against Cold's thigh to get in a better position. Jimmy gasped when Cold snatched his wrists, saying low, "No touching." "But I need to..." "Okay." "Yes, sir." Jimmy nodded, blinking anxiously. He remembered how Cold had flinched in his apartment, but how the hell was he going to do this if he couldn't use his hands? He let his arms drop to his sides, and he took a deep breath. Bowing his head down, Jimmy pulled the tip of Cold's cock into his mouth with only his lips. The taste was hot and salty, making him groan as he sucked softly. He struggled to take the thick member deeper, his eyes starting to tear up. His lips felt like they were being stretched to their limit, trying to use his tongue to make up for all the inches he couldn't fit by swirling around the tip. He wanted to use his hand to grab the remainder of Cold's cock, but he didn't want to risk angering him by touching him again. Cold's fingers suddenly dug into Jimmy's hair, setting his scalp ablaze with pain and sensation. His hold was firm, his cock starting to move, his voice rumbling. "Open your mouth as wide as you can." Jimmy sighed, letting his jaw hang loose. He inhaled sharply through his nose as Cold started thrusting his cock into his throat. Gagging instantly, he tried to swallow around the thick intrusion as his mouth rapidly filled with saliva. "Relax," Cold soothed, his cock sliding deeper down Jimmy's throat. Jimmy tried. God, did he try. It was almost impossible not to gag again, whining softly as Cold's massive girth filled up his mouth. He was keenly aware of all the drool pooling, tears streaming down his cheeks as Cold fucked his face. He was getting more turned on with every slam, blood rushing down into his loins and making him shiver all over. He loved Cold being in control. His mind was completely empty except for the sole focus he had of pleasing this man. It was soothing, in spite of the discomfort, calming in a way Jimmy had never known before. He didn't have to think or worry. He only had to obey. It felt so fucking good. Cold's fingers were tangled tight in his hair, forcing himself deeper as he buckled his hips up. Jimmy was struggling, but he started to get the hang of it. Swallowing back around the head of Cold's cock, he flexed his cheeks and lips to maintain some suction. He started moving his tongue, wagging back and forth on the underside of Cold's shaft. Jimmy could hear Cold's breathing becoming a shallow pant, the quietest little groan managing to escape. Yes, that sound, that beautiful sound. He wanted to hear how good it felt. He wanted to know what a good job he was doing. Whining quietly, Jimmy gave everything he had, trying to make Cold moan again. "Look at me," Cold ordered, his voice raw and husky with need. Jimmy's eyes flickered upward to meet Cold's gaze, unable to identify the intense expression on his face. He looked like he was concentrating, as if trying to figure out a puzzle, but there was an element of frustration, like the solution was eluding him. "You love this, don't you?" Cold demanded, yanking Jimmy off his cock so he could answer him. Jimmy gasped for air, his chest heaving as he licked his lips to catch some of the drool. He couldn't nod because of how tightly Cold was holding him by his hair. Inhaling a few more precious gulps of oxygen, he finally whimpered, "I do." Good boy," Cold sighed, rubbing the head of his cock over Jimmy's lips. Jimmy caught himself chasing it. his tongue darting out, trying to get one more taste. He couldn't explain the feeling of happiness that washed over him when Cold said he was a good boy, but nothing else in his entire life could compare. He whined again, managing to get one quick lick before Cold pulled him out of range. Easy, Cold soothed, his tight grip finally releasing and softly petting through Jimmy's ruffled hair. He wiped the drool away from his mouth, even his tears, fingers moving with a tenderness Jimmy hadn't thought the gangster capable of. Jimmy beamed up at him, trying to lean into Cold's hand like before. To his surprise, Cold cradled the side of his face, thumb drawing little circles over his cheek. Good? Very, Cold said, letting go all too soon and grabbing the condom from the table next to them. He rolled it down over his cock, patting his lap. Come on. Jimmy eagerly complied, slipping off his robe and being mindful only to use the sides of the chair to pull himself up. He straddled Cold's hips, shivering when he felt his cock pressing against his ass. He couldn't wait for it to be inside of him again. He was already reaching for the lube when Cold grabbed his wrist, pinning his hand behind him. Cold chastised, shaking his head. You've got to learn to slow down, Mr. Poe. I didn't tell you to do that, now did I? No, sir, Jimmy said, pouting. He cried out when Cold slapped his tender ass, his hips jerking forward. Fuck! Put both of your hands behind your back, Cold instructed, reaching for the lubricant as he calmly waited for Jimmy to comply. Jimmy held his hands as ordered, loosely holding his wrist. He cried out when Cold spanked him again, teetering unsteadily in his lap. He didn't dare move his arms, tensing his legs to keep himself balanced. He groaned when one of Cold's hands slid up and pressed into the small of his back, holding him tight so he wouldn't fall over. Lubed fingers were now circling around his hole, plunging inside with purpose and making Jimmy whimper. Jimmy's head tipped to the side, glad for Cold's strong hand to keep him in place, arching his hips against the probing fingers inside him. God! Cold made a small sound, almost a grunt, and lewdly stretching out Jimmy's hole and making him whimper. He withdrew. Hands stay, Cold reminded him, lifting Jimmy's hips and lining himself up. Yes, sir. Fuck! Jimmy yelled when Cold thrust his cock in, forcing him to take every inch in one deep slam. He squirmed, gasping from the sting, tears again starting to flow as his fingers dug into his palm. Cold was savage, taking Jimmy apart with brutal slams. He held his hips tightly, his teeth bared in a snarl as he fucked him. It went on and on without any signs of stopping, Cold's hips pivoting like a machine. Jimmy could only scream and pant, struggling to move in any way that could offer a reprieve. Cold wouldn't let him, forcing him to stay as he was, grabbing a handful of ass and squeezing the bruised flesh. Jimmy hissed in surprise and pain, his cock achingly hard as it bobbed between them. He wailed as Cold suddenly spanked him again. Cold was fucking him so hard, he thought his body was going to break. It was overwhelming. It hurt. And he didn't know how much more he could handle. Too much. It was too much. Jimmy squeezed his eyes closed, the safe word right on the tip of his tongue. You're doing so well, Mr. Poe, Cold growled, his teeth clenched together. You're taking my cock so fucking beautifully. The praise tipped Jimmy back from falling into the abyss, and he groaned as he started to rock his hips down with renewed vigor. He could do this. He was making Cold happy. He wanted to make him feel good. He moved his hips in sync with Cold's, dropping himself down to meet every cruel thrust and groaning shamelessly. It was starting to feel fantastic. And Jimmy's head fell back as the pain was blanched by a wave of bliss. Cold seemed to appreciate his efforts, not correcting him for being such an active participant. In fact, the snap of his body had stopped almost completely, letting Jimmy take over. Not being able to use his arms, Jimmy focused on the muscles of his stomach and his lower back, rolling his body over and over as he fucked Boss Cold. Cold had the oddest look on his face, something akin to surprise, watching Jimmy intently as he rode him, Jimmy didn't understand why Colt was stopping when it was starting to finally feel so good. Jimmy groaned, his hips frantically slamming down on Colt's cock, trying to get him going again. "Please, sir, I need more." "You'll take what I give you," Colt warned, popping his ass viciously. "Fuck, please," Jimmy pleaded, teetering slightly. Another hard spank threw him completely off balance, and instinctively his arms flew forward to catch himself. One caught the side of the chair, and the other landed on Colt's chest. Jimmy's eyes nearly popped out of his head, freezing in place. Oh God, he had touched him again. He wasn't supposed to touch him. His palm was right over Colt's heart, and he could feel the rapid thumping of his pulse beneath. Colt's hand snatched Jimmy's wrist. But he didn't push him away this time. He squeezed down tight, their eyes meeting. And Jimmy wished he could place the beautiful look in the other man's eyes. It was intense, haunting, and sad. Jimmy kept his hand where it was, too stunned to move. Colt's grip softened, his thumb lightly tracing the underside of Jimmy's wrist. His lips parted, but he didn't speak. He looked lost for a few seconds, his expression starting to harden again, even though his touch remained gentle. His fingers slid up Jimmy's arm, over his elbow and bicep. He was taking his time, cataloging every inch of flesh from Jimmy's shoulder up to the back of his neck, resting there. Jimmy gasped quietly, melting under Colt's affections. He lightly tugged on his sweater, slowly starting to move his body once more. He needed friction desperately and gasped again when Colt suddenly sat up straight, holding Jimmy tightly around his waist and moving with him. Their bodies were perfectly matched in rhythm, sliding together effortlessly. Colt's cock was thrusting impossibly deeper, making Jimmy whimper sweetly. Their chests bumped together, Jimmy's cock trapped between their stomachs. He wanted to kiss Colt so terribly. Something was different now. The energy crackling around them had changed. Jimmy couldn't explain it, but it was somehow more intimate. This was a part of Colt he wasn't supposed to see. He kept staring at his beautiful lips, dying for a taste. Jimmy couldn't help himself. Leaning forward, eagerly trying to steal a kiss. Colt's fingers immediately snatched his head off to the side by his hair and growled softly in a warning. Jimmy yelped. That was a stupid idea. The intimate moment was lost, but God, it had been so beautiful while it lasted. He wailed when suddenly Colt's teeth clamped down on his throat, his cock starting to ruthlessly slam inside him again. Touch yourself, Colt panted against Jimmy's neck, growling as he fucked him hard. Come for me, Mr. Poe. Jimmy nodded, gasping and crying as he wedged his hand between them to grab his cock. He groaned as Colt's hips stuttered beneath him, realizing the man was coming. A few strokes of Jimmy's hand sent him tumbling into bliss ahead of him. Colt rocked their bodies together as they trembled, allowing himself one low moan of pleasure as he finally finished. Jimmy smiled at the lovely sound, pleased with himself, and God, exhausted. His thighs were burning, and so was his ass, as he deflated into Colt's arms. He wanted to cuddle, to touch, but he knew that his hand, still currently tangled in the fabric of Colt's sweater, was already pushing it. Colt began to sink back into the chair, exhaling sharply as he pulled away. He didn't seem to mind the mess all over his sweater, waving Jimmy away as he sighed. Go get cleaned up. Jimmy obeyed, climbing off Colt's lap with wobbly legs and heading to the bathroom. He stretched his aching body, humming contently as he turned the shower on. When he glanced at himself in the mirror, he was surprised at how happy he looked. His face and chest were blotchy, his ass bright red, and he could make out a definite handprint or two. His hair was a ruffled mess, and he was shiny all over with sweat. Definitely looked like he'd just gotten righteously fucked. But he couldn't stop smiling. He was so happy. He did make a bit of a face when he saw the giant bite mark Colt had left on his neck. For fuck's sake. But then his cheeks blushed a little deeper in his reflection when he realized he liked seeing it there. He liked the idea of Cold marking him all up, leaving bruises and bites over every inch of him. With a shiver, he hopped into the shower. The night was still young. Maybe if he was lucky, Cold would do it again. Chapter 5. Jimmy sang as he showered, his body filled with a lovely warmth that thoroughly satisfied. Cold had finally let him touch him. He had never had sex that had felt half as good as those precious moments they'd shared together. Thinking about Cold's beautiful fingers sliding up his arm made him shudder, retracing the pattern with his own hand up to his neck, where Cold had held him. Being denied the kiss had stung, but feeling the ratcheting throb of Cold's heart underneath his fingers was an experience he would never forget. The ferocious way Cold had moved, the roll of his hips as he worked Jimmy's lean body over with that massive cock. Jimmy still would have rather had his fingers clawing up Cold's bare back instead of being tangled in his sweater, but it was definite progress nonetheless. He didn't dare ask what Cold's hang-up was about being touched, but he did wonder if they would ever kiss. It was strange to have sex with someone when their lips had never touched. It was backwards. Kissing came before sex. Kissing was the very first thing on the list. Then again, Jimmy thought with a frown, those sorts of rules only applied to dating. He and Cold were not dating. This was a business arrangement, albeit an enjoyable one. He was here to do whatever Cold wanted. If Cold didn't want to kiss him, that was his decision, and Jimmy didn't have any right to be upset by it. Still, he was disappointed. Cold's lips looked absolutely delicious. Jimmy pushed his thoughts back on a happier track. That beautiful way Cold had looked at him had taken his breath away, and the way his hand felt so hot against his skin made him tremble down in his bones. Jimmy was already half hard again, grinning shyly to himself. He didn't know about Cold, but he was definitely ready for another go. Washed and refreshed, he exited the bathroom wearing only a smile. He had left the robe on the floor by the chair, and he was only expecting to find Cold when he came out. Oh, he was wrong. There was a brunette woman perched on the edge of Cold's desk, long nails stroking through his short hair as they chatted. She was wearing a slinky halter top and long, flowing gaucho pants, swinging feet clad in stiletto heels. She was gorgeous. Cold had changed his sweater and was actually smiling, pure and bright like Jimmy had never seen before. A jolt of envy struck him, and he realized his face was getting hot. He was too angry to even care that he was naked, staring at the woman with a sour expression. Who was that, and why was she touching Cold? Wait, better question. Jimmy's brain shifted gears as his jealousy turned to angst. Why was Cold allowing it? The woman turned, her painted lips curling into a familiar-looking smirk. Though why it was familiar, Jimmy couldn't be sure, as she gazed appraisingly over Jimmy's bare body. "Oh, Roddy," she purred. "He is just darling." "Roddy?" Jimmy finally had enough sense to blush, stumbling as he fetched his robe. "Get your own," Cold drawled with an affectionate roll of his eyes. "That one is mine." Jimmy's face grew even hotter, unable to help a tiny smile as he quickly wrapped his robe around himself. His. Cold had said he was Cold's. Not his boyfriend, not his partner, but his. Well, his something. The woman pouted, her eyes intently following Jimmy as he covered up. She stuck out her lower lip at Cold, asking, "Are you sure I couldn't borrow him?" "Very sure." Cold's smile vanished, now replaced by his usual smirk. "What's your name, sweetie?" the woman asked, gracefully sliding off the desk to approach him. Jimmy Poe," he replied, a little nervous now. The woman was friendly, but there was something about the way her eyes followed him. It was downright predatory, just like Cold's own ravenous gaze. "I'm Rowena LeGrand," she purred, extending her hand toward him, palm down. Jimmy did his best not to scowl when he heard her last name. He didn't realize the gangster was married, though she didn't seem bothered at all by his presence. It was very obvious what he and Cold had been doing, and Cold was purportedly gay. Perhaps it was an arranged marriage, something politically motivated? Jimmy didn't know all the ins and outs of the mob, but he figured people married all the time to keep the peace and strengthen alliances between families. That's what happened on television anyway. Jimmy forced a polite smile, taking her hand and placing a chaste kiss upon it. "It's very nice to meet you, Mrs. Legrand." "Mrs.? Oh, how cute!" Rowena squealed happily. She smirked, giving Jimmy a knowing look as she teased, "Aw, look at you! Somebody's jealous." Jimmy's flush was spreading down his neck rapidly. He hadn't thought his displeasure was that obvious. "It's Miss Legrand, Jimmy," Rowena explained, giggling softly. "Don't you worry, I'm his sister. Besides, Roddy hasn't touched a vagina since he popped out of his mother's." Jimmy stuttered for an appropriate response, but nothing would come out. Apparently, he had been watching too many movies. He was such an idiot. He tried not to look as relieved as he felt. "Thank you for sharing," Cole drawled, stacking up the ledgers on the desk in neat little piles. Rowena beamed sweetly at Jimmy and winked shyly. The Legrand siblings had the same icy blue eyes, though Rowena's gaze was not as harsh as her brother's. Still hungry, yes, but kinder. Her very presence felt warmer, easy and relaxed, a stark contrast from her stoic sibling. Oh, but the smirk was identical, and Jimmy felt foolish for not seeing the resemblance sooner. When Rowena turned toward the desk, Jimmy caught himself staring at her exposed back. There were scars all over her skin, dozens of them, long and thick, crisscrossing across her back like a corset woven from terrible pain. Jimmy clicked his teeth together to shut his mouth when he realized he was gawking. He had never seen anyone with such terrible scars before, and he was not about to even hazard a guess as to their origin. Whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. "Oh, I'm just trying to help out my big brother." Rowena popped back on the edge of the desk, grinning at Cold. Her eyes suddenly widened, gasping, "You should bring Jimmy!" "Oh God, bring Jimmy where?" "No," Cold said quietly, laying his briefcase on the desk and packing the ledgers away. Rowena didn't acknowledge his answer, continuing excitedly, "He would be perfect." She smiled at Jimmy, asking innocently, "Do you own a nice suit, Jimmy?" Jimmy fidgeted, a little embarrassed that he didn't. He opened his mouth to squeak out a response, but Cold was already answering for him. "No, he doesn't." "I could take him shopping," she exclaimed, clapping her hands together. Are you free tomorrow, Jimmy?" "Yes, he is," Cold answered again. A perk of being unemployed. And no, you're not taking him shopping because he's not going to the party. "Oh, shush, of course he is," Rowena insisted, not paying her sibling any mind. "Just imagine how darling he will look on your arm once I'm done fixing him up." Jimmy dropped down on the bed, watching them argue anxiously. Spending the night in a hotel room was one thing, but going to a party created a new, nasty web of potential problems. Jimmy knew that Augustus had people watching Cold now. If he was seen out and about in public with a gangster, there was a very good chance that Augustus may start to get ideas about their relationship. He might try to come after him again to get information on Cold. Maury had insisted that Augustus wouldn't actually meddle in any way that could put Jimmy in danger, but he was suddenly afraid. Even if Augustus didn't say anything, Cold might still think he was a rat if he found out that his adoptive father was a cop who was presently investigating the gangster for murder. Oh, this wasn't good. "I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon," Rowena said, stubbornly ignoring the scowling look on her brother's face as she spoke to Jimmy. "I'll think about it," Cold said after a long pause. Rowena grinned as if he had just agreed, happily kissing his cheek as she slinked off the desk. She took the briefcase, twiddling her fingers at Jimmy in a little wave. "I'll see you tomorrow, cutie," she purred. "You fellas have fun." Cold looked irritated, grimacing slightly as his sister pranced away. He waited until the door shut to lean back in his chair with a heavy sigh. His long fingers massaged his temples, eyes closing slowly. Jimmy was anxious, his foot bouncing on the floor as he watched Cold. He wasn't sure what to do since he hadn't been given any orders, waiting as patiently as he could, with worry chewing on his gut. He had to say something. He had to tell Cold before anyone else did, and this all blew up in his face. "Cold, sir?" Jimmy began quietly. "There's something I think I need to tell you." "What is it about?" Cold raised a brow, not sounding particularly interested. "Well, about my family," Jimmy replied, fidgeting anxiously. "Something personal?" Cold asked, his eyes slowly opening. He studied Jimmy thoughtfully, rising from the desk and approaching the bed. "Yes," Jimmy said with a thick swallow. Cold hummed quietly, shooing Jimmy to the other side of the bed so he could sit down. He pressed his back against the center of the headboard, stretching out his long legs. Jimmy licked his lips, hard in his throat. He had to do this. He had to tell Cold the truth. "Sir?" Cold snorted softly and patted his thigh, Jimmy crawling over obediently. He started to straddle Cold's hips, thinking he was going to ride him again, but Cold corrected him with a firm squeeze on his arm. He jerked his head, directing Jimmy to turn the other way. Jimmy whined softly, twisting around as he commanded. He wanted to lean back and press up against Cold's chest, desperate for contact. But Cold pushed him forward. He was on his knees and elbows, his ass right in Cold's face. Whimpering as Cold's hands slid up his legs underneath his robe, Jimmy closed his eyes, body eager to submit. But he couldn't stop that little voice screaming inside his head. Jimmy felt like he was going to burst if he didn't get this out, trying again. "Sir, I really need to tell you who—" "I don't care," Cold said flatly. His nimble fingers moved over Jimmy's hips, his ass pushing the robe up and out of his way. "But sir, I think you need to—" "Oh, fuck," Jimmy whined, his toes curling when Cold's fingers slightly danced over his hole. He heard the click of a bottle of lube being opened, his cock twitching from anticipation. "I think you need to be quiet," Cold said, more interested in spreading Jimmy's cheeks and probing at his tender hole with slick fingers. "Not another word, not a sound, unless I ask you a question. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Jimmy replied, taking a deep breath. The urge to obey was greater than the need to tell Cold the truth about his family, his worries easing away as he listened to that beautiful voice. "Oh, do you really? Let's see," Cold taunted, his voice low and positively wicked. His fingers suddenly plunged inside Jimmy's hole as he chuckled softly. Jimmy bit his tongue, trying not to cry out, breathing in and out of his nose frantically. Cold's fingers were methodical, and fuck how they were so long, dipping slowly in and twisting just right to make Jimmy want to scream. He bit down on his fist, panting hard as he did his absolute best to remain perfectly silent. "How would you feel about a small amendment to our deal?" Cold asked, completely calm. They might as well have been chatting over cards, never mind that Cold was currently knuckle-deep inside of Jimmy's ass. "What kind of amendment?" Jimmy hissed through gritted teeth. "I want to add an option to extend your services outside of my bed," Cold replied. "Would you be interested?" "You mean the party Rowena was talking about? Oh, fuck!" Jimmy squealed as Cold's fingers twirled and made his legs shake. He could feel intense pressure against his prostate, and he couldn't help but let a small whimper creep out. "Yes," Cold answered quietly, pressing harder, and Jimmy held his breath so he wouldn't scream. "Usual rate, $10,000 for the evening. Additionally, I will acquiesce to my sister's demands, and I will cover your wardrobe." Jimmy sighed in relief as Cold slowly withdrew his fingers. "I'll go. What do I need to do?" "Exactly what I want you to do," Cold replied dryly, his hands resting on Jimmy's cheeks and squeezing softly. "Be quiet, stay close, and look pretty." Jimmy could sense warmth near his sensitive hole. his eyes wide with need and trying desperately not to make another peep. Cold's hands were guiding him backwards and his mouth was right there at his ass, literally a breath away from touching him. "So?" Cold said quietly, his lips brushing ever so slightly against Jimmy's flesh. "We have a deal?" "Yes! Oh God!" Jimmy moaned, Cold's tongue suddenly pressing into him, his head dropping forward on the mattress. Cold's tongue was inside of him, moving just as nimbly as his fingers, pushing deep and with great skill, sucking softly at the edge of his rim. Jimmy clawed at the sheets, pushing back against Cold's mouth, mewling pitifully. He knew he was supposed to be quiet, but how could he with Cold's tongue fucking him like that? He'd had rim jobs before, but no one had ever eaten him out like this. Cold's tongue kept pressing impossibly deeper, growling softly as his teeth lightly nipped at Jimmy's tender skin. It was that flash of teeth that finally made Jimmy cry out, the brief sting of pain mixing so beautifully with the pleasure. He was shaking all over by the time Cold was pulling away, his velvety voice taunting, "And you were doing so well." "Please, sir," Jimmy pleaded, trying to arch his hips back toward Cold's beautiful mouth, sobbing quietly. "Please don't stop." "Oh, but I told you to be quiet," Cold purred nastily. Jimmy could hear him licking his lips and the end table drawer opening. "You think you deserve a treat when you've been bad?" "No, sir." Jimmy shivered. The disappointment washing over him was overwhelming. He wanted more of Cold's tongue, more of his anything, although he knew he didn't deserve it for disobeying him. He whined, pleading quietly, "I'll be good, please." "Sit up," Cold said patiently, strong arms helping Jimmy lean back and peeling off his robe. "Open your mouth." Jimmy obeyed and blinked at the sudden taste of latex, a rubber ball resting between his teeth. It felt unnatural and strange, thick straps lightly scratching his cheeks as Cold buckled it into place. A gag. Cold had gagged him. Jimmy's tongue slipped around the ball, taking in the new taste. It was a little weird, but the leather felt good. It was soothing, and he was oddly calm in spite of how aroused he was. Now he could be a good boy. He could be quiet like Cold wanted him to be. He didn't have to fight so hard. He could enjoy himself and do exactly what Cold wanted. "There," Cold sighed, very pleased. "Much better." Jimmy whimpered experimentally, the sound promptly muffled. "Lovely," Cold praised, reaching up and grabbing a handful of Jimmy's hair. He pulled him back against his chest as he slid Jimmy up into his lap, saying quietly, "Thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no, or if you want me to stop at any point. Do you understand?" "Thumbs up without hesitation." "Good," Cold said, quick hands getting himself ready. "Because I can't wait to hear you try to scream." Jimmy was perfectly pliant, gasping as Cold's thick cock began to push inside his slick hole. He moaned loudly, the gag stifling the sound but not completely. Cold's fingers dug into his hips and he began to grunt as he quickly set a brutal pace. He was rough, forcing Jimmy to bounce up and down on his cock. Jimmy submitted, giving himself over to every demand that Cold's cock made of his body. His cries of pleasure were somewhat muted by the gag, but Jimmy began to suspect that Cold was enjoying how he sounded like this. The louder he tried to cry out, the harder Cold fucked him. Jimmy started drooling profusely, whining shamefully at the mess he was making of himself. He tried to swallow as much of it as he could, but soon it was dripping down his chin and onto his chest. He tried tilting his head back to use gravity to his advantage, gulping awkwardly between groans. One of Cold's hands suddenly curled around the front of Jimmy's neck for a few slams, his fingers sliding down over his chest and finding the slick spill of saliva. Cold gasped, tracing the drool up to where the gag sat in Jimmy's mouth, and he let out a beautiful moan. Jimmy's eyes closed, lost in bliss at the gorgeous sound, his head falling back against Cold's shoulder. Before he could even think about what a terrible mistake he had made, Cold's hand splayed over his throat again. Jimmy gasped, his body stiffening up as he tensed, expecting a swift punishment. But Cold didn't try to move him or reprimand him. He actually held Jimmy firmly in place, hand squeezing his neck softly as he growled in his ear. "Still good?" Jimmy gave a quick thumbs up, crying out as Cold became even more ferocious. He started bucking his hips rapidly, drawing his knees up for leverage as he tore Jimmy apart. His labored panting made Jimmy shiver all over, his thighs on fire as he struggled to keep up with him. He was certain that this was as close to heaven as he would ever know. Every bit of his body and soul offered up for Cold to devour. Cold took it all. Every muffled cry and drop of spit, allowing their bodies to press closer than they ever had before. Even through the sweater, Jimmy could feel the heat of Cold's body against his back. Cold's fingers slid from Jimmy's neck to his mouth, teasing over his lips and swirling in the drool that had collected on his chin. His touch was positively reverent as he moved over the bottom of the ball where his teeth met the rubber. Cold's breathing and growling was reaching a feverish pace, which meant the end was near. Whimpering desperately, Jimmy tried to turn his head toward Cold, his eyes pleading with him for release. He wanted to come so badly, it hurt. But not without permission. Not yet. "Go on," Cold snarled quietly, his hand clasping back around Jimmy's throat. "Use all that pretty spit, get your hand good and wet, and then touch yourself." Jimmy groaned, nodding obediently, his hand quickly wiping the drool up that had collected on his chest, grabbing his cock and frantically jerking himself off. It was sticky and dirty, and Jimmy moaned shamelessly as the pressure became overwhelming. Jimmy gave Cold everything he had, slamming his body down to bring them both over the edge. His hips bucked hard, going for broke. His hand tightened down on his throat as they writhed together in bliss. Ecstasy exploded right before Jimmy's eyes like a barrage of fireworks as he came, sobbing and choking on his own tears. His body finally gave out, exhausted and collapsing against Cold. He was dizzy, mewling softly as Cold gave a few more slams to finish himself off. Cold grunted low, a deep, satisfied sound, his lips brushing against Jimmy's ear, his hands slowly withdrew. He carefully removed the gag and gently petted Jimmy's face where the straps had been, purring, "Excellent work, Mr. Poe." Gasping for air, Jimmy smiled brightly, preening at the sweet praise. He was limp as a rag doll, letting Cold carefully lay him down against the sheets, totally worn out. But his heart felt incredibly full. Cold moved from the bed, disposing of the condom and fixing his pants up quickly. Wordlessly, he headed into the bathroom, the door shutting tight. Jimmy stretched out his long body, moaning loudly to himself in pure satisfaction. He was a sticky mess, his body throbbing from being used so roughly, and he felt absolutely fantastic. He didn't want to ever move from this bed. He remained splayed out on his back until Cold returned. Cold sat down on the edge of the mattress, a washcloth in his hand. Jimmy was expecting to take it and clean himself up, but to his surprise, Cold started wiping him down. The washcloth was wet, but warm, and Jimmy practically moaned from the attention. Cold touched every inch of him, meticulous and thorough, making sure to erase every trace of bodily fluids. When Cold seemed satisfied that Jimmy was clean, he briefly touched his hair, murmuring, "I dare say you've earned yourself a little bonus tonight, Mr. Poe." "Thank you, sir," Jimmy sighed contently. He had never felt so proud of himself, happy that he had done such a great job. Cold smiled at him, brief but uncharacteristically happy, enough to make Jimmy's stomach flutter. It only lasted a moment before Cold rose again and returned to the bathroom. The door shut, and Jimmy heard the lock engage. Pulling the sheets up over himself, Jimmy wiggled his jaw to ease some of the tension out. It was sore from being forced open for so long, but he couldn't stop smiling. The sex had been absolutely incredible. The rimming the gag, and especially Cold allowing him to be so close. The gentle way Cold had tended to him afterwards made Jimmy's very soul ache. He wanted to please Cold even more than ever, desperate to do anything he asked of him just to get that kind of attention again. He could hear the shower starting, wishing he could be in there with Cold to help wash him. It drove him crazy that he still had no idea what the man looked like naked. His imagination ran away from him, fantasizing about a flawless, chiseled chest and moist, dripping abdominals. He was too damn tired to stay awake and hopefully catch a peek and see if the real thing could compare to his fantasy. He wiggled around the bed, getting comfortable, and his eyes started to close. Despite his brain being the consistency of pudding from an evening of intense stimulation, he knew he had to talk to Cold about Augustus before it was too late. Tomorrow. He would talk to him about it tomorrow before the party. Jimmy felt a longing deep inside of him, and he realized that he didn't want to lose the arrangement he had with Cold. It was about the money, he told himself. He had to make sure he paid off his debt. He wanted to be able to buy groceries, get his fucking life together, and finally get his father out of prison. But his last waking thoughts were of icy blue eyes and a wicked smirk. No matter how hard he tried, he knew in his heart that it wasn't only about the money. Not anymore. Jimmy passed out, not waking again until there was a familiar frantic knock at the door at 9:15. He mumbled sleepily, flailing around to retrieve his robe. Cold was long gone, and Jimmy couldn't say whether or not he had actually slept next to him last night. He'd slept so soundly that a bomb going off probably wouldn't have woken him. Lumbering to the door, Jimmy glanced through the peephole to see Lola's frantic face. Late again. Jimmy grinned, letting her in with a giant cart of food, already soothing. "Hey, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Please tell Mr. Frost I am so sorry," Lola was crying as she struggled to get the tray set up and set a domed dish on top. "The kitchen, it's just so much. Really, it's not a big deal. It's all good," Jimmy assured her, smiling brightly. "I promise, it's fine. As far as I know, hey, you were here at 9 o'clock sharp." "Thank you, Jimmy," Lola sighed, obviously relieved. She pressed her hands together, fidgeting anxiously as she asked, "If it was a smaller order, it might not be so difficult to make it here on time." Jimmy nodded, his head tilting curiously. "Does, Mr. Frost always order this much food?" "No, sir," Lola replied, shaking her head. "Yesterday was the first time he's ever ordered any room service other than drinks." "I'll talk to him," Jimmy promised, smiling warmly. Lola patted Jimmy's arm, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Oh, and read your note. Don't forget to read the note first." "I will. Thank you, Lola." Jimmy waved farewell, waiting for her to leave before lifting the dome. Like yesterday, there was another card waiting for him. Jimmy grinned, happily plopping down in bed to read it. $237,007.19. Marina will come by your apartment at 4 o'clock. Be ready. RL. Jimmy's stomach turned in a mix of excitement and dread as he ate his breakfast. Somewhere between shopping with Boss Cold's baby sister and attending a party with him, he had to find the time to talk to him about Augustus Duplin. Jimmy didn't know what Cold was going to do when he told him, but if there was any chance of their deal moving forward, he had to tell him the truth. But first things first. Today was Friday, and Jimmy still had enough cash left over from his tip to grab a taxi to Westchester Prison. They had visiting hours from 10 o'clock to 2, and Jimmy already knew what he was going to do that morning. He was going to see his father. Chapter 6. David Poe had been arrested 17 years ago for the murder of his wife, Eliza. The neighbors heard sounds of a scuffle and screaming, quickly calling the police. David was found standing over the body with a knife in his hand when authorities arrived. He insisted he had come home late and found his wife already dead on the floor, picking up the knife only after checking for vitals and realizing she was beyond resuscitation. Even after all these years, Jimmy could still remember his father screaming his innocence as Augustus dragged him away in handcuffs. Jimmy had tried to grab David's leg, pleading with Augustus and begging for him not to take his dad away. He had just lost his mom, and he didn't want to lose his dad, too. Jimmy got so hysterical that Augustus had another officer remove him and place him in the back of a squad car until he calmed down. He had to watch as Augustus hauled his father off, completely helpless to do anything to stop it, while all their neighbors watched and pointed. He kept trying to tell the cops that he had seen what happened. He knew his father didn't do it. He knew exactly who had killed his mother, and it wasn't David. "It was the man in the white coat," he had screamed. "The man in the white coat did it." But no one, not even Augustus, believed him. He was only a child, obviously confused and traumatized. There was no evidence of anyone else in the house, and no one had been seen entering or exiting. With no other suspects, the trial had been swift, and the sentence was life in Westchester Prison. Jimmy hadn't seen his father again until he was 11. It was the first of many times he would run away from Augustus's house, having stolen cash from his wallet to get a taxi down to the prison. He had tearfully pounded his little fists against the window in the visiting room, trying to find some way to break his father out, and almost got thrown out by the prison guards. David had looked on, powerless and miserable, pressing his hand against the glass and telling him, Hey, slugger, put your paw up here, okay? Right next to mine. Remember, son, there's only an inch of glass between our hands, okay? That's it, just an inch. That's not really that much, right? We're closer than you think. It might as well be 1,000,000 miles, he cried. No, David soothed. It's just an inch, an itty-bitty little inch. And remember, hey, there might be an inch of glass between our hands, but there's nothing separating our hearts, okay? There's nothing keeping my love from you, not ever. No matter how far apart we are, I will always be with you. I love you, son. Jimmy never forgot that moment. Even after Augustus came to drag him back home and grounded him for a month for running away. When Jimmy finally turned 18 and Augustus couldn't keep him away any longer, he visited his father as often as he could. Even with an inch of glass between them, they managed to make up for the time that Augustus had cost them and forged a beautiful friendship. David was more than a father. Next to Maury, he had become Jimmy's best friend, and he treasured their visits. It had been over a month since Jimmy had been able to see David last. The city bus didn't go all the way to the prison, and since Jimmy had to sell his car, he had no other way of getting there except to take a cab. He had no regrets straining his cash to make the trip, eager to see his father for the first time in weeks. Hey, slugger, David said with a grin as soon as Jimmy sat down in front of him and picked up the phone. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against the glass, just as he had the first time Jimmy visited him. Was starting to get worried. Hadn't seen you in a while. Things have been kind of tight, Jimmy said, his hand hovering over his father's in greeting. All part of their ritual. Couldn't afford to get down here, but it's okay. Everything is getting better now. David squinted. Son, is that a hickey? Jimmy's eyes widened, blushing instantly as he slapped his hand over his neck. David burst into laughter, teasing. Well, I guess things really are getting better, huh? Well, yeah. It's kind of complicated, Jimmy stammered, grinning shyly. Relationships always are, David assured him. Anyway, I still haven't been able to get access to the case files, Jimmy said, quickly shifting the conversation. The lawyer told me that if I get a motion from the judge, they'll have to let me look at them since we're trying for an appeal. Because of discovery, son. David gently cut in, his fingers tapping lightly at the glass. I haven't seen you since last month. I'd rather hear about how you got that hickey than talk about the case. Jimmy pouted. How was he going to explain this to his father? Who's the lucky girl? David asked with a smirk. It's a guy, actually, Jimmy said slowly. But I don't think you'd approve. Jimmy, you came out to me years ago, David said, obviously hurt. You know I love you and support you, whoever you want to. No, it's not that he's a guy, Jimmy replied hurriedly. It's that he's, the mob boss of Strassen Springs and probably almost definitely a murderer. He's not exactly what you might want from me. David tilted his head, trying to fill in the blanks. Older? Yes, Jimmy exclaimed. He's older. That's it? David scoffed. How much older? Jimmy stared blankly. He actually had no idea how old Cold was. All the white in his hair hinted that he was definitely older than he looked, or maybe being a mob boss caused premature graying. Well, I'm not exactly sure. It's still very new. I don't know how serious it is exactly yet. David smiled warmly, nodding. Seems like it's off to a very good start at least. Yeah. Jimmy knew his entire face was bright red, able to feel the heat radiating off of his skin. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about Cold, sighing as he added, But I don't think it's going to last. Why not? I don't think he's looking for anything serious, Jimmy replied after a few moments, choosing his words wisely. He's an idiot then, David said, snorting roughly. Because you're amazing. Anybody would be lucky to have you. It seemed as if he could sense how awkward Jimmy was feeling about discussing his love life, so he opted to change the subject himself this time. How's Maury doing? Still rough as hell? Always, Jimmy chuckled. But he's good. Finally quit smoking. You know, mostly. Hey, anything less than the 3 packs a day he used to smoke is an improvement. David smiled fondly. I'll always be grateful for him looking out for you. He's a good man. The best. So, how are your classes going? Fine, Jimmy fibbed innocently, forcing a strained smile. As far as David knew, Jimmy was still in college despite having dropped out a few years ago to work on getting the case reopened. David also thought that Jimmy was working at a local law firm as an intern, and he'd actually been fired from that job last year for snooping around for information on said case. Just fine? David probed. Yeah, I'm, just taking the one class right now, Jimmy stammered. He was a terrible liar, but he didn't want his father worrying about him. Probably going to take another semester off soon. Brows furrowing together, David sighed. Son, if you keep taking time off, you're never going to be a lawyer. Jimmy's smile turned a little sad. Yeah, I know, Dad. It's okay. I'm going to get it figured out. I just have to keep saving up so I can pay for classes myself. I'm already kind of drowning in student loans. Yeah, David nodded in return. I know, Slugger. I just want you to have a good life. Graduate, pass the bar, get a good job. He grinned, teasing, Get your old man out of prison. Hey, I'm working on it. Jimmy laughed. That had been the original plan before he couldn't afford to pay his tuition anymore. He wanted to be a lawyer so he could free his father and eventually help others that were wrongfully imprisoned. But using tuition money for legal fees does not a lawyer make, and Jimmy had chosen to keep pursuing his father's case instead of continuing school. Seriously, David said, I want you to be happy. Gotta keep an eye on your debts, you know? You don't want those to get out of hand. Right, Jimmy replied, grinning stupidly. He had a hell of a debt that he was working on right now, but he wasn't exactly complaining about how he was working it off. What is it? David quirked a brow. He actually snickered, teasing again. Something got you thinking about that new fellow? What? No, why would you say that? Jimmy stuttered, scrubbing his hand over his face. Because I can read you like a book, David said with a small smirk. You've got that same googly-eyed look that you used to get with Anna. Jimmy's smile faded. Shit. Sorry, kiddo. David apologized, cringing slightly. Anna was Augustus Duplin's daughter, and Jimmy's childhood crush. The loss of their friendship was a casualty of the break between Jimmy and Augustus. Anna easily took her father's side over Jimmy's, and it had broken his heart to lose her. They hadn't spoken more than a few words to each other since Jimmy had left the Duplin home. Jimmy still thought of her often, but that part of his life was over. His crush had turned into full-blown puppy love when they were teenagers, though Jimmy never confessed his feelings. They were best friends, and he never wanted to do anything to lose that. But Jimmy couldn't give up on his father. and when he turned his back on Augustus, he ended up losing her anyway. She moved out of Strassen Springs years ago to finish school. He didn't know what had become of her, but he hoped she was happy. "It's okay," Jimmy said with a shrug. "It was a long time ago." "Everything feels like a long time ago now," David remarked, leaning forward on his elbows, cradling his chin in his hand. "You know, I'm really glad you came today. There's something that I want to talk to you about. Seriously." Jimmy frowned, tilting his head. "What is it, Dad? Is somebody messing with you again?" No, David said quickly. "Nothing like that." He sighed, his face wrinkling up in distress. "What?" Jimmy pressed, his stomach twisting up in dread. "I want you to give up appealing the case," David said slowly, his words precise as if he had been practicing them. "If you still want to be a lawyer, that's fine. I hope you have a great career. But you've got to let me go, son." "What?" Jimmy stared at his father in shock, his chest heaving as he struggled to take a breath. No, I'm not doing that, son," David said firmly. "It's been almost 20 years. I'm not giving up on you," Jimmy cheerfully insisted, his fingers clenching around the phone. "I know you didn't kill Mom. I know what I saw, and I'm never going to stop." "And just how long is this going to go on for?" David asked softly. He sounded tired, defeated. "I love you, but we both know you're not really in school right now. I have no idea what you're doing for money, but I know it's not that law firm." Jimmy gulped, gaping like a fish out of water. So much for that cleverly constructed ruse. "You're an awful liar, Slugger," David said, offering a small smile. "I don't want you to keep putting your life on hold because of me." "But Dad," Jimmy said firmly, "you are my life. You are the only family I have left. I love Maury, but he's not you. You're everything to me. I don't care what you say. I'm getting things figured out. I promise. I'm super sorry for lying to you, but I'm not going to give up on you. I love you." David's eyes were wet with tears, struggling to maintain his composure. "I love you too," he murmured, lip trembling and resolve crumbling. "I love you so very much." Jimmy put his hand back on the glass, nodding frantically. "Just an inch, remember? That's it." David took a deep breath, smiling weakly as he put his hand up to join his son's. Just an inch. The buzzer sounded, notifying them that their time was up. Jimmy groaned in frustration, his eyes pleading with his father. "I love you, Dad. I'm going to get you out of there. I swear." "I love you too," David repeated quietly. "I love you so much. No matter what, I am so proud of you and grateful for everything you've tried to do. But please, remember, son, only one of us is actually in prison. Okay?" Jimmy frowned, not understanding what he meant. But before he could ask, the guard was already there to escort his father away. Jimmy stood, waving and watching his father for as long as he could until he disappeared back into the depths of the prison. He shuffled outside to wait for another cab, miserably depressed. He had literally spent all his life trying to free his father. He had given everything he had, and a lot he didn't, in an effort to prove his innocence. He knew his father didn't do it. He knew the man in white was real. It had been so long that he only saw him in dreams now, but if he concentrated, he could recall bits and pieces. The sneer on his twisted face, his mother's cries, the blood. Jimmy squeezed his eyes closed, forcing the memories back when it became too hard to breathe. There were benches set up outside the prison gates, and he sat down as he tried to calm down. He wasn't crazy. The man in white was real, and one day, somehow, Jimmy was going to find him. He was going to find him and free his father. But at what cost? A little voice whispered in the back of his mind. He'd lost the entire Duplin family, his college education, his potential career, and he was currently pimping himself out to Boss Cold to pay off his massive debt. Not to mention it was a debt that had gotten him no closer to freeing his father. With the money he'd spent in legal fees, he could have finished law school and been representing his father himself by now. He tried to tell himself that there was still time. Once he had this mess straight with Cold, he would finish his degree. It was possible. He didn't have to give up. He just couldn't. He had to keep hope alive. Not just for his father, but for himself too. The taxi arrived to carry him home. Rowena LeGrand would be by soon to take him shopping. Jimmy took a long shower, shaved, sorted more laundry, and thumbed through the little bit of cash he had left. $12.19. 19 cents. Jimmy spread the pennies and nickel and dime out on his kitchen counter. That number seemed inescapable and meaningless all at the same time. Nothing really had meaning now, unless it was being whispered in his ear in a velvety tone. Cold. God, that voice was going to be the death of him. Jimmy's own father had told him to find happiness, and nothing had ever brought him the same gratification as being a willing slave to Cold's drawling demands. But what he had with Cold was just business. It wasn't personal. He didn't get some dumb love-struck look on his face when he thought about Cold. It definitely didn't make his heart flutter to think about the brief moments he had been able to touch him. It was just a deal. Just a financial agreement. Right? Jimmy's head snapped up when he heard a knock at his door. He stared at the clock on his stove. It was 4:30. Rowena, apparently, did not have the same appreciation for punctuality as her brother. When he opened the door, Rowena was propped seductively against the frame with a brown paper grocery bag in her arms and a ridiculously giant purse over her shoulder, grinning slyly like a cat. She dropped her voice low, imitating her sibling as she greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Poe." Jimmy smiled in spite of himself, gesturing for her to come on in. "Hey, never too early for margaritas," Rowena chirped, as if answering a question Jimmy hadn't asked. She brushed by him and headed straight to the kitchen as if she'd already been over here 1,000 times before, pulling out bottles from the paper bag that Jimmy recognized as tequila and sweet and sour mix. "You know, you really live in a fucking dump," she said dryly, glancing around the dilapidated kitchen. "I know," Jimmy said, frowning at the jab. "It's all I can afford." "Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie," Rowena soothed, batting her eyes at him. "Don't feel bad. You know, me and Roddy actually used to live 2 blocks down from here." "Really?" It was hard to imagine Cold living in this part of town. It wasn't exactly nice. "Yeah, fortunes can change overnight, sweetie," Rowena snorted, turning her head to smirk at him as she pulled a blender out of her large purse. "You don't know my brother very well, do you?" Jimmy blushed slightly. "Didn't exactly have time to Google him while Jules was trying to roast my hand." Rowena laughed, a pretty sound like a bell ringing. "Aw, but it was worth it, right? After all, now you have this little arrangement." She briefly paused making drinks to wiggle her fingers in air quotes. "He told you?" Jimmy blushed, watching Rowena dig ice out of the freezer and dump everything into the blender. "There's very little my brother doesn't tell me," Rowena informed him smugly, popping the lid on and hitting the start button. She let the machine do its thing, pausing to add more tequila and orange juice before blending it all down to slush. Jimmy gulped at that, wondering how much detail Cold was giving her. He must have looked properly horrified because Rowena started laughing again. "Oh, sweetie," Rowena patted his arm gently. "Don't you fret. He doesn't tell me everything. What you boys do behind closed doors is none of my business. Whips and chains, all that, don't care." Jimmy briefly daydreamed about Cold tying him up and quickly aborted. He did not need to catch wood while hanging out with Cold's sister. Rowena found a plate, poured a glittering liquor onto it, then pouted at Jimmy. "Don't suppose you have margarita glasses, do you?" "No," Jimmy replied, scratching the back of his neck with a shy grin. But I have these." He reached into the cabinet above the sink and pulled out 2 very cheerful Christmas mugs. One was a reindeer, and the other was a snowman. "They're clean, at least." Aw, they're adorable, Rowena squeaked, eagerly accepting them. She dipped the rims in the liquor on the plate and sprinkled salt all along the damp edges before pouring in the contents of the blender and holding her chosen reindeer mug out in a toast. Cheers. Cheers, Jimmy chuckled, gently tapping the snowman mug against hers. He was honestly a little concerned about the taste, having seen how much tequila had made it into the blender. Taking a dainty sip, he was surprised to find that it was quite delicious. He smacked his lips, an unexpected taste pleasantly tingling on his tongue. Is that cinnamon? Yep, Rowena said proudly. It's Goldschlager. I always put it on the rim of the glass, in the glass, wherever. I love the stuff. Pretty tasty, Jimmy agreed, taking another sip. Rowena hopped up on the counter, perching contently as she drank. Now, here's the plan, Jimmy, she said, her lips curling smugly. First, we make the margaritas. Then, we drink the margaritas. Then, we make more, and we drink those too. And when we run out, then we go shopping, Rowena said with a grin. Jimmy let out a low whistle. The drinks were strong, and there was still a generous amount of slush left in the blender. And we're going to drink all of that? Need to get you good and liquored up so you'll tell me everything I want to know, Rowena said with a bright smile. Jimmy didn't know how good of an idea that was. You could just ask me, he said, fidgeting anxiously. I mean, I can't promise you I'll answer everything. In that case, definitely keep drinking, Rowena commanded playfully. Shit, Jimmy chuckled and took another swallow. It had been a very long time since he'd had any alcohol, and it wasn't going to take much to get him good and pliable for Rowena's interrogating. So, are you from Strassen Springs? Rowena chirped curiously. Born and raised, Jimmy replied easily. These kinds of questions he could handle. Any brothers or sisters? Only child. Parents? My dad is around, sort of. It's complicated. And my mom, she died when I was very little. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Rowena said, her lips pouting softly. My mom died when I was really little, too. So did Roddy's. I'm sorry. Jimmy meant it. He knew all too well the pain of losing a parent. He drank some more, brave enough to ask, You and Cold don't have the same mother? Oh, no. Rowena laughed loudly. Boris, our father, he was really big into spreading his seed anywhere he could. There's probably a dozen of us little Legrands running around Strassen, but Roddy and I are the only ones he ever claimed. And that's because he had to, you know? She trailed off unexpectedly. Jimmy shrugged helplessly, clearly confused. He had no idea what Rowena was talking about. You really don't know anything about us, Rowena said, amazed by the depth of his ignorance. Okay, so, my mother was one of Don Raffaello Lucchese's cousins, the Lucchese family that used to control Strassen Springs. Right, Jimmy said, nodding. The ones Cold ran off. Yep. This was while they were at the height of their power. Because my mother was part of the family, Boris had to step up and marry her. They stayed together until I was 4. She left, and we never heard from her again until the cops called us to identify her body. Jesus, I'm really sorry, Jimmy said, cringing in sympathy. What happened? It's okay, really, Rowena assured him. Super long time ago. And well, she was drunk. Ran a stoplight, crashed a car. She shrugged. I don't really remember her very well, to be honest, so it's hard to miss somebody you don't really know. What about Cold's mom? Jimmy was dying for any information about his mysterious business partner. She was a jazz singer in one of the Lucchese family's clubs. Suzanne de Villeneuve. Fancy, right? Ah, she was gorgeous, Rowena gushed. I'll have to show you a picture of her tonight. She was fucking beautiful. Tonight? Yeah, duh. Cold is hosting the party at his house, Rowena explained with a roll of her eyes, quickly getting back on track. Anyway, she was this super popular singer, was working on a record deal until she got pregnant with Roddy. The Luccheses were super pissed with Boris for putting their little rising star out of commission. She was going to go back to her singing career after she had him because the Luccheses were going to get profits off her record sales. They were the ones that were funding her, you see? There was all this pressure on her to perform again as soon as possible. But she died right after giving birth to Roddy, and the Lucchese's were furious with Boris. They blamed him for getting her knocked up. Jimmy was aghast as he listened to the intense tale, not even realizing he had finished his drink until he tried to take another sip and found the mug empty. Rowena was quick to notice, refilling it and topping off her own. Don Raffaello said Boris and baby Roddy owed him all this money because it was their fault Suzanne died. Rowena went on. So, Roddy was literally born like a fucking Mafia indentured servant. He'd been working for them since he could fucking crawl. Odd jobs at first, dirtier stuff as he got older. Roughing people up, robbing places, whatever they wanted. Jimmy frowned, his heart aching for the man that Cold might have become had he been born in a different world. He gulped back his drink, hissing at the brain freeze as he asked, Wait, okay, not that I don't appreciate it, but why are you telling me all of this? Well, it's not like any of it's a big secret, Rowena drawled. And besides, you need to know if you and Roddy are gonna keep seeing each other. Jimmy blushed. It's just a business deal. Right, Rowena snorted. Because my brother totally does this all the time. She cackled wickedly, pouring the last of the slush from the blender into their glasses with an additional splash of Goldschlager. Doesn't he? Jimmy pressed, frowning. I mean, not like all the time, but despite whatever Maury the Mouth told you, no, he does not. He may not admit it, but you're the first person to get this kind of deal. Jimmy didn't know what to say to that, filling the silence with more alcohol. It made him question his current circumstances even more. What exactly had he gotten himself into? I know screwing around for a few days may not seem like a really big deal to you, but trust me, Rowena said, sliding off the counter. It totally is. He likes you. And maybe if you know more about Cold and try to understand him, well, she smiled hopefully, maybe you'll get the chance to know Roddy. I'd like that, Jimmy admitted. The alcohol was making him warm all over, and soon he couldn't stop smiling at the thought of actually being close to Roddy. No, Cold. His deal was with Cold. Jimmy remembered Maury's warning about his heart and his dick getting mixed up, drowning the thought with another drink. Yeah, I figured you might, Rowena said with a wink. She chugged the rest of her drink, setting the empty mug in the sink. Gesturing for Jimmy to do the same, she huffed, Come on. Jimmy nodded obediently, tipping the mug back. He frowned when he saw Rowena leaving the kitchen and making a beeline right into his room. What are you doing? He chased after her. Roddy said you needed a new wardrobe, Rowena said, as if she was up to what was obvious, already digging through his closet and then moving to his dresser. Pretty sure he just meant for the party, Jimmy said, watching her thumb through his underwear drawer in horror. Pretty sure I can interpret it however I want, Rowena challenged with a big smile. And, okay, yeah, you need some new thread, sweetie. She picked up a rather dismal pair of boxer briefs that had several holes in them. Desperately. Oh, God, Jimmy giggled, wishing he could sink into the floor. He was already feeling pretty buzzed, and his legs felt like rubber. He leaned against the wall and pressed his hands to his face, groaning, I know, it's so bad. Rowena giggled, enjoying his embarrassment as she started prancing to the door. She left all the margarita supplies except a bottle of Goldschlager, shoving that down into her big purse. Don't you worry. Ro is going to take good care of you. Come along, sweetie, she cooed with a waggle of her brows. We've got some serious work to do. Chapter 7. It was a very good thing Rowena had arrived in a limo, because neither she nor Jimmy were in any shape to drive. They stumbled out of Jimmy's apartment building together, arm in arm, laughing and chatting. It was so easy to be comfortable around Rowena. Her warm and happy energy was positively infectious. They piled into the back seat, Jimmy in awe of the plush accommodations. I've never been in a limo before, he confessed, stretching out his long legs over the seat. Rowena sat opposite him next to the built-in bar, pulling out the bottle of booze from her purse with a giggle. Oh, it's just the fucking best. Rot spoils me rotten. She grinned at Jimmy, poking his feet playfully. He'll spoil you too, you know. Jimmy put his hands over his face, hiding a tipsy smile. Oh, come on. I'm just saying, Roddy is very good to the people he cares about, Rowena said, picking up a small phone that connected her to the driver. Jerry? Hi. Yeah, we're ready. The usual, but save Volturos for last. Thanks. Jimmy wasn't sure if Cold truly cared, or if he was merely invested in their deal. The way Rowena kept talking about it was giving Jimmy a lot of hope that he wasn't sure he should hold on to. He watched Rowena hang up the phone and pour them drinks, mixing in a clear citrus soda and a splash of grenadine. She had clearly done this many times, able to pour the drinks with the limo in motion without ever spilling a drop. She practically shoved the glass into Jimmy's hand, cheering him, Now, here's to you, Jimmy Poe. To me? Jimmy didn't understand, but toasted anyway, sipping at the syrupy sweet concoction. Yes, Rowena said, pointing a finger at him. I haven't seen my brother this happy in a very long time. Jimmy's cheeks were hot as he smiled bashfully. I think you might be getting your hopes up about what exactly your brother wants from me. Trust me, Rowena said, arching her brow. I know him better than anyone. The other night when we met at the hotel, I haven't fucking seen him smiling like that in years. Jimmy knew exactly which smile she was referring to. That was because of me? Uh-huh, Rowena mumbled over the rim of her glass as she drank. Sure was. I don't know what you're doing to him, but keep doing it, okay? Will do, Jimmy giggled. They arrived at the first store, and as Jimmy crawled out of the limo, he realized he was really out of his league. They were in the uptown shopping district. He had never felt so out of place. Rowena seemed to sense his discomfort, looping their arms together again. Hey, don't worry about it, she purred. We're gonna pretty woman the fuck out of you. Jimmy laughed as Rowena dragged him into the store. She wasn't kidding about buying him an entirely new wardrobe, the sales attendants barely able to keep up with her grabbing things from the racks and tossing them into his arms. Button-down shirts of all colors and patterns, vintage band t-shirts, slim-fitted jeans, lots of jeans, shoes, more shoes. Jimmy stared in awe at Rowena making her rounds through the store. She never once stopped to look at a price tag. She'd sporadically pause to glance back at Jimmy, squint as if lost in deep thought, and then continue on. If she couldn't make a decision between two items of clothing, she simply bought both. It was the same everywhere they went. From one store to the next, Rowena bought whatever she wanted for Jimmy, and eventually started letting him pick out some things for himself, too. I had to make sure your fashion taste could be trusted, she teased him while dragging a few dresses for herself back toward the fitting area at the latest boutique. This was the fourth store. Or was it the fifth? Jimmy was undeniably sloshed, but he was having a fantastic time. I don't have bad fashion taste, he protested with a drunken giggle. I'm just frickin' poor as hell. I know. I've seen your apartment, Rowena said with a tiny snicker, gesturing for him to sit down on some funky-shaped ottomans that were arranged together in the front of the fitting rooms. We need to get you out of there, like immediately. Can't afford it. Jimmy sighed as he plopped down on the inviting cushions. Sort of not really working, you know? Ugh, just ask Roddy for money, Rowena groaned, stepping into the fitting room. She continued to talk, calling out, You've got bills to pay, right? And you can't survive on an exclusively protein diet, sweetie. Jimmy's face blushed furiously. I don't want him to be like my sugar daddy. I need a job, Rowena. This arrangement we have isn't gonna last forever. Rowena came flouncing out of the fitting room wearing a slinky golden dress with an open back that showed off the full, graceful length of her spine. She gave a few spins, checking herself in every adjacent mirror, glancing over her shoulder back at Jimmy. You're definitely not giving yourself enough credit, sweetie pie, she cooed. But if you're so worried about it, why don't you just ask Roddy for a job then? He owns a bunch of clubs, a restaurant. He could totally get you something legit. I mean, I guess I could, Jimmy said, rolling over on his stomach and stretching across the plush ottomans. He peered up at Rowena, his eyes again wandering to the mangled collection of scars dancing up and down her back. "What is it?" Rowena asked, quirking a brow when she felt Jimmy staring at her. "Can I ask you?" Jimmy rubbed his face, a little too intoxicated to find a polite way to pose his question. The scars?" Rowena replied, her bubbly charm not fizzling for a second. "Shit, I'm so sorry," Jimmy said, instantly ashamed for asking. "It's none of my business. I'm an asshole." "No, it's okay," Rowena said with a light laugh. "They're from Boris." "Boris Legrand? Your father?" Jimmy tried not to look absolutely horrified, but he had zero control over his face. "I'm so freaking sorry. I didn't know." "They're just scars," Rowena said with a sad smile. "I was so little, honestly, I don't remember how I got most of them. Or maybe I just blocked it all out. Who the fuck knows? It's no big secret that Boris used to abuse the fuck out of us. Especially Roddy. Boris really hated him." Jimmy began to connect the dots, even in his drunken state, asking softly, "Is that why Cold, doesn't take off his clothes?" Rowena replied bluntly. "Yeah, that's why. He's very funny about his scars. See, me, I love showing them off. I love knowing what I survived. But Roddy..." She bit her lip as if hesitating how much she should share. "Well, it's okay," Jimmy said quickly. "I get it. I mean, I don't, but I do. I can't believe anyone would do that to their own kids." "You know, I've actually had a lot of time to think about it," Rowena said, lips curling into a contemplative pout. "I used to think maybe Boris did the things he did to us because he never got over Suzanne dying. Maybe that's why he was so cruel. Especially to Roddy, since he blamed him for losing her. I had thought, oh, that's why he was horrible to my mother. He drove her to drink herself into a fucking oblivion because she wasn't Suzanne. And so that's why he hurt me, since her leaving couldn't possibly be his fault. It was obviously mine. He had to put the blame on someone else, anyone else but himself. But there was no excuse for all the horrible shit he did. Me and Roddy, sure as fuck, we didn't deserve it. So, turns out Boris was just a fucking monster. That's all." "Was?" "Ugh, I keep forgetting you live under a rock," Rowena snorted. "Yeah, sweetie, very much was. He's dead." "Dead?" "Uh-huh," Rowena said, adjusting the straps of the dress and returning to scrutinize her reflection. "Roddy killed him." Jimmy thought he was going to be sick, his hand clasping over his mouth, gasping in horror. "Wait, are you serious? He killed him? Wait, is this like secret mob stuff I'm not supposed to know about? Oh, fuck. Pfft, no, please." Rowena giggled at how flustered Jimmy was. "Roddy served time for it. 2 years for voluntary manslaughter." "That's it?" Jimmy was in shock and suddenly angry. Cold had killed his own father and had gotten a damn slap on the wrist, whereas David, who was innocent, had received a life sentence. It made him absolutely furious with their justice system, and it also left him feeling conflicted about his growing affection for Cold. It wasn't up to Jimmy to decide if a man like Boris Legrand deserved to die for his crimes, though it was clear that he was not a good person. He had known about Cold's reputation, but he had never directly acknowledged that the man he was currently sleeping with was a murderer. There was a tiny voice protesting in the back of Jimmy's mind that at least it had been a horrible guy who the world was better off without and not some innocent person. He was surprised at himself for how quickly he switched to defending what Cold had done. He wasn't sure if that was to make himself feel better about sleeping with Cold, or if he truly believed that some crimes were acceptable depending on the circumstances. Trying to decide if murder was ever justified was not a debate Jimmy's alcohol-addled brain was equipped to handle. He sat up, resting his face in his hands, shaking his head as he said, "Wow, just 2 whole years, huh?" "Uh-huh," Rowena drawled, returning to the fitting room to change again. "Boris tried putting his hands on Roddy, and well, Roddy decided it was going to be the last time. And that's why Cold, that's why he doesn't like to be touched," Jimmy added quietly. "Because of Boris?" Rowena stepped back out in her original outfit with the golden dress draped over her arm, offering a sympathetic smile. Yeah, she said. And well, there's some other shit. It's just, What is it? Jimmy asked with a frown. Rowena sighed, her hands on her hips as she struggled to find the right thing to say. For Roddy, it's all about trust. It's not that he doesn't like to be touched. I mean, fuck, I think he fucking craves it. But it has to be on his terms. You just need to be patient with him, okay? I can do that. Jimmy nodded, perhaps too eagerly, quickly added, You know, because of our deal. Right, Rowena said slyly. The deal. Yep, Jimmy said indignantly, breaking into a big, goofy grin. And that's all I'm gonna say. Then it sounds like you need another drink, Rowena taunted, grabbing Jimmy's hands and hauling him to his feet. We've just got one more stop to go. We've got to get your suit for tonight, and we can drink on the way. More drinking? Jimmy laughed incredulously, delighted by Rowena's wicked cackling. Duh. She bought the dress and dragged him back to the limo, another round poured in seconds as they toasted again. Thank you, Jimmy said, gulping back his drink before Rowena tried to cram it down his throat. Seriously? For what? Rowena asked, cocking her head curiously. For this. All of this, Jimmy exclaimed, moving to sit right beside her with a sweet grin. I can't remember the last time I just, hung out with someone. And the clothes? My God, you didn't have to do so much for me. I've been having so much fun. This is just, it's amazing. You're amazing. Aw, sweetie, Rowena gushed, throwing her arms around Jimmy and hugging him tight. I know I'm amazing. You don't have to tell me, but seriously, I'm happy to doll you up. It's been fun. Thank you. Today is just, wow. Today has been a super crazy day. I still can't actually believe this is really happening to me. You just wait until the party, Rowena promised, waggling her eyebrows. We are gonna have an awesome time. Jimmy grinned. You really are an incredible woman, Miss Legrand. Come on, quit with that mushy shit, Rowena groaned, giggling drunkenly. You've got to stay in awesome happy party mode. Right. So what is the party for? Is it someone's birthday? Jimmy asked, making a face as he took another sip of his very sweet drink. It's a welcome home party, Rowena chimed happily. Mickey Tamerlane just got out of jail. Mickey Tamerlane? The Shadow? Jimmy's jaw dropped. Isn't he a hitman? Yep, Rowena said with a sly grin. He's one of Cold's original gentlemen. Who? Jimmy asked helplessly. He really needed to get a computer. The gentleman. That's our little family of criminals, Rowena explained with a happy grin. The best of Strassen Springs' not-so-law-abiding citizens. None of them are Italian, you see, so the Lucchese's never really wanted anything to do with them. Pretty much treated them all like trash. Said none of them are worth a fuck. But along came Roddy, who definitely has no love for the Lucchese's, and brought them all together. He could see how much potential they had, and he formed his own family. The gentleman. So that's who's gonna be there tonight? Jimmy squeaked. All the gentlemen? Don't worry, Rowena soothed. They're all loyal to Roddy, and if he says hands off, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. It's only the closest family there tonight, and everybody's chill. Ugh, except that creep Corman. But don't worry about him, he's just weird. Rowena considered for a moment, sipping at her drink as she added, And, well, Tamerlane is a little feisty, but he's just pissed off that Lori cheated on him a while back while he was locked up. Ugh. And truthfully, Pim would have never done it, but he thought Tamerlane and Lori were through. But they really weren't. It also pretty much killed Pim's chances with Thirdsies because, God, does Thirdsies hate Lori because he fucked over his grandpa this one time? Jimmy shrugged helplessly, trying his best to follow along, but he didn't know all of the names, and honestly, it was beginning to sound like a crazy soap opera. Lots of, intercompany dating? He tried, grasping at straws to keep up. Lots of angry, horny mobsters, Rowena laughed, looking thoughtful for a long time. You know, I wouldn't say we're like a gay mafia, but we're like totally a gay mafia. Jimmy couldn't stop himself from laughing. Really? Well, not everybody, Rowena replied with a playful wink. But you see, that's part of why a lot of these guys were snubbed by the Italians. They're not exactly a real open-minded sort of folk, you feel me? Got it, Jimmy said, giving a little salute of understanding as he finished off his drink. So are you... What? Gay? Nah, I like boys. As many as I can get my hands on. Rowena laughed, taking his glass as soon as it was emptied and filling it again despite Jimmy's groans of protest. I'm between fellas at the moment. Last one didn't end real pretty, but there's one or two I got my eye on. Oh yeah? Jimmy said, conversationally, making a face as he tried to swallow down more alcohol. What happened? Rowena's bubbly aura visibly faded for a moment, shaking her head. Nothing worth talking about, sweetie. Her energy came back full force as the limo pulled to a stop, cheering, Ah, we're finally here. Come on. Volturo Designs was a surprisingly old-fashioned suit shop nestled in the heart of the uptown shopping district. Dark wood, heavy curtains, and dozens of beautiful suits on display everywhere Jimmy looked. He was afraid to touch anything, shoving his hands in his pockets as Rowena led him straight toward the back. There was a stout young man who had apparently been expecting them, glancing impatiently at his watch as he cleared his throat. Let me guess. Natural disaster? Limo exploded? Broken nail? Oh, Worley, I got all caught up playing dress-up with my brother's new little friend, Rowena pouted, she and Worley exchanging quick kisses on their cheeks. Seriously, though, I need you to make a miracle because we've got a huge party to go to tonight. In She looked at the clock on the wall. Oh, 2 hours? Holy crap, Jimmy gasped, staring at the time in shock. It was already after 7. He couldn't believe how long he and Rowena had been out shopping. I've got this, Worley said confidently, brushing Rowena out of his way. Stand aside, professional at work here. He took one look at Jimmy, peering cautiously as he said, Let's see, about a 38 long? Oh, those legs. Okay, I've got just the thing. Rowena grinned and came back to retrieve Jimmy from where he had floundered, guiding him toward the private fitting rooms and happily shutting the door behind them. There was a large array of mirrors and plush leather furniture. Don't worry, I won't peek, she teased, covering her eyes. Wait, what am I doing? You're stripping, Rowena informed him bluntly. Worley is gonna have to measure you. These suits are made to order, but hopefully with his genius little paws, the alterations won't take long. Jimmy walked toward the mirrored area, frowning as he began to undress. He at least had his underwear left on, and Rowena wasn't peeking between her fingers as best as he could tell. Worley came in with a bright smile, carrying a dark red suit over his arm. Come on, handsome, he said, offering it out to Jimmy. It's time to get you ready for the ball. Let me know when I can look, Rowena demanded. Can't rush perfection, Worley snapped back, rolling his eyes as he helped Jimmy get dressed. The fabric felt wonderful against Jimmy's skin. It was rich, deep scarlet, and he loved it immediately. Worley had selected a black button-up shirt and a white bow tie, leaving Jimmy gawking at himself in the reflection of the mirror when it was all on. The suit fit very well. The pants showing off his long legs, and the jacket was tailored perfectly at his waist to flatter his slender build. He had never been a particularly vain person, but he couldn't stop from twisting and turning in front of the mirror. Jimmy had never felt so handsome, smiling dopily to himself. He really hoped Cold liked it, surprised at himself by how much he valued Cold's approval. He also quickly realized there was no price tag on the outfit and gulped audibly. He did not want to know how much this cost. Worley whistled, calling out to Rowena, Behold, perfection. Rowena dropped her hands and squealed excitedly. Yes! Oh my God, Worley, where has this little gem been hiding? It's an Oswald original, Worley said proudly.
Rumor has it he made it personally for his hubby, but hubby hated it. But he and your little friend are practically the same size. It's meant to be. We're getting it,
Rowena insisted immediately.
Do whatever you have to do. We have to leave with this in 2 hours.
Worley snapped his fingers at Jimmy to stand up on a small footstool, having him turn away from the mirror. He produced a measuring tape, moving Jimmy back around a few times, casually cutting his eyes at Rowena as he said,
Terrible to hear about Dickie. Yep, I'm all broken up about it,
Rowena replied in a voice that indicated she was anything but. Her whole body tensed, her eyes narrowing at Worley with a ferocious anger Jimmy had never seen. Worley's happy demeanor fell at that, saying quickly,
Well, good news. I only have to let out the hem on the pants like a half an inch. Shouldn't take more than an hour.
Jimmy swayed slightly, trying to hold as still as possible while the tailor made one last measurement. He frowned, curious but cautious enough to wait before he inquired about Rowena's odd reaction. He stripped off the suit and started pulling his clothes back on, waiting until Worley left before asking, Who's Dickie?
Dickie White,
Rowena said with a faint snarl curling her lip.
My ex-boyfriend.
Jimmy scratched his head, asking out loud,
Why does that name sound so damn familiar? Oh, hadn't you heard? It's all over the news,
Rowena chuckled sourly.
That's the guy whose murder they're trying to pin on Roddy.
Jimmy's heart stopped. The case Augustus was investigating.
Are you all right?
Rowena asked, sounding concerned.
Drink too much?
Yeah, just a little woozy, Jimmy said lamely.
Hey, Worley?
Rowena called out sweetly. Worley poked his head in obediently, asking,
Yes, Miss Legrand. Would you please be a dear and send someone over to Wendy's for us? We need some grub to soak up some of this booze,
she purred, batting her eyes.
Of course, Miss Legrand,
Worley said, the two of them sharing a small smile as they glanced at Jimmy. He felt positively green. Jimmy sat down quickly in one of the plush chairs, swiping a hand through his hair. Crap, he was sweating. The murder case Augustus was looking into was Rowena's ex-boyfriend. This couldn't be good. He stared nervously at Rowena, trying to smile. She had said something about the relationship not ending well. Well, crap. Of course it hadn't ended well if Cold killed the guy.
Are you sure you're okay?
Rowena asked, frowning. Even drunk, she could tell something was amiss.
Just too much to drink,
Jimmy replied with a weak smile, wishing for once he was a better liar.
Don't sweat it,
Rowena said, either not noticing the weak fib or ignoring it.
So, excited about tonight?
Totally, Jimmy said, and this time his smile was genuine. They chatted about the party, and Jimmy listened to Rowena's gossip about the gentleman until the food arrived. Jimmy had never been so happy to see food, eagerly devouring 2 cheeseburgers by himself. It helped settle his stomach, and he was starting to feel much better. Worley came back with the finished suit, claiming it was a masterpiece. And Rowena started cursing when she realized what time it was.
Your masterpiece took longer than an hour,
Rowena wailed.
Fuck, we're gonna be late.
Rowena went out to the car to fetch some of Jimmy's new shoes and socks, commanding him to get ready with a quickness. She left the room this time, taking Worley with her. Jimmy quickly changed, but frowned at his underwear. They were another ratty pair of boxer briefs like the ones Rowena had teased him about. It didn't feel right to wear something so awful with such a nice suit. He decided to be daring and skip undergarments altogether, smiling proudly to himself as he finished getting dressed. When Jimmy looked in the mirror, he saw a completely different person. He was happy. He ignored the heaviness creeping into his heart thinking about Augustus's investigation. He knew Cold was a murderer, no doubt about it. Rowena had even said he served time for killing their father. But when they were together, none of that mattered. Cold became his whole world. And Jimmy found he didn't care about the terrible things the man had done. Being with Cold made him feel complete. Taking a deep breath, he nodded at himself resolutely. If this deal with Cold was going to amount to anything more, he had to be honest with him. He was going to tell Cold the truth about Augustus tonight. Jimmy balled up his old clothes and stepped out of the room for Rowena's approval.
She squealed in delight, quickly fussing with his hair. After a spray of cologne, she deemed him fit for the party. "So just how late are we going to be?" Jimmy asked once they were back in the limo. Late enough to make an entrance," Rowena said with a wicked smile. She had dragged her new golden dress into the back with them, pointing at Jimmy and giggling. "Now I've got to get ready. No peeking." Jimmy obediently closed his eyes, although he was tempted to open them out of concern at all the bumping around he heard. "You okay?" "Okay, all good," Rowena announced. "Ta-da!" Jimmy opened his eyes, grinning to see Rowena changed into her new dress with matching glittering heels, makeup already done, and her hair swept back in an elegant poof of curls. He laughed, clapping. "Very impressive." "Might have had to get dressed in the back of a car once or twice in my life," she teased with a wink. She picked up the phone, twisting the cord around her finger and grinning as she said, "Hey, Jerry. Beautiful, handsome, gorgeous Jerry. Light of my life, apple of my eye. Step on it, babe. We got a fucking party to get to." Chapter 8. Cold's compound was a massive estate consisting of a mansion, a large conservatory, and a grand pool watched over by elaborate marble statues. It was surrounded by a tall iron fence, and the grounds were patrolled constantly by armed guards. With dogs. Wow. Jimmy's face was pressed up against the window of the limo, staring in awe as they were ushered through the gates. He had never seen any place so incredible, except in movies. The limo pulled right up to the front of the mansion, an attendant opening the front door and offering his hand to assist Rowena out. "Thanks," she cooed, gracefully exiting the limo. She had her giant purse under her arm, batting her eyes as she asked, "Would you be a dear and take the bags to the trunk upstairs? You can put them all in Roddy's room. Thanks, dear." Jimmy stumbled after Rowena, his jaw still dropped as he looked all around. He couldn't believe any of this was real. He was immediately afraid to touch anything when they walked inside, eyes wide as he tried to take everything in. It was modern, simple, clean. Cold liked dark, cool colors and strong, bold furniture. There were no pictures that Jimmy could see, no art or sculptures, but there were dozens of fresh calla lilies scattered all throughout the house. Their fragrance was faint, but inviting amongst the cold decor. Rowena carelessly dropped her purse on a nearby table, grabbing Jimmy's hand and giggling. "Come on!" She started marching through the long hallways, heels clicking as she called out sweetly, "Roddy, where are you?" After a few turns and still no answer, she impatiently shrieked, "Rod, where the fuck are you at?"
In the den.
Cold yelled back, annoyed. "For fuck's sake, Rowena." Rowena smiled triumphantly, leading Jimmy toward the source of her brother's voice. Like the rest of the house, the den was spacious and uncluttered. There were a few plush leather sofas arranged around a glass-top coffee table. There was a large bar, fully stocked, adjacent to a fireplace that dominated the room and bathed it in amber, flickering light from the flames. Cold stood by the fireplace, dressed to kill, in a dark three-piece pinstripe suit. His cufflinks glittered with the sparkle of diamonds, and he was wearing white spats over his shoes. He looked every bit the gangster king as Jimmy had ever seen him. Jimmy wanted to drop to his knees on the floor at the very sight of him. Cold turned his head when he and Rowena entered, and he had the strangest look on his face when he saw Jimmy. He was lost and suddenly found, all in the space of a few seconds, his usual smirk sliding into place. Tilting his head, he purred approvingly. "Why, Mr. Poe, you clean up well." "I do good work," Rowena chirped proudly, heading right to the bar to make drinks. Jimmy couldn't stop the dopey smile that tumbled onto his face, beaming at Cold as he gushed. "Wow, me? Thanks. But I mean, look at you. You look incredibly fucking sexy." Cold's cheeks turned pink. The mob boss of Strassen Springs was actually blushing. "Come here," Cold commanded softly, beckoning Jimmy over with a finger. Jimmy kept grinning, tipsy enough to be brave and lean close as he approached with a loud whisper in Cold's ear. "I'm not wearing any underwear." Cold's hand snapped up to the back of Jimmy's neck before he could get too close, but he was smiling softly. With a gasp, Jimmy leaned into Cold's hand. He could feel his thumb lightly brushing over the little hairs on the back of his neck, and he shivered pleasurably. Cold's eyes hungrily flickered over Jimmy's body. Duly noted. Jimmy wobbled a little, resisting the urge to hold on to Cold for support. How much booze did my sister pump into you? Cold asked with a soft chuckle, taking in Jimmy's flushed face and glassy eyes. Just the right amount, Rowena replied, laughing. We had a really, really nice day, and maybe we had a lot to drink, but I'm super okay, Jimmy said. Thank you, seriously, for everything. He adored how warmly Cold was looking at him, and Jimmy was suddenly consumed by the desire to peel that suit right off and get on top of him. And shit. Now focus. He had to focus. Talk. He needed to talk. Augustus. Jimmy pulled himself out of his lustful gaze, licking his lips as he said cautiously, Could we maybe talk? Somewhere private? So eager, are we? Cold snorted, misreading his request as he watched Jimmy's tongue. Later. Right now you're to be seen, not heard. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Jimmy replied quietly. Rowena was cutting up lemons, interrupting as she demanded, Where the hell is everyone? Or are they all late too? Believe it or not, dear sister, you're the first ones here, Cold drawled, his hands still resting on Jimmy's neck and petting his hair softly. He nodded toward the nearest sofa, wordlessly urging him to go sit down. Jimmy mourned the loss of contact, but he obeyed, taking a seat on the couch nearest Cold. There was a loud commotion from somewhere off in the mansion, Cold tilting his head as his sister brought him a drink. Not anymore. Jules Price came barging in, no jacket, no tie, and his shirt was distinctly singed across the front. He was grinning, stopping dead in his tracks when he saw Jimmy lounging on the sofa. He burst into a hearty laugh.
Hey, Twig, coming on up in the world.
Jimmy waved awkwardly, remembering Cold's command about staying quiet. Jules gave Cold a smug smile, grinning slyly as he teased.
You're so full of shit.
Fuck off, Jules, Cold said affectionately. Have a drink. Jimmy briefly wondered what Jules was taunting Cold about, but kept his curiosity to himself. Rowena was enjoying her role as bartender, pouring a tumbler of something dark, maybe whiskey. Hey, Jules, she said, offering out the drink.
Hey, Ro,
Jules rumbled, grabbing the glass and knocking it back in one go. Rowena refilled it, and he drank it again with a happy hiss.
Damn, hit me again.
Easy, Tiger, Rowena teased, topping him off once more. Any sign of the guest of honor? Cold drawled.
Oh yeah, he's here. Last I saw him, he had Lori ass up in the back of his Nova.
Jules chuckled, choosing to sip his drink now instead of chugging it. Aw, so they're getting back together? Rowena said, sounding hopeful.
Didn't think Lori had ever gotten around to apologizing,
Cold said with a faint smirk.
Ass up ain't a bad way to start apologizing,
Jules said.
Fuck if I know, though.
Jimmy watched the three of them interact, the camaraderie and love obvious between them all. They really were a family. He still wasn't sure how Jules fit, but it was clear that he belonged with the Legrand siblings. Rowena came around the bar, bringing a fruity-looking cocktail to Jimmy. Here you go, sweetie, she winked playfully. Jimmy mouthed his gratitude, smiling happily. He could handle this. It was just a little party. Nothing to freak out over. Then he saw a familiar face walk in. And maybe, just maybe, it was okay to freak out a little bit. Mickey Tamerlane appeared at the doorway, as silent as his nickname. The Shadow, his dark eyes roaming over the room. His face was blank, his mouth drawn tight in serious concentration. Jimmy recognized him from the news and sank down into the couch cushions. The assassin was 10 times more terrifying in person. He was a gaunt snake of a man,
and his gaze was intense. Jimmy was glad it wasn't directed anywhere near him. Just a party, he reminded himself, for this guy who had just gotten out of prison for killing lots of people. Tamerlane was looking for Cold and quickly approached him with a respectful bow of his head.
Tamerlane,
Cold said with a slight growl as he held the last syllable. Good to see you. Tamerlane knelt, kissing Cold's hand with a soft sigh. Boss. Cold flinched, but allowed it, patting Tamerlane's shoulder. We're glad to have you back. Rowena already had a drink ready, a martini loaded with olives, and handed it to the assassin as he rose to his feet. She stood on her toes to kiss his cheek. We've missed you, Mickey. Tamerlane gave a crooked, rueful smile as he accepted the drink. It's good to be back. His quick eyes found Jimmy, an unfamiliar face at his special party. Who's the twink? Jimmy had been watching the spectacle, trying to grasp the inner workings of the varying power dynamics at play here. But all he could think about was being on his knees like that for Cold. He inhaled sharply when he realized everyone was staring at him. Oh, he's mine, Cold purred, and Jimmy swore he detected a hint of pride. Tamerlane leered, chuckling quietly as he said, A lot has changed since I've been in the clink, eh? Some, Cold admitted, a sly smile gracing his handsome face. Jimmy, this is Mickey Tamerlane. Tamerlane? Jimmy. Jimmy waved anxiously, but fortunately, Tamerlane wasn't very interested in him. He tilted his head in greeting, but his gaze was quickly diverted to the doorway as another guest entered. The newly arrived gentleman was handsome and scruffy, his cheeks a bit rosy. He and Tamerlane exchanged coy smiles, and Jimmy correctly identified him as Roger Lorry. Hey, Bass, Lorry said, opting for a handshake instead of dropping to his knees. Jules? Rowena? He nodded at them as he spoke their names, offering a larger smile for the last. Tamerlane? Hey, Tamerlane said casually, as if they hadn't been locked together in passion's most intimate embrace only a little while ago, if Jules was to be believed. Lorry smiled at Jimmy, a bit puzzled. And who the hell are you? Don't I know you from someplace? He's with Cold, Tamerlane informed him with an envious snarl, so don't get any ideas. One fucking time, Lorry passionately exploded, all pretenses of them being mere acquaintances lost. I fuck up one fucking time in 6, Tamerlane corrected, his stoic demeanor crumbling as he shouted, You fucked up 6 times, and once was with Pim. A tall man with glasses and red hair had popped up at the door, but hearing the name turned him right around and sent him scurrying back down the hallway as Tamerlane and Lorry continued to bicker. A few seconds later, he was brought back under duress by a tall, slim fellow who looked no older than Jimmy, along with a wild-eyed man who had to at least be in his 60s. Jimmy was actually glad he was only serving as a spectator. The chaos was a glorious train wreck. There was a rush of hugging and cheering for Tamerlane by the new arrivals, but Tamerlane was more interested in screaming at Lorry for his rampant infidelity. The older man was egging them on, encouraging Tamerlane to take a poke at the man with the glasses while the tall fellow laughed. Jimmy listened intently, quickly picking up on all their names, despite the lack of introductions. Theodore Pym. That was the redhead with the glasses who very much did not want to get hit and was trying to back away as quickly as possible. The old man was Francis von Valdemar, and the laughing fellow was Thirdsies, so named because he was Francis von Valdemar III. As Valdemar's grandson, the pair represented both the youngest and the oldest members of the gentleman. Cold swept into the fray like a ringmaster, separating Lorry and Tamerlane while pushing Pym off onto a clearly receptive Thirdsies. He sent Valdemar over to busy himself at the bar, telling lewd jokes. Cold had to keep pulling Jules away from cutlery when he started to fidget, pausing to exchange a smile with his sister as she passed out a fresh round of booze. It was the most dysfunctional family reunion Jimmy had ever witnessed, the mania perfectly lubricated by all the alcohol Rowena was too eager to pour. Jimmy shook his head, realizing how easy it was to forget they were all murderers and criminals. Cold had been ignoring Jimmy for most of the evening, playing host and mediator to his gentleman as time ticked by. He would still occasionally glance over and smirk at Jimmy, giving hungry little looks that made him shudder. For his part, Jimmy was content to sit and look pretty, enjoying the fruity concoctions Rowena kept feeding him. His next drink was brought to him by Cold himself, his long fingers gently tracing over the nape of Jimmy's neck as he said, "I'll be right back. Gotta have a little private chat with Jules and Tamerlane." Jimmy nodded obediently, peering earnestly up at Cold. He was truly enjoying himself, but it was hard to relax. "Then can we talk?" he asked hopefully. "Maybe," Cold purred, his eyes raking over Jimmy's suited form. "We'll see." Jimmy nodded, watching Cold leave with Tamerlane and Jules. The longer he had to wait, the more pent up he was starting to feel. If he didn't tell Cold the truth soon, he was going to burst. He stood up, restless, moving to the fireplace to watch the flames. Sipping at his drink, he glanced around at the remaining occupants. None of them really paid much attention to him, and Jimmy was glad for it. He didn't notice when another guest arrived, since he returned his attention to the roaring fire until he heard Thirdsies groan a quiet, "Come on, he's here." "Sorry I'm late to the party," a smooth voice announced, prompting Jimmy to turn around and see a blond man in a dark blue suit. Not entirely unhandsome, but there was something unsettling about him that gave Jimmy pause. Now! Valdemar scolded at Thirdsies. "Don't be rude, Sonny. Make sure he can hear you. Poor bastard might be deaf." He took a deep breath before shouting dramatically, "Oh, for the love of God and all that's holy, he's here!" "Like that, huh?" "Just like that." Valdemar nodded. The newcomer did not look amused. Rowena called out her drunken salutations, the other gentleman either mumbling or ignoring him completely. He didn't seem distressed by the dismissal of him, but his eyes immediately zeroed in on Jimmy. "Well, hello there," the man drawled. "Hands off," Rowena warned with a slight slur to her words. "He's with my brother. My brothers." "Oh, ho, ho. What a sweet little princeling. And imagine that. For the king himself." He snorted, looking Jimmy over curiously. "So Cold left you here all by your lonesome?" the man asked with a mocking pout. He had to have a meeting," Jimmy replied quickly, forcing a small smile and trying to be friendly. He didn't know this gentleman, but there was something about him that made Jimmy uncomfortable. The man was staring at Jimmy unabashedly, his eyes flicking over him from head to toe, like he either wanted to sleep with Jimmy or wear his skin. Maybe both. Definitely creepy. Jimmy fidgeted, his smile becoming more strained as he said, "I'm sure he won't be much longer." The man suddenly advanced, so close now that Jimmy could see the blue of his eyes and his gaze was uncomfortably intense. He bowed his head as if they were about to share a secret, murmuring softly, "Do you know who I am?" No," Jimmy replied, blinking as he took a step back to put some space between them. "I'm sorry, I'm not technically supposed to, talk to anyone. I don't know who you are, sir." The man seemed to relax at that, his lips curling up thoughtfully. "No, I suppose you wouldn't," he said after a moment, allowing Jimmy to retreat to a comfortable distance. He smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Rufus Corman." "Hi," Jimmy said, shaking his hand politely. "I'm Jimmy. You know, just Jimmy." "Jimmy Poe," Corman supplied quietly with a cocky smirk, not letting go of his hand. He squeezed it so hard it hurt, pulling him even closer as he hissed, "You may not know me, but I definitely know who you are." Fuck. Jimmy's face flushed as he frantically jerked his hand away. This wasn't good. How did Corman know his name? How did he know who he was? Laurie had been hovering a few yards away, watching Corman stalk Jimmy. He had come close enough that he could hear them, snapping suddenly.
Wait, Jimmy Poe? As in Augustus Duplin's kid?
Corman scowled for a moment, but his polite expression returned in a blink. It seemed he hadn't wanted to share his discovery with the rest of the class, but there was no point in hiding it now. Indeed, Jimmy didn't know what to do. Cold had told him to stay put, but all he wanted to do right now was run like hell. Neither Corman nor Laurie looked very friendly.
Oh yeah, I knew you looked familiar. I fucking know you,
Laurie sneered, glaring at Jimmy.
Your fucking dad killed my fucking brother. What the fuck? Does Cold fucking know who you are?
I don't know anything about your brother, Jimmy stammered, frantically backing himself against the wall with both Laurie and Corman closing in. And Cold,
Hey,
Rowena shouted, stumbling as she came around the bar, struggling to sober her up with a quickness.
What the fuck do you think you idiots are doing?
Laurie jerked his head at Jimmy, snapping.
This is Augustus Duplin's kid. Like his adopted kid. Oh, please, he is not.
Rowena groaned, but she blinked, staring curiously at Jimmy. There was a doubt beginning to sneak in, her pretty lips curling into a frown. She looked hurt, asking him directly, "Are you?" Jimmy's eyes were wide with terror, trying to explain.
Yes, but fuck, look, we don't ever talk. I ran away. Why didn't you say anything?
Rowena demanded, clearly betrayed and upset.
I kept trying,
Jimmy cried, frustrated and afraid. He yelped when Corman grabbed his collar, dropping his drink and wincing at the sound of shattering glass. Corman pulled him roughly away from the fireplace and started to drag him away. "Oh, I'll take care of this little problem myself," he promised, leering horribly at Jimmy. Jimmy was scared. But he wasn't going anywhere with Corman without a fight. He swung, trying to push him away, snapping, "Get the fuck off me!"
Corman, let him go!
Rowena hissed, taking off one of her heels and rearing her arm back.
God fucking help me. I will beat the brains out of your head with my fucking Jimmy Choo if you don't let him go. Rowena, for fuck's sake.
Laurie groaned.
That guy is a pig's fucking brat. Probably came here to spy on us. You think it's a coincidence that Duplin is all up in Cole's ass about Dickie, and now this guy just happens to show up? I don't care,
Rowena snarled, pointing her shoe at Laurie now.
Roddy said hands the fuck off, and I don't see Roddy right now. Do you? No, but fucking nothing,
Rowena raged, her eyes snapping to Corman.
Get your nasty fucking mitts off of him. We'll let Roddy decide what to do. Until then, let him go.
I don't take orders from you, Rowena,
Corman hissed dryly, and Jimmy tried to wiggle away again while he seemed distracted. Corman's grip only tightened, suddenly crashing Jimmy's face into his knee. Jimmy collapsed to the floor, crying out in pain. His lip was split, and he could taste blood.
You bastard!
Rowena seethed, flinging her shoe at Corman's head. She missed by a mile and cursed loudly, reaching for her other heel.
Easy now,
Corman chuckled, holding up his hands and easily batting away the other shoe as it came flying at his head.
Just a little tap. He's fine.
You are such a fucking douche nozzle,
Rowena growled, dropping down to Jimmy's side and wrapping her arms around him protectively. She glared up at Corman, snapping,
"Oh, Roddy is gonna fuck you up."
"Over some cop's kid? Please," Corman sneered disgustedly. "Cold won't fucking care. He'll probably thank me."
"And what exactly am I thanking you for?"
Cold's voice boomed suddenly, his eyes glittering with a fury Jimmy had never seen when he walked into the den with Jules and Tamerlane flanking either side of him. Jules' giant hands curled into fists, and Tamerlane had a gun drawn in a blink. They weren't looking at Jimmy, though. All of their wrath was aimed directly at Corman. Jimmy didn't understand the reason for all the animosity, but it was very clear that no one was a fan of him. Corman rolled his eyes, gesturing toward Jimmy as he said, "Your little escort here is not what he seems."
"Cold, this is Augustus Duplin's son,"
Laurie snapped.
"I knew I'd seen him before."
"Same here," Corman laughed. "Tell me, Jimmy, when'd you start dyeing your hair? I kind of miss the blonde."
"What?"
Jimmy touched his hair instinctively.
He hadn't been blonde since middle school, and he couldn't begin to imagine how any of these gangsters would know that. Try finding him or Duplin's daughter a year or so back, Lori snorted. Looking for some payback for my brother. Couldn't ever track him down. Cold reached for Jimmy, his hands firm but gentle as he pulled him from Rowena's arms and up to his feet. He cradled the back of Jimmy's head, tilting his face toward him so he could get a better look at the damage. Jimmy was shaking all over, his fingers curling tight around Cold's wrists as his eyes filled with tears. This was it. Cold was going to kill him. He was going to tear him into pieces and feed him to the damn dogs outside. Are you all right? Cold asked quietly. His rage appeared to be simmering for the moment, but his expression was stern. He was letting Jimmy hold his wrist without protest, his icy blue eyes peering at him intently. I'm okay, Jimmy stammered in surprise. He didn't want this to end. No, not like this. He had to plead his case. He had to fight. Trying desperately to explain, please, listen, look, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. I kept trying to tell you. Shh, be quiet now, Cold soothed, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbing Jimmy's bleeding lip. Jimmy was stunned. Cold had to have heard the gentleman's accusations, but he didn't appear to care. He only seemed concerned with Jimmy, scrutinizing the wound once more with a little frown. What the fuck, Cold? Lori shouted, furious that Cold was ignoring them and was so caught up in Jimmy. I demand fucking blood from my brother. Let me have the kid. Are you listening to anything I'm saying? He's Detective Duplin's son.
Cold did not look impressed by Lori's outburst, glaring at him heatedly as he calmly said, Yes, I know. Chapter 9. No one was more shocked than Jimmy. He was frozen in place, gawking stupidly at Cold. He knew. The gangster knew Augustus was his adopted father. Why? How? Jimmy's mind spun with questions, trying to stay grounded, but he was absolutely terrified. Was this the part where Cold made him go to sleep with the fishes? Cement shoes? Was this all some horrible trap?
You brought that pig's fucking kid here? Why?
Laura snarled. My intentions with Mr. Poe are none of your business, Cold said coolly. But I can assure you, he's no threat to any of you.
What about my brother?
Laura demanded. You'll get your blood debt some other way, Cold snarled back, baring his teeth. You will not get it tonight, and you will certainly not get it from Mr. Poe. Jimmy clung to Cold's wrist, staring at Lore to see what he was going to do. Lore backed off, clearly not pleased, but loyal enough to stand down.
Fine, boss,
he said bitterly.
Whatever you say.
Tamerlane lowered his gun, moving to Lore's side and resting his hand on his shoulder. They exchanged a brief glance, something tender and meaningful that was over all too fast when Corman snapped, I think not. I've got my own personal business with Detective Duplin. Corman's eyes zeroed in on Jimmy, adding nastily, and I would love to tell Mr. Poe here all about it.
Yeah? And let you put your fucking hands on him again?
Rowena growled, grabbing her shoes up from the floor.
I don't know what is going on here, but if you think you're gonna hurt Jimmy, oh, I will rock your fucking skull with 6 inches of steel and—
Rowena, Cold said, his voice quick and stern. Rowena glared, but lowered the shoe. The gentlemen all watched silently, the air tense. There had been a serious violation of their decorum, and now it had to be corrected. They all seemed to know what was coming. Mr. Corman, Cold said, his voice eerily calm. I think you're forgetting something very important here. We gentlemen have rules. Guiding Jimmy into Rowena's arms, his eyes flickered to Jules in an unspoken command. Jules grabbed Corman without question, roughly pinning his arms behind his back. Rule number 1. I'm the boss. Cold reared back and socked Corman right in his jaw with a deafening crack. He took a deep breath and hit him again, Corman's nose crunching and starting to bleed. No, wait, Corman protested, struggling to free himself from Jules' hold. I meant no offense. I'm the boss. And do you know what that means? Cold calmly removed his jacket, offering it to Tamerlane for safekeeping. He stretched his neck and rolled his shoulders back as he took off his cufflinks. He put them in his pants pocket and began to roll up his sleeves. It means you don't touch what's mine. A thick gush of blood was pouring out of Corman's busted face, and Jimmy felt strange. His body was light as a feather, and he was floating. He wasn't inside the mansion now. He was back at home, his family's old home. He could see the knife hitting his mother in the chest over and over. He could see the blood. The room began to spin, and the man in the white coat was there with the knife in his hand, laughing as his mother screamed for mercy. He couldn't stop watching, and the man in the white's face was a blank void. He didn't have a face. Why didn't he have a face? The void was melting away as he cackled, and everything went black. Jimmy? Jimmy! It was Rowena's voice calling to him as she cradled his face sweetly. Jimmy stirred, groaning. A sharp slap across his cheek made him yelp. "Ah, there, see?" Rowena cooed. "He's fine." Jimmy opened his eyes, realizing he was on the floor. He saw Rowena hovering over him and Cold crouched next to her. Cold's brow was furrowed, and Jimmy could have sworn he actually looked concerned. It made his heart skip a beat, waiting for the room to stop spinning. "Are you okay?" Rowena asked with a little frown. Jimmy looked around. "Is he... what happened? Where is everyone?" "Carmen left to go lick his boo-boos. Everybody else is playing out by the pool." "You fainted, sweetie," Rowena said, gently petting his hair. "No tummy for blood, huh?" "I guess, no, not really." Jimmy groaned, struggling to sit up and staring at Cold. The gangster was dressed again as if nothing had happened, but there was a faint spray of blood spattered on his cheek that Jimmy couldn't take his eyes off of. Cold glanced at Rowena with a questioning look. She cleared her throat, tapping her own cheek. "Got a little something on you." Cold made a face and stood up with a frustrated sigh. He took out his handkerchief, dabbing himself off. Everyone else had left the room except Jules, who was currently humming to himself as he wiped up some more blood from the floor. Jimmy's stomach twisted at the sight. What did you do?" "Oh, it was just a few little love taps," Rowena reassured Jimmy, patting his shoulder. "Coleman actually looks better with a broken nose." Jimmy was horrified. Broke his nose? Cold scoffed at Jimmy's reaction, stalking toward the bar to make himself a drink. He poured a second for Jules, sniping, "Should have taken his finger."
There's still time,
Jules offered with a grin, joining him in a toast. "Oh my God," Jimmy gasped, revulsion rising up to meet the bile dancing in the back of his throat. Rowena frowned sympathetically. "Sweetie, Coleman is bold, and he's not exactly the most loyal gentleman. This was a long time coming. You see, he was the last one to join, and he only did when it was clear Roddy was going to win. Plus, Rowena," Cold warned. "I think that's enough story time." "Oh yeah?" Rowena hissed, jumping up and whirling around to face her brother. "Hey, how about you tell me a little story? Like, why the fuck didn't you tell me what you were up to?"
I knew,
Jules said with a shrug, chewing on a lemon rind.
"Not helping!"
Rowena shrieked angrily. "It was business," Cold said icily. "Nothing for you to worry about."
"And that's why you let me take him out shopping? Let me think it was cool to hang out with him? Oh, because it's just business?"
Rowena snapped, completely fearless as she got right in her brother's face.
"What do you really want with Jimmy?"
"We have an arrangement," was Cold's calm reply, not moved by his sibling's rage. Rowena scoffed disgustedly, her eyes searching his face for some sort of clue. "Mr. Poe and I are going to have a little chat about it right now," Cold said, ignoring Jules' loud chuckle and approaching Jimmy. He offered his hand and pulled him up on unsteady feet. Jimmy wobbled, but his pulse fluttered at the contact. His stomach was beginning to bubble with nervous energy again, He had no idea what to expect from Cold now. Glancing over his shoulder at his sister, Cold smirked. "Enjoy the rest of the party."
Roddy,
Rowena said sternly.
we're not done talking about this.
"Good night, Jules," Cold called out, ignoring her and curling his arm possessively around Jimmy's waist as they made to leave.
Night, night. Night, Twig.
Jules replied cheerfully, laughing as Rowena fell into an enraged bout of cursing that would make a sailor blush. One of her shoes came flying by, clattering on the floor as she shouted after them, "Not done!" "Good night, sweet sister," Cold called back, leaving her shrieking in rage as he guided Jimmy toward a large staircase. He looked very pleased with himself and chuckled softly. Jimmy still felt a little dizzy, but strikingly sober as Cold began to lead him upstairs. He tried to push the images of the blood out of his mind, focusing on the sound of his own labored breathing. Looking ahead, he struggled to pay attention to where Cold was taking him. They were upstairs and walking into a massive foyer with a small seating area. It was filled with dozens of bags that Jimmy recognized as the loot from the shopping spree with Rowena. Past the foyer was another den, but there were personal touches of the man who lived there. The furniture was more worn and comfortable, ratty old things that most people would have left out on a curb. There was a large record player with an impressive vinyl collection. A few posters and photographs were hung on the walls, but it was too dark for Jimmy to make much of anything out. Deeper still they went, Jimmy now standing within the inner sanctum of Boss Cold's master bedroom. The bed was a massive beast, with 4 posts that reached the ceiling and plush blankets and pillows all perfectly arranged. The furniture in here was more ornate and warm, perhaps antique, though all the colors were still dark shades of blue and brown. Jimmy fidgeted awkwardly, looking around anxiously as Cold turned on a small lamp at the bedside. "How long have you known?" he asked before even thinking, the words spilling out like a glass of red wine on white carpet. He couldn't take them back now. He had to know. He had to figure out the depth of the mess he had gotten himself into. "How long?" Cold pursed his lips thoughtfully, but didn't answer, nodding for Jimmy to sit down on a small chase at the foot of the bed. "Before or after we had sex?" Jimmy spat, plopping down on the chase. "Before," Cold replied after a long pause. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Why didn't you?" Cold shot back with all the maturity of a 4-year-old and the indignant scowl to match. "Hey, I tried telling you, but you wouldn't let me," Jimmy protested, crossing his arms over his chest. "Remember?" Cold snorted, moving to a large liquor cabinet and opening it. Inside was a wet bar and a small ice machine. He wrapped a few ice cubes up in a small towel from the side of the sink, bringing it to Jimmy and pressing it against his swollen lip. Jimmy winced, but held the ice in place. He didn't know if he should be trying to run or begging on his knees. Cold didn't appear to be angry with him, and it wouldn't make much sense to drag him up to his personal bedroom if he was going to kill him. Wordlessly moving back to the bar, Cold poured himself something dark out of an expensive-looking bottle. Jimmy gulped, readjusting the ice on his mouth where it was starting to ache from the cold. He kept waiting for the gangster to speak, but no conversation seemed to be forthcoming. Several beats of silence passed before Jimmy couldn't stand it any longer. "So was it before the second time? Before the first time?"
Mr. Poe, for a moment, pretend that I'm not half as stupid as you seem to think I am," Cold retorted dryly. "I already knew everything about you before I ever stepped foot in your sorry little apartment." Jimmy's heart dropped. "But why? I mean, I know I owed you a lot of money," but he was confused, his eyes narrowing at Cold suspiciously. "Why try to shake me down if you already knew Augustus was a cop?" Cold chuckled over the rim of his glass. Why, indeed. Realization punched Jimmy right in the gut. This wasn't about me. This was about getting to him. That was the plan. Cold shrugged, not even having the decency to look like he felt guilty about it. "What frickin' plan exactly?" Jimmy demanded, too angry to worry about pushing the gangster too far. "I wanted to make a deal," Cold replied candidly.
pile on your debt, give you a good scare, send you crying to Duplin. When he came banging on my door, I'd offer to erase your debt in exchange for him backing the fuck off. He tilted his head thoughtfully. But then something happened.
What?
Jimmy frowned softly. You, Cold answered simply, his eyes flickering over to settle on Jimmy's for a long moment. When Jules threatened you, you didn't squeal for your little cop daddy to come save you. Oh no, you offered yourself instead. Not what I was expecting. But with an offer like that, who could possibly refuse? Jimmy felt sick and swallowed audibly. What about Augustus? Why do you think I had you meet me at a very public, very popular hotel? Cold drawled. And then had you go right to the front desk to get a key? I did everything in order to ensure Duplin would find out that you were here with me. If you wouldn't go to him, I'd make sure he came to me. Jimmy's face felt hot, trying not to get upset. He couldn't believe how he had been played. That's why you wouldn't let me tell you about my family last night, he realized, the pieces slowly beginning to fall into place. You wanted to keep this stupid charade up. Correct, Cold said with a small tilt of his head. I wasn't expecting Lori or Corman to recognize you tonight, though. A rare miscalculation on my part. I knew there was a chance Lori might because of his history with Detective Duplin, but Corman surprised me.
But why? Why stop me from telling you about Augustus? Jimmy snapped.
Plausible deniability, Cold said with a small shrug. If you haven't told me Duplin is your daddy, then you can't upset our arrangement if I have to do something about him later. Killing a cop brings a lot of heat, but I'll do what I have to. Jimmy dropped the ice and wrapped his arms tightly around himself, stunned, speechless for a few moments. Killing Augustus. Cold was talking about killing him. Kill a cop? Jimmy repeated quietly, stunned. You'd kill him? I'm not going back to prison, Mr. Poe, Cold replied shortly. So I'm what? Jimmy demanded. Your get-out-of-jail-free card? Mm-hmm, Cold hummed, walking to stand in front of Jimmy. He looked positively smug, saying, all I have to do is wait, and Detective Duplin will come. Well, Jimmy huffed, I don't think your plan is going to work. Augustus already came to me trying to get to you, and I told him I didn't want any fucking help from him. What? It was Cold's turn to be surprised again. Yeah, Jimmy scoffed in response. He tracked me down over at Maury's and was asking me about what I was doing with you. And what did you tell him? Cold asked him carefully, eyes never leaving his. His whole body had become rigid, every muscle tensing as he set his glass aside. What did I tell him? Jimmy glared and swallowed back a sob as the memory of the encounter bathed him in frustration. I told him to fuck off. Maybe you should have done your research a little better, because then you would know that I haven't talked to Augustus in years. Oh, but the fucking second he thinks he can use me to get to you, Jimmy, Cold warned, bristling with rage. No, fuck you, Jimmy shot back, so furious with the interruption it didn't even register that Cold had actually used his first name. Tears were running down his face and he angrily wiped them off with his sleeve. He just wanted to use me, like you. Some stupid little pawn in your bullshit game. I'm just some thing you both want to use to fuck with each other. You don't care. And he even threatened me that... He threatened you, Cold repeated, his voice strangely calm suddenly. His body language shifted, still angry, but now it was focused elsewhere. Yeah, threatened to put out the word that I was a snitch. That I had been talking to the cops if I didn't agree to give him information. Jimmy sniffed, shaking his head. He's such a bastard. Cold's face was blank, fingers tapping at the rim of his glass as he let Jimmy talk. You know, the last time I called him was asking for money because I was hungry. I was desperate. He wouldn't do it unless I came home and gave up on my dad. Jimmy groaned in frustration, trying to stop crying, finally yelling, You're both assholes. Fuck Augustus. And fuck you. Jimmy couldn't breathe and the room was beginning to spin again. He could suddenly see flashes of blood, unsure if it was his mother's or Corman's. His heart was pounding in his ears so loud that everything else was drowned out by the terrible throbbing. Not again. It was happening again. He was going to pass out. Cold lunged forward as if to strike, his hand at the back of Jimmy's neck. But he didn't claw or squeeze. His hand was simply there, warm and comforting. "Breathe," Cold commanded. That voice, that dominant tone. It was like a beacon in the darkness, and Jimmy latched onto it tightly as he tried to drag himself out of the panic he'd fallen into. Jimmy was trembling, his hands rising up to rest on Cold's hips. He could feel the man's tension beneath his fingers at being touched, but he wasn't being pushed away. Cold's grip at his neck invited Jimmy closer until he was standing. "Just breathe," Cold commanded again, his voice stern. But his hands were gentle as they slid around to hold Jimmy's shoulders. Jimmy gasped for air, tears streaming down his face as he fought to suck in precious oxygen. His heart was racing so fast now that it was making his stomach turn, and he desperately clung to the front of Cold's suit to hold himself steady. "Easy now," Cold purred, his tone softer, tender, as he coaxed him down off the edge of madness. Sucking in one last shaking breath, Jimmy's body finally began to settle down. He still had his fingers tangled in Cold's jacket, but he didn't want to let go. "I'm sorry," he said weakly. That hasn't happened in a long time." "Was it the blood?" Cold asked quietly. "Yes," Jimmy said, his eyes closing. "My mother, she was murdered." He laughed half-heartedly. "Well, I guess you know all about that, too." "Your father is currently serving in Westchester for the crime," Cold said flatly. "Wrongly convicted," Jimmy said quickly, always fast to defend him. "So says every man in prison," Cold tutted. "My father really is innocent. I know he didn't kill my mother." Cold quirked his brows, his icy eyes ticking over the features of Jimmy's face carefully. "You really do believe he's innocent? How can you be so sure?" "Because I was there," Jimmy whispered with a shudder. "I saw the whole thing. I saw another man, the man who killed her, a man wearing a white coat." "You were there?" Cold repeated. It almost sounded like a question. "Yes," Jimmy confirmed miserably. "But no one believed me. Not the cops, not even Augustus. That's why we don't talk anymore. He never believed what I saw." Cold seemed to be thinking about something, silent for a long moment. "I believe you, Jimmy." "You do?" No one had ever believed him except Maury. "Yes, I do," Cold replied softly. "I've been able to survive this long because of my wits and my instincts. I can tell when someone is lying to me. You are not." "Well, I appreciate that. Actually, a lot. But..." Jimmy hung his head defeatedly. "That doesn't help my dad get out of prison. That's how I got into so much debt, you know? Trying to get his case reopened." "It's impressive." "What? That I blew that much money with nothing to show for it?" Jimmy bit out sourly, Colt's previous comment from the other evening still carrying a sting. "Your loyalty," Colt corrected, his eyes scanning over Jimmy's face as his hands began to roam, slowly moving to loosely curl at the base of Jimmy's neck. Any man would be lucky to have that kind of devotion. Jimmy was not expecting that response, his hands coming up to rest on top of Cold's. His eyes fluttered. Is that what you want from me?" "What do you want, Mr. Poe?" Cold countered, his thumbs gently rubbing over Jimmy's throat. "You," Jimmy replied immediately, melting into his touch. He guided Cold's fingers to move around his throat just under his jaw, tenderly holding his wrists. It was the same way they had held each other for the first time they met in Jimmy's apartment. There was something so intimate about this. Cold literally had Jimmy's life in his hands if he decided to be cruel. And Jimmy was totally submissive, offering himself over without question. "I know you're just using me," Jimmy said softly, his voice cracking as he continued. "But I don't want this to stop." "Why?" Cold challenged. "Because I'm using you too," he replied earnestly. He had never felt as wanted or satisfied as he did being in this man's embrace. Nothing had ever soothed him like that beautiful voice, and he wasn't ready to lose it. "I like the things we do." Cold's fingers flexed ever so slightly, purring. Arrangements like ours have to be built on trust, Mr. Poe." "You don't trust me?" Jimmy frowned. "No," Cold replied without hesitation. "I trust you," Jimmy said all too quickly. "You shouldn't," Cold said flatly. "I'm not a good man." "I know." "And yet you still want to continue our little arrangement?" Cold looked thoughtful, his lips pursing together and a little wrinkle etching his forehead. "After some renegotiations, yes," Jimmy said stubbornly. "Oh, really?" Cold scoffed, clearly amused. "And what makes you think I'm going to agree to do that?" "You want this as much as I do," Jimmy replied, licking his lips nervously. He had to be right. This had to mean something. "We both know it's not about the money." "What makes you so sure?" "How do you know I won't get rid of you the second that last penny drops?" "I don't," Jimmy replied with a shrug. "But we're still talking, aren't we?" Cold smirked, drawling slowly. "Fine, Mr. Poe. What are your demands?" "Don't kill Augustus," Jimmy said immediately, cringing when he saw the instant look of disgust on Cold's face. "He and I don't get along. We probably never will, but please don't hurt him." Can't promise you that," Cold said with a scowl. "I'm running out of options for a peaceful resolution with Detective Duplin. I doubt you're any good as leverage now." "Why?" "If I try to use you now, you may decide to end our little arrangement," Cold said with a roll of his eyes. He hesitated, his expression turning uncharacteristically soft as he added quietly, "Our deal is important to me." "It is?" Jimmy tried not to sound so hopeful. "You do owe me a lot of money." "Yeah," Jimmy pouted, wishing Cold would admit there was more than money involved between them. "Half of which is from you charging me some bullshit penalty to screw with me." Cold did not look moved by the accusation, but didn't deny it, his eyebrow quirking again as he said, "And?" Jimmy gritted his teeth, deciding to try a new angle. He smiled sweetly, laying it on thick as he said, "Come on, you're Boss Cold. You rule over all of Strassen Springs. You're like the most powerful gangster that's ever lived. All those wits and instincts, right? You're clever enough to find another way to get Augustus to leave you alone, without involving me or hurting anyone else." Cold's lip curled into a faint snarl, clearly knowing that Jimmy was blatantly playing to his ego. It worked anyway. "Fine. I will find another way to deal with Detective Duplin." "What else?" "A job," Jimmy said quickly. "Oh?" Cold actually laughed. "Do you not enjoy your time working for me?" "You said yourself you might drop me after I pay you off," Jimmy said stubbornly. "I need a real job, something I'll be able to depend on. I have bills to pay, and I still want to help my father." Cold's fingers began to move, deftly untying the bow around Jimmy's neck. He dropped it to the floor and began to slowly unbutton Jimmy's shirt next. "I may be able to arrange something. Is that all?" "Don't lie to me again." Jimmy said desperately, trying not to get distracted by Cold's nimble touch. You're right. For this arrangement to work, there has to be trust. I know what you are, but what you did using me like that, what you tried to do with Augustus, and Rowena too, you lied to her.
Careful,
Cold warned, his amusement faltering in favor of an icy glare.
What I do for my sister is none of your concern.
Fine, Jimmy protested, but don't lie to me again. He swallowed thickly. Please?
Very well,
Cold said, finished opening Jimmy's shirt and gazing over at him approvingly.
You should know, as long as we're reworking our deal, I have some revisions of my own.
And those are?
You may think of Rowena as your friend, but she's my sister,
Cold said harshly.
I will do anything to keep her safe, and how I go about it is none of your business.
Do not ever question how I treat her again.
Are we clear?
Crystal.
Second, due to your mouthy performance today, I'm going to cut your nightly payments from 10 down to $5,000.
Cold went on, smiling cruelly. But now it will take twice as long to pay you back, Jimmy protested, whining as Cold's fingers began to loosen his belt.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you spoke without permission at the party.
Cold chuckled darkly.
I'll still allow you to earn bonuses, at my discretion. So, perhaps you should focus more on pleasing me with that mouth instead of running it so much.
Jimmy's teeth clicked together before he argued any more. Cold had actually just ensured they had twice the amount of time together. He really wasn't going to complain too much. Anything else, sir? Cold visibly shivered at Jimmy's addressing him so formally, smirking when his pants dropped down and he was indeed not wearing any underwear. He let his eyes glaze over with a lust as he openly admired Jimmy, adding nonchalantly,
"Oh, just one more thing."
Jimmy's cock twitched in anticipation, his tongue running over his battered lips eagerly. Yes?
If Augustus Duplin or any of the SSPD approaches you again, you call me immediately, Cold replied. If I can't use you, neither can they. Trust goes both ways, Mr. Poe.
Fine, but there's, Jimmy stammered, embarrassed suddenly. There's sort of a problem. I can't. It's just that.
What?
Cold groaned, obviously eager to move on to more physical pleasures. I don't have a phone, Jimmy moaned helplessly. Cold huffed, blinking several times in exasperation.
I will get you a fucking phone,
he growled, reaching down to start unbuttoning his own pants, palming his enormous erection through his underwear.
Now, do we have a deal?
Yes, sir, Jimmy said, practically salivating at the sight of Cold's cock straining to escape from the tight fabric.
Good,
Cold purred happily, his fingers grabbing a handful of Jimmy's hair as he hissed.
Now, on your knees.
Chapter 10. As Jimmy sank down to his knees before Cold, he knew he had no reason to trust that the gangster would keep to their new deal. All he could do was hope that he wasn't wrong about the man's affection for him. In the same way, he held out hope that his father would be free one day. Here, now, before him, genuflecting with his mouth open to take whatever offering Cold would give him, Jimmy was instantly relieved of all of his sorrows. Here, he found peace. His anxiety was erased, and though the thrum of his blood pumping through his veins was excited, he was calm. He was happy. Jimmy had spent so many years alone, giving everything he had to finding a way to free his father. He had nearly starved, been evicted multiple times, and lost more jobs than he could count. One winter, he had gotten so sick, he thought he had pneumonia, but didn't dare go to the hospital because he knew he wouldn't be able to pay the bill. He'd cried himself to sleep infinite times, haunted by the awful dreams of being a failure. His only friend was a crusty old loan shark, but even Maury's company was not enough to fill Jimmy's loneliness. His few romances were brief, always ending in heartache. His partners would always leave him, exhausted by his never-ending quest for justice. At first, they'd be supportive, a shoulder to cry on, and offering a warm bed to sleep in. However, in their final moments together, as the relationship was inevitably crumbling, they all confessed that they thought Jimmy was nuts. Not one of his partners had ever truly believed him, except Cold. Cold had looked into his eyes and told him he knew he was telling the truth. Jimmy hadn't had enough time to process the full gravity of how much that meant to him. It was completely and totally validating, a satisfaction he'd never known before. If Cold believed in him, well, Jimmy had to try to believe in Cold too. Cold slid his jacket off, and all of Jimmy's attention was immediately focused on his every move. Despite only being his suit coat, Jimmy was mesmerized watching Cold undress. He'd dreamed of the day he would finally see what was underneath all those layers. And now, his eyes took in every detail that he could. The cut of Cold's vest revealed a much leaner form than Jimmy had first thought, though still much broader than his own. The shirt sleeves hugged muscular biceps and strong forearms. He watched Cold pull his thick cock out, giving himself soft strokes, and he was consumed with the need to taste him. He had forgotten about his wounded lip, his only thought on swiping his tongue across the head of Cold's cock, where he saw the faint glimmer of pre-cum already forming. Cold canted his hips forward, rubbing his cock against Jimmy's cheek, drawling, "So hungry for it, aren't you? Open your mouth wider." Jimmy tried. He tried so hard, but the small laceration on his lip wouldn't allow it. He whimpered, trying to force it until he felt the fresh scab start to crack. Cold warned, his thumb moving to gingerly glide over the wound. "I can take it, sir," Jimmy pleaded, trying to turn his head and gobble up the tip of Cold's cock. Cold seized Jimmy's hair back in a savage hold, growling, "You take what I give you, Mr. Poe. I think you need a refresher course on how this little arrangement of ours works." With a whine, sullen and pouting, Jimmy ran his tongue over the scab on his lip. Cold's fingers dragging over his scalp sent bolts of pleasure all the way down his spine, making him gasp when he abruptly let go. Cold tucked himself away, zipping up his pants, but he didn't buckle his belt. He pulled it from the loops, the leather making a delightful sound as it raced against the fabric on its way to freedom. Curling it up tight in his hands, Cold dropped down on the chase behind Jimmy with a faint growl. "Come here." Jimmy whirled around, still bent on one knee as he watched Cold point at his thigh, beckoning him to lay over his lap. Jimmy started to shrug off his remaining clothes, his shirt and his jacket still on, but Cold suddenly snapped the belt at his bare hip. "Leave those on. Shoes, too." Jimmy nodded, immediately noticing that the bite of the belt was much sharper than Cold's hand and lingered much longer. He moved to lay himself across Cold's lap, blushing down to his neck at being so exposed. Cold ran his hand over Jimmy's lower back, sliding down to squeeze his cheeks and lewdly run a dry finger in between them. "Now, Mr. Poe, do you understand why you're being punished?" "I wasn't listening," Jimmy suggested, wiggling around as he tried to find a comfortable position. His legs were so long they dangled awkwardly onto the floor. He could keep his head up for now, and glanced over his shoulder to peer up at Cold. "That's part of it," Cold said,
I value obedience very much, but you're already hurt, and my intention is never to damage you. That's much more important, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
Now, hold very still for me.
Jimmy froze, his breath getting stuck in his throat when he felt the cool leather of the belt teasing over his cheeks. He tried to relax, tried not to move, but the first crack of the belt made him jump and cry out. Cold's hand was right there, smoothing across the welt he'd left behind.
You did well. 4 more, and maybe that'll be enough for you to learn,
God, yes. Yes, sir, Jimmy panted.
Good boy,
Cold praised, his hand moving away for the belt to snap against Jimmy's flesh in its place. Jimmy yelped, ending in a pitiful whine. It felt like Cold had somehow managed to hit the exact same spot as before, lightening up a scorching line of pain across his ass. His head felt too heavy to hold up now. The third pop made Jimmy moan, the burning sensation sending all sorts of mixed signals between his legs. His cock was aching, grinding into Cold's thigh, trying to find some relief from the intense sensation. Cold reverently petted Jimmy's welted cheeks, dipping his finger in his mouth before sliding it teasingly over his hole.
Just 2 more, Mr. Poe.
The fourth strike made Jimmy cry out again, sweat starting to erupt all along his back and face. It was too much, too hot, and he groaned as his head fell down in utter submission. The pain buzzed all over, his head light but happy as he mewed softly at Cold's fingers slipping inside of him again.
You have the most perfect little asshole,
Cold said, spitting on his fingers before returning to play with the edge of his hole.
And it's all mine.
Yours, Jimmy agreed softly.
For the duration of this agreement, no one else will have you,
Cold said, a possessive growl rasping his usually smooth voice.
Do you understand me, Mr. Poe?
Jimmy hesitated, blinking stupidly as he struggled to lift his head and stare at Cold. He couldn't be sure, but it sounded like Cold was saying they were going to be exclusive. And you'll be mine? Cold sneered, a single finger pushing inside him deep enough to make Jimmy whimper.
I'm not the one who offered up their body for money, Mr. Poe. You did. Until the debt is paid, every inch of you belongs to me. I, however, am a free man, and I will do as I please.
Needy and upset, Jimmy whined a deeper complaint. It wasn't that he desired to be with anyone else. It was quite the opposite. He didn't want anyone but Cold, and the mere thought of him being with another person stabbed Jimmy right in the chest with a wicked prick of envy that threatened to poison the good mood. That's not fair, Jimmy protested, yelping loudly when Cold cracked the belt over his stinging ass once more. Fuck, he stuttered, tears welling up as he went limp on Cold's lap, the only tension left in his body curling his hands into tight fists.
Our arrangement is more than fair. Any whore would consider themselves lucky to be paid like you are,
Cold scoffed. Yes, sir. Jimmy uttered the words as if they were a curse. There was something about that word that invoked a deep sense of shame and anger, but it also made his loins ache.
That's a good boy,
Cold purred. Yes, sir, Jimmy seethed again, his cock grinding into Cold's leg, hating how good it felt. Cold's hands glided over his stinking ass, eliciting a soft moan.
Take off your clothes. Now, shoes as well, he ordered abruptly. Get up on the bed.
Jimmy expected him to shove him off his lap onto the floor, but Cold helped him and guided him onto the mattress. even divesting him of the clothes himself when Jimmy's hands shook in an effort to obey. Cold picked everything up and neatly folded them to join his jacket on the chase. Sighing contently, Cold's eyes hungrily roved over Jimmy's body. Jimmy blushed from the intense gaze, his cock bobbing between his legs as he stretched out across the bed before Cold.
Hands and knees. Now, scoot toward me just until you're about to fall off the bed,
Cold instructed, purring pleasurably as Jimmy quickly complied. He traced his fingers across the welt marks he'd left on Jimmy's cheeks, proudly touching each one individually. Keeping his ass up, Jimmy bowed his head down and tried to contain his emotions. Today was too much, too fast, and he focused on Cold's voice to keep him from sinking back down into the abyss. Cold did care for him, he was certain, and he had about 2 months now to prove it. Jimmy heard Cold tinkering around in the drawer, a lid snapping open with a distinct squirt of something wet. He gasped when he felt Cold's fingers sliding around his cock, praying for more friction, but receiving very little.
Hold still,
Cold warned, his dexterous fingers winding something around the base of Jimmy's cock and starting to slip behind his balls. Jimmy resisted the urge to wiggle at the new sensation, ducking his head down to peer between his legs at what Cold was doing. It was a thin leather band, making him twitch when he heard the distinct click of a button snapping and felt immediate pressure around his genitals. A cock ring. Cold was putting a cock ring on him. The rest of the snaps clicked into place, Cold's fingers sliding around to test the fit.
Nice and snug.
He paused before asking,
Not too tight?
No, sir. Jimmy was confused. He had used a cock ring before when he was feeling super daring with an ex-girlfriend from college. It was one that had a little vibrating bit on it, but he only wore it around his cock. Certainly not his balls, too. He was also completely mystified as to why he was wearing it when Cold was clearly intent on being the one fucking him. Cold seemed to sense Jimmy's apprehension and explained.
This will keep you nice and hard, but you won't come. You're not gonna come until I think you've earned it.
Swallowing audibly, Jimmy nodded. His cock was beyond hard at that moment, and he was surprised at how quickly all the blood began pooling there. He was certain he could etch glass with the tip of his dick. His balls felt tighter, too, and he groaned as Cold's hand palmed them gently.
But when you do, it will be very, very intense,
Cold assured him, his hand moving to grab more lubricant, judging by the familiar squelching sound. Jimmy expected Cold's cock to start filling him up, but instead, he felt the cool sensation of silicone probing his hole. A dildo, not as thick as Cold's cock, was still enough to make him gasp as it started pushing inside him. As Cold carefully thrust the toy in and out, he squeezed Jimmy's stinging cheek, going deeper with the dildo each time.
Look at how beautifully you are opening up. You're taking it so well.
Gasping, faster and faster as Cold fucked him, Jimmy arched his back into the sensation. The toy wasn't as thick as Cold's cock, but it was definitely longer, making him groan as his body worked to adjust to the additional length. Cold's soothing praise was a warm blanket wrapping him up tight, comforting and momentarily distracting him from his own throbbing erection. Cold kept moving the toy and reached down to stroke his fingers along the shaft of Jimmy's member, purring delightfully.
Why, Mr. Poe, you are positively dripping.
Jimmy whimpered, embarrassed at how slick he was as Cold's fingers teased his cock. He was so wet, and Cold stroking him with feather-light touches made him want to scream for release. Please, Jimmy implored, trying to rock his hips down into Cold's hand and gasping when the toy was thrust a little harder.
Please, what? Cold asked expectantly.
Please, I need more, sir. Jimmy cried, fingers tugging at the blankets beneath him.
Cold squeezed Jimmy's hip affectionately, slowly withdrawing the toy and testing his hole with his fingers.
Are you ready for me?
Yes, sir, Jimmy replied eagerly, shifting his knees and spreading his legs invitingly. Quickly rolling on a condom and grabbing more lube, Cold positioned the head of his cock at Jimmy's hole. He rested his hands on Jimmy's hips and slowly pushed forward. Jimmy groaned, the sound shuddering in his throat as his body stretched to take on Cold's impressive girth. He was preparing himself for Cold to start fucking him, waiting for the brutal slams to get going as they always had before. But it didn't happen. Instead, Cold's hands rubbed Jimmy's raw cheeks, his cock sliding in and out with purpose, but patiently. Moaning wantonly, Jimmy was left gasping with each thrust. He felt so full, and Cold kept grazing his prostate, just enough to make him squirm and make his cock shiver. The ring wasn't uncomfortable, not yet, but his balls felt tight, and his cock was insanely sensitive. Sex had always been good with Cold, but this was incredible. He was moving so tenderly, squeezing Jimmy's hips and guiding him back to make the most of every thrust. Jimmy crumbled into the mattress, moaning desperately as Cold sweetly wrecked him. Cold's hands were all over him, caressing his sides, grabbing onto his shoulders as he rocked their bodies together. Mouth hanging open in a blissful smile, Jimmy tipped his head back. This was heaven. But the tension in his balls was becoming uncomfortable, the pressure nearing overwhelming. He felt frantic, unsure what to do. He didn't want to use the safe word because it did feel good. But fuck, it was almost too much. Sir, I need to come.
Yes, you've been such a very good boy for me. Cold growled, his voice rough with lust. He never stopped moving his hips, skilled fingers quickly unsnapping the ring and grabbing Jimmy's cock. Jimmy shouted, every nerve instantly on fire and crying out as Cold stroked him. He was too sensitive and writhed in protest. He could feel all the blood rushing back between his legs, and 2, maybe 3 quick jerks of Cold's hands was all it took, and he was coming. It was like being tipped over a waterfall, his stomach dropping as his cock pulsed repeatedly. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. 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 Jimmy wailed, every muscle in his body twitching with pleasure as he came. He heard Cold grunt as his ass clenched down on his cock, fucking him through it until Jimmy swore his bones had all been replaced with spaghetti. Jimmy's cock was still tingling when Cold pulled out, one last moan making his lower lip tremble. He wanted to plop face first into the mattress, utterly exhausted. But Cold hadn't finished yet. Turn around, Cold grunted urgently. Jimmy tried to move as best as he could, his body aching as he shifted positions. Cold had taken off the condom and his cock was right there in Jimmy's face, his hand frantically jacking himself off and aiming right at Jimmy's mouth. Yes? Cold asked, his ministration slowing until Jimmy replied. Fuck yes, Jimmy panted, sticking out his tongue to welcome the load. Cold's lips twitched up in a smile, grunting. Good boy. He kept stroking his cock, groaning low as he came a few moments later. Hot cum splattering across Jimmy's tongue that he lapped up, swallowing every drop eagerly and savoring the warmth and taste. There was one errant shot that had grazed his cheek, and he tried to stick out his tongue to get it. Cold tenderly wiped it off his face, offering it to Jimmy. A very, very good boy, he confirmed, practically purring like a house cat when Jimmy greedily licked the cum off his fingers. Jimmy beamed proudly, murmuring contently when Cold gently touched his face. I was good? Very good, Cold sighed, his hands softly curling around Jimmy's neck and thumb stroking along his jaw. Leaning into Cold's grip, Jimmy's fingers rose up to hold his wrist. His stomach was fluttering from the praise, and he gently petted the underside of Cold's pulse point. Cold hadn't flinched away yet. Jimmy wanted to hold on to this tender connection for as long as he could.
"Now, let's get you cleaned up,"
Cold said with a smirk, ending it all too soon, pulling away and adjusting himself. He straightened his vest and offered a hand to help Jimmy up to his feet. Jimmy's muscles were the consistency of Jell-O, and he was very grateful to have Cold assist him. He loved how Cold's hand felt in his and dared to give it a small squeeze. He wanted to tell Cold to go get a bowl to carry him in because he was about to melt from all the attention. Cold's arm felt so strong around him as he guided him into the bathroom. It was the size of Jimmy's apartment, all black tile and stainless steel. There was a monstrous tub and a stand-up shower that a small group of people could have fit in. The only light came from a series of small bulbs lining the edges of the mirrors hanging over the dual vanity sink. Jimmy was grateful for the calming atmosphere as Cold got him into the shower.
"Get washed up and come to bed,"
Cold instructed softly, leaving him then to bathe by himself. Jimmy groaned happily as the hot water poured over him, leaning against the cool tile. He winced as he washed his body, his cheeks still a bit tender, but he lingered for a long while, singing to himself as he enjoyed the steam billowing up around him. Jimmy lost track of the time, singing through at least 3 or 4 songs. He finally gave up the hot water, sticking his head out to find a thick black robe and a few towels waiting for him by the sink. Blushing softly, he realized Cold had probably heard him singing. He quickly dried off and wrapped himself up in the plush robe to scurry back into the bedroom. He could hear music playing softly from the other room, and curiosity made him pause. Jimmy wanted to see what Cold was doing, but he'd been told to go to bed. Didn't mean he couldn't sneak a peek on his way to bed, right? Tiptoeing over to peer through the open doorway, Jimmy spied Cold sitting in a worn recliner. The music was coming from his record player, a warm and soothing jazz tune. Jimmy didn't recognize the singer, but she had a beautiful voice. Cold didn't strike him as a jazz kind of guy, but it was a pleasant surprise. Jimmy knew so little about Cold other than his nasty reputation and what Rowena had told him. Cold was clearly not someone who was easy to get close to, but Jimmy was stubborn. He wanted to know everything about him, good and bad, and everything in between. Jimmy quickly hurried back to bed before Cold noticed him spying, diving right into the middle of the mattress. He spread himself out, wiggling around and working his body under the covers. Making a small nest out of the pillows, he yawned as he tried to drift off to sleep. Even though his body was drained, his mind was wide awake and aflutter with a constant train of thought he couldn't derail. He tried listening to Cold's music to distract himself, but Cold only played a few more songs before turning it off. Jimmy heard him come back into the bedroom and turn off all the lights before heading to the bathroom and locking the door. Cold showered briefly and returned to bed, smelling of fresh soap and shampoo. Despite being still awake, Jimmy was too tired to acknowledge Cold's presence. His heart did a few somersaults, though, feeling Cold slowly scoot up right beside him. Their bodies didn't make contact, but Cold was close. So close that Jimmy could feel his warm breath tickling his face. Could Cold tell he wasn't asleep? It was dark, so perhaps he wasn't sure. Jimmy didn't want to disturb the moment, waiting to see what Cold would do. He remained as still as he could, his eyes closed tight. Cold made a small sound, almost a laugh, and his lips tenderly pressed to Jimmy's cheek. It was a gentle kiss, sweet and warm, and lingered for a moment. Jimmy couldn't help but let a small murmur escape at the unexpected affection, overcome with bliss. He tried to remain calm, not wanting to give himself away. Cold had kissed him. He had freaking kissed him. Sure, it was only his cheek, and it was probably because he thought Jimmy was asleep.
Good night, Mr. Poe,
Cold said softly, ever so smug. Jimmy could hear him smirking. He knew. Good night, Jimmy stammered. His cheeks were hot, his heart hammering excitedly in his chest.
Get some sleep,
he said, chuckling lightly as he rolled over away from Jimmy to get settled.
You've more than earned it.
Jimmy was beaming, grinning like an absolute fool. Cold did care about him. It wasn't the arrangement he was so concerned with. It was Jimmy that he wanted to hold on to. After all, why else cut his nightly payments except to extend their time together? Why take such good care of him? Why freaking kiss him? Jimmy didn't know how long it took him to finally doze off after that, but he dreamed of warm snuggles and a hand resting on his arm. When he woke up, groggy and confused, there was indeed something warm next to him. It was cold. At some point in the night, Jimmy had cuddled right up to him. Their legs were tangled together, and Jimmy's arm was thrown over Cold's chest, fingers curled in the fabric of his pajamas. Cold was stretched out on his back, hand lightly resting on Jimmy's forearm. Cold had made no effort to move him, letting him snuggle all he wanted. Jimmy smiled, nuzzling his cheek against Cold's shoulder and falling right back asleep. When he woke up again, Cold was gone, and sunlight peeked in through the heavy curtain. Jimmy flailed around for a few more minutes, yawning as he finally made himself sit up. There was no sign of Cold, but there was a small box and a note sitting on the bedside table. He picked up the note first, smiling when he saw Cold's familiar handwriting.
You start your new job today. Rowena will drive you. Be at work by 12. Do not be late. Be back here tonight at midnight. R.L.
Jimmy grinned, popping open the box and finding inside a brand new smartphone. It had a shiny red case, and there was a sticky note with the password stuck on the back. He fiddled with the phone, seeing there was already one entry listed under the contacts section. It didn't have a name, only a snowflake emoji. Cute. He already knew the first person he was going to call.
Martine's Pond, what do you fucking want?
A gruff voice demanded. Maury, it's me, Jimmy, he exclaimed excitedly.
Jimmy, hey, how the fuck are you?
Maury's tone instantly softened.
Where you been? Stopped by your place last night, you wasn't there.
Oh, Maury, Jimmy sighed, chuckling as he raked a hand through his hair. You are never going to believe where I am now. Chapter 11.
Why wouldn't I fucking believe you? You ain't never lied to me, kid.
Maury said, his voice sounding incredibly distressed.
Come on.
No, I just mean, it's so crazy. Jimmy laughed. I'm at Cold's ridiculous frickin' mansion. I think he likes me? Likes me? I mean, he broke someone's nose for touching me, which is super sick, but I guess he meant it. Well, in a nice gangster way.
Huh?
Maury was stunned. Oh, right. So apparently Cold was just using me to get to Augustus because of this whole Dickie White thing, but he made a new deal. It's okay. And God, I had a crazy panic attack for the first time in years.
Jimmy, motherfucker, slow the hell down.
Maury pleaded.
For fuck's sake, kid, take a breath.
Jimmy did as instructed, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, Maury, he gushed, a swarm of rapid butterflies invading his entire digestive system. I think I'm starting to fall.
Fuck, don't say it. You don't fucking say it.
Maury wailed.
Fuck, kid, dick and heart, remember? You're getting them all mixed up.
But my heart's bigger than my dick, Jimmy protested, frowning when he realized how terrible that sounded. I meant,
I wouldn't go around advertising that, kid.
It came out wrong.
You think?
Maury snorted, then groaned irritably.
Get your ass down here so I can talk some fucking sense in here. I still got
the crowbar, I know. Jimmy finished for him, very familiar with this threat. Look, I know it's totally nuts, and maybe I am nuts, but
James motherfucking David Poe. I swear to fucking Christ.
he believes me, Maury, Jimmy said quietly. He didn't need to raise his voice. He knew that Maury would understand exactly what he meant and the weight that such a thing carried.
Well, fuck, kid.
Maury sighed.
Look, we'll talk about it, okay? Come on down to the shop.
Oh, Jimmy! The familiar voice of Rowena LeGrand sang out, knuckles rapping at the door. Are you decent? I'll try, Jimmy said quickly to Maury, then called out, Yep, 1 sec. He turned his attention back to the phone, saying, I'll try to come by soon, okay?
I love you, you fucking idiot.
Love you too, Jimmy said with a smile, waving at Rowena as she came sauntering in. Ah, who was that? Rowena pouted dramatically. Not anybody I gotta worry about, I hope. Jimmy shook his head, laughing. God, no. It was my friend, Maury Martin. Maury the Mouth? Yeah, we're close. He's kinda like a dad to me. It's, well, a long story. Rowena came over and bounced on the edge of the bed. Oh, I love long stories. Jimmy glanced at his phone. It was already after 10 o'clock. He was surprised he had slept so late. He smirked at Rowena, teasing, I think I'm supposed to be getting ready for work soon? Rowena waved her hand. Pfft, whatever. Jimmy frowned, saying, Cold said not to be late. Ah, he got you a job working for me, Rowena said with a dramatic roll of her eyes and glancing at her nails. We'll show up whenever the hell we want. For you? Jimmy was surprised. At my club, Rowena said proudly, pausing to reconsider. Well, it really is Roddy's club, but he lets me run it. LaBelle, downtown? Ever hear of it? Wow, yeah. Jimmy had certainly heard of it. It was a popular piano bar housed in a renovated theater. He had seen the marquee lights all his life, and he was excited to know he would be working at a place he had always admired. Wait, what am I going to be doing exactly? Rowena shrugged, asking flatly, I don't know. What are you good at? Jimmy made a face, mentally reviewing his random resume of the many careers he'd had over the years. He sighed, admitting mournfully, losing jobs. Okay, we'll find something nice and easy for you, Rowena giggled, patting his feet playfully. Now come on, get some damn clothes on. We'll grab breakfast and you can tell me how a sweet little thing like you got tangled up with Maury the fucking Mouth. Jimmy grinned, waiting for Rowena to go downstairs so he could poke through his purchases to find something to wear. He had no idea what kind of work Rowena was going to choose for him, opting for an outfit that was somewhere in between dressy and casual. Jeans, vintage sneakers, t-shirt with a red plaid button-up. He fixed his hair, mourning the absence of his toothbrush, but managed to find some mouthwash. Grabbing his wallet and keys, he nearly forgot his new phone before he hurried downstairs to find Rowena. Jimmy nearly got lost trying to figure out where she was, finding her in a beautiful kitchen appointed with stainless steel appliances and marble countertops. She sat at a center island outfitted with a stovetop where a very tall and spindly man was scrambling eggs. There was a large pitcher filled with something slushy and orange, and Rowena was already pouring 2 drinks. Ah, look at you. Pretty, Rowena teased, whistling and offering one of the drinks toward him. Thanks. Isn't it a little early? Jimmy laughed, realizing that there was definitely a lot of alcohol in the mix. Nah, Rowena argued. They're mimosas. They have vitamin C. It's good for you. Jimmy, meet Jerry. She gestured to the tall gentleman. Jimmy recognized him as their limo driver from yesterday. Good morning. He waved with a little smile.
Bonjour.
Jerry greeted in a deep, rough French accent, smiling politely as he began to plate the eggs. Rowena patted the seat next to her for Jimmy to join her. So, are you serious about maybe not exactly being at the club by noon? Jimmy asked, sipping at his drink. Why? Rowena asked playfully. Would it be okay if we made a few stops then? Like what?
Well, I guess I need to get all those clothes back to my place, right? And Maury wants to see me. Give me your keys, Rowena said abruptly, wiggling her fingers at him. Jimmy frowned, but reached into his pocket and offered out his key ring. Rowena took it and smiled sweetly at Jerry. Hey, Jerry, could you be a dear and get somebody to take Jimmy's stuff back to his place? Maybe wash it, hang it up and stuff, too?
Of course, Mademoiselle Legrand,
Jerry said, nodding as he accepted the keys and tucked them into his pocket.
Holy crap, Jimmy exclaimed, blushing wildly. You guys really don't have to do all that. Jimmy, your apartment is really depressing, Rowena sighed dramatically. I don't want to go back there, I'll be honest. Unless it's to burn all your old clothes. Then maybe.
It is no problem, monsieur,
Jerry assured him, smiling warmly as he offered them each a plate of eggs and fresh fruit.
You are the Legrand's guest. It's our pleasure.
Jerry, baby, you're amazing,
Rowena gushed, blowing him bunches of kisses and eagerly digging in. In between bites, her eyes danced over to Jimmy.
Where else did you want to go?
Mostly just to see Maury, Jimmy said, moaning happily as he ate. They were the most amazing eggs he had ever tasted. Jerry was indeed incredible.
How did you meet Maury?
Rowena asked curiously, her brows quirking up.
Come on, it's story time.
It's all because of the phone company, Jimmy explained, smiling fondly.
See, it started when my mom used to work in the jewelry store next to the pawn shop. She worked there a few days a week, cleaning jewelry and doing repairs. The phone in the store kept going out, like all the time. The phone company kept fixing it, and it would still go out, like at least once a week.
Jimmy knew his face was lit up like a Christmas tree, always happy to share memories of his mom.
So she kept going over to Maury's to use the phone to call home. Don't let him fool you, he's a sucker for a damsel in distress. He let her come over to call home, and soon they became friends. Maury always told her dirty jokes, loved to make her blush, and then she introduced my dad. He's a doctor, and he's been taking care of Maury's kids since before even I was born.
Rowena seemed completely enraptured by the story.
Maury has 3 sons, and the 2 youngest were always getting sick, Jimmy went on, especially Junior. He had really bad asthma. They couldn't afford to go see a doctor or any of the medications, so my dad would sneak it over to the shop with my mom. Said it was payment for letting her use the phone.
Then the lightness Jimmy had been feeling dwindled.
It's just the day she died, he said absently, his mind starting to wander. The phone. He thought of Cold's voice purring seductively in his ear to snap himself out of the bad memories. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, when I finally turned 18 and got away from you-know-who, Maury was the first person I ran to. You mean Detective Duplin? Rowena said with a thoughtful bite of egg. Yeah, Jimmy said sullenly. Well, I guess you know now. We haven't talked in a very long time. Come on, sweetie, Rowena soothed, patting Jimmy's arm gently. You can give me all the dirty details on the way. She guzzled her drink, picking up the pitcher and her giant purse from the floor with a grin. Jerry, we are ready. Jimmy struggled to finish his last few bites of eggs with Rowena already dragging him toward the front door. On the way to the pawn shop, he spilled his guts. Told Rowena about all the fights, about Augustus trying to keep him from seeing his father, and his staunch refusal to believe that David might actually be innocent. And you saw it? Rowena said quietly when Jimmy had finished, still a few blocks from their destination. Yeah, Jimmy said with a sad smile. And Augustus thinks what? You imagined it? Rowena looked angry for a second, visibly trying to calm herself down. She was clearly not a big fan of Augustus, and this only solidified her already unfavorable opinion. I guess, Jimmy replied. He would never say why he was so convinced. He just said he knew my dad did it. He kept saying there was never anyone else there, but I know I saw the man in white. I saw what he did. Emptying the last of the pitcher into her glass and sucking down a big gulp, Rowena corked her eyebrow at the name. He was wearing a white coat, Jimmy explained. That's all I can remember now. I think maybe I used to be able to see his face, but not anymore. I guess it's been too long. I'm really sorry,
Rowena said, reaching out to gingerly touch Jimmy's knee.
Augustus Duplin is a fucking dick.
Yeah, Jimmy mused quietly. I think he thought he was helping. I just wish he believed me. Maury is the only one who does. He couldn't help but smile now, his cheeks warming up. Well, and your brother. Rowena grinned at that, teasing,
Oh, I bet he does. And hey, I believe you too.
She squeezed Jimmy's knee, saying,
I hope you know I still want to be friends.
You're not mad about the whole my adopted dad is a cop trying to arrest your brother thing? Jimmy asked dubiously.
Why would I be? It's not your fault he's a prick.
Rowena snorted.
I mean, I wish he had said something, but
I tried telling your brother, Jimmy pouted.
Hey,
Rowena soothed, taking another sip of her drink and shaking her head.
It's okay. We all have dirty little secrets, Jimmy. Me, you, Roddy, even that bastard Augustus Duplin.
It was hard to imagine Augustus with any dirty secrets, but Jimmy nodded all the same. He smiled as the limo pulled up in front of the pawn shop, exclaiming, Hey, we're here! Rowena exited the limo gracefully with Jerry's assistance. She still moved effortlessly, despite having downed an entire pitcher of mimosas nearly by herself, heels clicking against the sidewalk as she approached the door of the shop. Jimmy followed, opening the door for her and hurrying inside.
Hey, Maury, it's me. I got somebody, you fucking dumbass. I should have never told you none of that fucking shit.
Maury was raging from somewhere in the back.
I told you. I fucking told you not to get all mixed up, and what do? You go and try to fall in love with a fucking gangster?
Maury, Jimmy protested, blushing immediately. Rowena grinned savagely as she leaned across the counter, not saying a word, clearly pleased that she was privy to this conversation.
And not just any gangster, but fucking Boss Cold? Fucking Roderick LeGrand. Come on, kid. This was about you getting your shit handled and not ending up in a damn coffin.
Maury continued to shout, starting to shuffle toward the counter.
You fucking stupid, scrawny,
Maury finally appeared, trailing off when he saw that Jimmy wasn't alone.
You must be Maury the Mouth,
Rowena greeted cheerfully.
A living legend, here in the flesh.
You're Rowena fucking LeGrand,
Maury said, gawking stupidly. He took off his hat, smoothing his hair back and actually smiling like a shy little boy.
Ma'am, can I just say your mugshots don't do you no fucking favors? 'Cause you are a stone-cold fox.
Rowena giggled, completely charmed.
Aren't you just a doll?
She cooed, reaching out and stroking her hand across Maury's cheek. Maury blushed. Maury, the Mouth, was blushing and stammered, trying to reply.
Well, yeah.
Amazed at the ridiculous sight of seeing his friend so clearly smitten, Jimmy grinned.
Maurice Martin,
Maury said, eagerly taking Rowena's hand and pressing a gentle kiss upon it.
An absolute pleasure.
The pleasure's all mine,
she said, chuckling lightly.
Now, what was that you were saying about Jimmy falling in love with a gangster? And how stupid that was?
Sorry, Miss LeGrand,
Maury replied, not pulling any punches.
Your brother is a ruthless prick, and I'm sure you understand my concerns with young Jimmy here getting mixed up with him beyond the terms of their arrangement.
Oh, indeed he is,
Rowena laughed, surprising Jimmy with how well she took Maury insulting cold.
But I can tell you that he is very sweet on Jimmy. I think they're going to be just fine together.
And that tells you that I still ain't too old to bust some kneecaps with a crowbar.
Maury threw back, grinning.
You tell that brother of yours, I don't care who he is. It's one thing to fuck Jimmy, but he better not break his fucking heart. Everybody's bones crack if you bash him hard enough.
Ooh, is that a threat?
Rowena giggled.
A promise, ma'am.
Maury replied cordially, tipping his hat.
I like him,
Rowena said with a big smile, nudging Jimmy playfully. Jimmy was dazed by this collision of worlds before him, but laughed with them both. Maury's concern was sweet, as was Rowena's continued insistence that Cold cared for him. Her personality was so warm and lovely, Even Maury couldn't resist her. Listening to them chat, his mind started to wander. He thought about what Maury had said, about Cold breaking his heart. No, that wasn't going to happen. Cold did care about him, even if he didn't say it. Rowena was convinced of it, and Jimmy had definitely not forgotten that sweet kiss from last night. He had to believe there was going to be a happy ending. "So this is where everything in your apartment ended up?" Rowena asked with a wink. "Oh yeah," Jimmy answered, coming back to the conversation. "That's my TV over there. My microwave, my DVDs, my DVD player. Pretty much hocked everything I had." He laughed sadly, adding, "All of my mom's jewelry." "You pawned your mother's jewelry?" Rowena asked with a little frown. "Yeah," Jimmy nodded miserably. "Needed to eat."
"Hey now,"
Maury protested.
"I held on to it all, and I swears I would have never sold anything of Eliza's. Was just hanging on to it until Jimmy got back on his feet. I ain't even charging interest."
Jimmy smiled softly. "I know. And one day I'll get it all back." "How much is it in hock for?" Rowena asked.
15 big,
Maury replied, his bushy brows furrowing together. Rowena hummed, digging around in her purse and batting her eyes seductively. "How about 10 in cash, right now?" "Rowena!" Jimmy protested. He couldn't believe anyone carried around that much money. Equally amazed at Rowena's endless generosity. "I can't let you do that, please. That's really nice of you, but Jimmy Poe," she said coolly, "I do what I want." Her eyes flicked to Maury with a pretty smile. "Deal?"
"Deal,"
Maury said with his own toothy grin. He happily accepted a thick stack of cash, thumbing through it and counting it with quick fingers. Jimmy stared incredulously at Rowena's large and seemingly magical purse, wondering what else she kept in there. She could pull out a toaster oven or a bazooka, and he wouldn't be surprised.
"I'll be right back,"
Maury said, taking the cash with him and disappearing into the back of the store. "Thank you," Jimmy said, beaming gratefully at Rowena. "I'll find a way to pay you back. Really. Keep making my brother happy," Rowena said with a warm smile. "And we'll call it even." I'll try," Jimmy blushed. Maury returned, setting a small jewelry box on the counter. It was round, white porcelain with red roses painted on the lid.
"Go on,"
he urged, smiling softly.
"It's all yours, kid."
Sliding his hands around the jewelry box, Jimmy eagerly accepted it. He could remember it sitting on top of his mother's dresser, watching her dip into it to get ready to go off to work, or sometimes dressing up for a date night with his dad. His memories of her were fading as the years went by, no matter how much he tried to cling to every last one. This little jewelry box was treasure, not just for what it held, but the memories it carried. Smiling at Rowena, Jimmy's eyes felt wet. "Thank you. Really?" Rowena kissed his cheek with a loud smooching sound. "Aw, come on, don't get all mushy on me. Better make sure it's all there." She cast a teasing glare at Maury. "Can't trust people nowadays." Maury rolled his eyes, and Jimmy laughed as he lifted up the lid. There was a string of pearls, his parents' wedding rings, and an assortment of costume jewelry. He picked up every piece, admiring each one. Rowena looked skeptical. Other than the pearls and perhaps the diamond engagement ring, there didn't appear to be very much of value. "You seriously let Jimmy pawn all of this for 15 grand?
"Hey, that one ring in there is worth twice that,"
Maury scoffed.
"I ain't gonna do Jimmy like that."
Jimmy frowned. "What ring?" Maury poked in the jewelry box, picking up a tarnished gold ring with a large red gemstone. It was a man's ring, thick and intricately detailed. There was dirt and grime crusted all in the detailed carvings, and Jimmy couldn't quite make out what they were.
"That is a 2-carat ruby,"
Maury said with a laugh.
30 large. Easy."
Jimmy didn't remember this particular ring. Maybe it had belonged to a grandfather or a great-uncle. He passed it over to Rowena for inspection.
Oh, it's engraved.
Rowena purred excitedly, her eyes narrowing as she tried to make it out.
Looks like initials R.L. Ooh, for Rowena LeGrand,
she giggled, handing the ring back over to Jimmy. He laughed and put the ring back in the jewelry box, glancing up at the numerous clocks Maury had hanging. He said, "Okay, it's 12:30. How late exactly are we planning to be?"
As late as we wanna,
Rowena said, smugly, flashing Maury a sweet smile.
Jimmy starts his new job today.
Doing what?
We still gotta figure that out,
Jimmy admitted.
but it's down at La Belle à la Bête. Could wait tables or something.
Why don't you get your ass up on stage and sing?
Maury said, his bushy brows rising in surprise.
There's a music joint still, right?
Maury.
Jimmy's ears burned.
Nah, come on.
Rowena looked intrigued, purring.
Oh, Jimmy, can you sing?
In the shower, Jimmy replied quickly. It's nothing special.
Don't fucking listen to him. Sings like a little bird,
Maury said to Rowena.
Kid is talented. Real fucking talented. Give him an audition. You'll see.
Guess we'll find out,
Rowena said with a grin.
Come on, let's get going, Jimmy. I want to see what you've got.
Oh, God, Jimmy protested, clutching the jewelry box tightly to his chest as Rowena grabbed his arm. He glanced back at Maury as Rowena led him to the door, calling out,
Hey, I'll call you later, since I have a phone now. Bye.
See you around, kid. And hey, Miss LeGrand, you're a real fine lady. But I meant what I fucking said,
Maury said with a charming smile.
I don't intend on anyone breaking anything so much as a nail,
Rowena said in reply.
I'll see you around, Maury.
Well, it's a damn shame you gotta go, but it's mighty fine to watch you leave.
Maury tipped his head as he shamelessly gawked at Rowena's departing rear. She put an extra swing in her hips as she walked out just for him. Jimmy could tell as she cheerfully chirped,
Bye, Maury.
Jimmy heard Maury cackling all the way out to the limo, still clinging to the jewelry box as they got in the back seat. Rowena offered out her hand, saying,
Here, I'll put it in my purse, if that's okay. I promise I'll keep it safe until we get home tonight.
Sure, Jimmy said, reluctantly handing it over. He watched Rowena wrap it up in a thick scarf and gently tuck it away. Thank you. Seriously.
Stop thanking me all the damn time,
Rowena laughed.
It's not really that big of a deal. If you want to make it up to me somehow, audition for me.
Fine, Jimmy said, sinking down into the seat. But trust me, I'm not that great.
We'll see,
Rowena chuckled, pouring them drinks to sip on their way to the club. Jimmy was already feeling a bit of a buzz, grateful for the alcohol to soothe his nerves. He hadn't sung in front of an audience in a very long time. La Belle à la Bête was a beautiful theater, and even in the daytime, the lights of the marquee were incredible. Jimmy was excited to finally see what it looked like on the inside. Jerry parked right out front, Rowena leading Jimmy around to a side door that she unlocked to allow them inside. Looping her arm in Jimmy's, she hummed cheerfully to herself as she strolled through the empty club. Jimmy could hear a piano playing, but didn't see one yet. All of the seating on the ground level had been removed to make way for tables, and the theater concession area had been converted into a bar. The stage was massive, flanked by elaborate carvings of wicked beasts and roses, framed by thick red velvet curtains. Jimmy stared dumbly at the incredible architecture, hypnotized by all the details and rich colors. He grinned, looking up at the private booths overlooking the stage. The second level looked as if it had also been updated to hold more tables, and he could see another bar. It was absolutely magical. Up on stage was a young man with short black hair, his nimble fingers coaxing a sweet melody from the grand piano he was seated at. He wore a Star Wars shirt and jeans, almost comically out of place amongst all the finery. The young man lifted his head, a pure and adoring smile lighting up his face when he saw Rowena. He looked like an eager puppy whose master had returned home after working all day. When his eyes met Jimmy's, he frowned suspiciously.
"Hello, lovely," Rowena greeted. "I have someone for you to meet."
The young man stood up and peered down from the stage, waving at Jimmy. He still didn't look very pleased.
"Hey, this is Jimmy Poe,"
Rowena said, giving him a little squeeze.
"He's my brother's new beau, and rumor has it that he's quite the little singer."
The young man looked instantly relieved, his smile kinder now when he looked at Jimmy.
"Oh, yeah?"
He grinned, sitting back down at the piano.
"Well, it's really nice to meet you, Jimmy. I'm Dario Romero."
Chapter 12. Jimmy managed to navigate his way through the back around the curtains and joined Dario on stage, shaking his hand with a friendly grin.
"Hey, love your shirt."
"Thanks," Dario beamed.
"Empire was always the best, you know?"
"Ugh, frickin' totally," Jimmy gushed. "Have you seen the new ones yet? Tell me, did you like—"
"Hey, turn down the geek,"
Rowena called out, taking her place at the table positioned closest to center stage.
"It's super adorable. It is. But I need to figure out what we're going to do with you, Jimmy. If you can sing, you're so in. If not, well, we got to find something else."
"Right," Jimmy smiled sheepishly. "Sorry."
"So, any experience singing?"
Dario asked. "I used to do choir. Some glee club in high school," Jimmy said, rubbing the back of his neck as he approached the microphone stand. "I love musicals, show tunes, anything really." Dario thoughtfully ran his fingers over the keys for a moment, as if trying to think of an appropriate song to test Jimmy's singing prowess. He smirked, both of his hands moving over the piano, as he appeared to come up with the perfect one.
"Seriously?"
Jimmy laughed and turned around to grin at Dario as he recognized the tune immediately as "Since I Don't Have You."
"Come on, man,"
Dario teased.
"Get your Buckaroo Banzai on."
Jimmy swallowed nervously, the sound audible in the microphone. Smiling shyly down at Rowena, he forced himself to calm down. He did his best to imagine the Hong Kong Cavaliers behind him, slowly swaying his hips to the music as he began to softly sing. Rowena's jaw dropped, glancing down at her arm as if to check for goosebumps. Jimmy blushed all the while, belting out the words with all his heart, his hand now resting easily on the microphone. He was more comfortable after the initial beginning, letting the words move him along, singing confidently as he went for a big finish. Dario's fingers flew across the keys for one last chord, laughing.
"Hey, not bad, dude." "Not bad? Holy shit, Jimmy, you're amazing."
Rowena was on her feet, clapping and cheering. She grinned at Dario, promptly instructing him,
"You two, come up with a 3-song set for the night. You'll go on at 11. I'm going to make sure Roddy comes. He has got to hear you sing, holy fuckballs."
Jimmy gulped, eyes wide. Cold, here, listening to him sing? Watching him on stage? "You'd let me fuck you in front of the whole world." Jimmy shivered.
"I think we can handle that,"
Dario said, giving Rowena a firm salute. She blew him a kiss, purring,
"You're a doll, Dario. Thank you. Remember, keep it cool but fun. I really want to knock Roddy's socks off with this."
"Wow," Jimmy panted, suddenly tingly and numb. He was going to be singing for Boss Cold. Tonight. But wait, he told me I have to be back at midnight.
"What are you, a fucking pumpkin?"
Rowena scoffed, rolling her eyes dramatically.
Come on. He'll come to the show, be fucking amazed, and I'm sure he won't care about you being a little late for playtime."
Jimmy was not as certain.
"Now, you boys have a good time,"
Rowena cooed, wiggling her fingers in a little wave.
"Mama's gotta go do grown-up things. Dario will take good care of you, Jimmy."
"Right. Jimmy started fidgeting. "My mom's stuff in your purse?"
"Ah, right. I'll go put it in the safe in Roddy's office right now, okay?
Thank you, Jimmy said, sighing in relief. See you later.
Bye, Jimmy,
she called, pausing to offer Dario an extra sweet smile.
Bye-bye, Dario.
Dario grinned dopily, a love-struck expression Jimmy knew all too well, waving at Rowena and watching her every movement until she disappeared into the back. Jimmy tried not to smile, but he couldn't help it. It was very clear Dario had quite the crush.
So, you and Boss Cold?
Dario asked casually, glancing sideways at Jimmy.
Yeah, it's complicated.
So you and Rowena?
Also complicated,
Dario said.
As in, I worship her, but I basically don't exist in her world. She's the Princess Leia to my mama on the Don.
Wait, who? Jimmy's brow scrunched up. The hammerhead guy in A New Hope?
Exactly,
Dario said sadly.
Not exactly a leading man, you know? He didn't even have a name when they put out his action figure for the first time. That's me. Plus, I'm kind of terrified of Cold. He doesn't like any of Rowena's boyfriends. Like, ever. And they never stick around long.
You mean like Dickie? Jimmy inquired carefully. Dario's face darkened.
Hey, fuck that prick. I'm glad he's dead. He got exactly what he deserved.
Sorry, Jimmy said quickly, frowning at the sudden burst of venom. I didn't mean to, you know.
How long have you and Cole been seeing each other?
Dario asked curiously, more than happy to divert the conversation, though he still looked grim.
Like 3 days?
Fuck, man, Dario laughed, shaking his head.
You're in for a lot of surprises. Now, I can play pretty much anything, but the band really only knows the golden oldies, like old Sinatra, Perry Como, and lots of other very talented and equally deceased people. Classic, totally, but stiff as hell.
Band?
Yeah,
Dario said flatly.
You know, people with instruments.
Jimmy plopped flat on his butt on the stage, his head starting to swim. Singing in front of Cold with a live band, and less than a day to practice? There was so much that could go wrong. This is a lot more complicated than singing in the shower.
Hey,
Dario soothed.
My man, mi amigo, Jimmy. I'm here to make you look good. You look good, I look good. Okay?
Okay, Jimmy said. He took a deep breath, smiling nervously and hugging his knees.
And together we're gonna what?
Jimmy stared.
We're gonna look really good,
Dario said smugly, giving Jimmy a proud finger gun display.
All you gotta do is trust me. I got you.
Okay, Jimmy said, still completely stumped as to how to proceed. So, idly tapping across the piano keys, Dario asked politely,
Would you like me to make some suggestions?
Oh God, yes, please.
Open with Sinatra's The Way You Look Tonight, okay? It's like a frickin' staple here. And it'll help the band get warmed up to you. And honestly, since I don't have you, the band has totally played it before, and plus, I gotta get my nerd on a little bit, and you know that one.
Okay. I've never really sung Sinatra. Can we work on that?
Of course. Anything special you want to do for the last song? Rowena said we could have a little fun. Maybe something sexy for your man?
Dario waggled his eyebrows.
Marvin Gaye? Some Prince?
Oh, I know exactly what I want to do, Jimmy said with a crooked little grin. The song came to him in an instant, and he added hesitantly, Do you, know any Halsey?
Yeah,
Dario said, intrigued.
What song?
Jimmy pulled out his new phone, poking around until he was able to retrieve the internet browser. He did a quick search, showing the video result to Dario.
Oh, I can totally dig it,
Dario said with a big thumbs up.
I'm thinking minimal music. Like just me on piano and you singing. Maybe light strings. Our violinist is a pretty quick study. Just go all Mariah Carey up there and it'll sound great. I know you've got the range.
Do you think he'll like it? Jimmy asked bashfully.
Cold, I mean.
Dario tucked his hair behind his ears. I guess there's only one way to find out. That hadn't been the answer Jimmy was looking for, putting his phone away with a sigh. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I thought I'd be bussing tables or something. Hey, Dario said, trying for a reassuring smile. I've worked here for 7 years. Actually started off as a busboy myself until Cold heard me mess around on the piano at the end of my shift one night. He didn't know me from crap, but he could see I had talent, so he offered me a new job. Really? Jimmy smiled softly. Cold sees potential in people, Dario said with a humble shrug of his shoulders. Things they didn't even think they had in them. Diamond in the rough stuff. He's good at that, looking at people, figuring out how he can use them better. Use them? You mean exploit them? Jimmy asked, a frown wrinkling his brow. Okay, it's not like he's a saint, Dario conceded. Far freaking from it. He's emperor level scary. No offense, but it's like... He was thoughtful for a moment before saying, okay, you know how your parents always tell you that you can be anything when you grow up? As long as you try real hard? Yeah, I guess. Well, let's say you want to be an engineer, but you totally suck at math. You would waste your whole life trying to do something that you're going to blow nuts at. But Cold sees that you're super good at, gardening or whatever. And he has you go become a master landscaper, and you totally rule the green with Swamp Thing. Still not following. Nobody is nobody, and everyone has something to offer, Dario said with a smirk. Are you seriously quoting Buckaroo Banzai right now? Jimmy scoffed. Yes, but it's from the DVD feature. Anyway, it's true. Everyone does have something to offer, and Cold will always find a way to get it. Everything he does is for a reason, and it's always to benefit himself. But it's also benefiting you. The best version of you is what will help him the most, and he will nurture that. Okay, so what's your point? Jimmy demanded, getting a little cross and folding his arms over his chest. My point is that Cold had you come here for a reason, Dario said, holding out his hands in apology. As long as I've worked here, you're the first guy I've ever heard of him dating, or whatever it is you're doing. He definitely didn't get you a job here to set you up for failure. But he didn't even know I could sing, Jimmy protested. Are you sure about that? Jimmy thought of his shower serenading and blushed softly. Okay, maybe. But Rowena didn't know until, look, with that voice, it was gonna come out eventually. He twiddled his fingers across the keys, a sly smile lighting up his face. Maybe, just maybe, we can cook up a little bit of a surprise for Cole tonight, huh? Yeah. Jimmy rubbed his hands together, smiling again now. He got back up to his feet, giving Dario awkward finger guns in reply and a big grin. Let's frickin' do this. Easy there, Briscoe, Dario snorted. Put those things away before you shoot your eye out. Right, sorry, Jimmy chuckled sheepishly. Ready? Ready. They had roughly 6 hours to practice before the club opened, and another 2 before Jimmy would be due on stage. They ran through the whole set dozens of times, Jimmy struggling with the unfamiliar Sinatra tune in particular. As Dario ran him through the set for the millionth time, Jimmy found himself thinking about what they had discussed earlier. The day he met Cold, and Cold had wrapped his hands around Jimmy's neck, waking something deep inside of Jimmy that he never knew was there. He didn't know if this submissive temperament was the best possible version of himself, but in a way, it felt like it was. He had never tried so hard to please someone before, pushing his body and his mind beyond what he had ever thought possible. He loved every second of his self-discovery, and Cold always left him aching for more. Most important, he had never been as happy with anyone as he was with Cold. Now here he was, only a few hours away from performing in front of a live audience. No one had ever believed in him as much as the gangster did, and Jimmy didn't want to let him down. The band arrived shortly before opening, and Jimmy was thrilled to practice with such talented musicians. They only had enough time for a few brief rehearsals, but he felt better about his performance already. Rowena had returned to catch the last song, the one by Halsey, and squealed excitedly, jumping up on stage to grab Jimmy and pull him into a hug. "Oh my God, Roddy's panties are going to fucking drop!" Jimmy patted her shoulder awkwardly, sensing Dario's eyes drilling holes into his back. "You should really be thanking Dario. I mean, I really couldn't have done it without him." "Aw, Dari!" Rowena released Jimmy to immediately glomp Dario, smooching his cheek and wrapping her arms around him. "Thank you so much. It's so good." Dario looked positively euphoric, mouthing a silent, "I love you," to Jimmy and hugging Rowena back. "Anything for you, Ro." Rowena teased his hair a little, then had her attention back on Jimmy, snapping her fingers. "Okay, now, I took the liberty of getting you a tux because I'm what? Amazing. Now come on. I'll show you to your new dressing room." Following Rowena backstage, Jimmy managed to catch one last glimpse of Dario's blushing and blissed out face. He wondered if that's what he looked like around cold, shrugging off the thought as Rowena led him to a moderately sized dressing room. It looked as if it had once been used for storage, with several boxes and sundries still packed up against the far wall. Hanging on a clothes rack was a slick-back garment bag. Rowena had also procured some hairstyling products and cologne lined up across a small vanity. "Here you go, sweetie. Get ready and come find me at the bar. We'll get you a bit of liquid courage and some food, okay?" "Wait," Jimmy looked around quickly, frowning. "Did you bring me any other shoes?" "Wear the Chucks," Rowena drawled, planting her hand on her hips. "They're black. Trust me, it'll look so good." The door shut, leaving Jimmy to start getting dressed alone. He fixed his hair and sprayed on the cologne, checking himself out in the mirror. Rowena was right. The sneakers totally worked. Finding her at the bar, he immediately got her approval, and a Long Island iced tea to go with it. The club filled up quickly as the hours ticked by, Dario leading the band throughout the evening, his piano always stealing the show. Jimmy was impressed. Dario really was incredibly good. But as much as he was enjoying the music, there was still no sign of Cold. "Are you sure he's coming?" Jimmy asked, his voice strained with worry. Rowena rolled her eyes, squeezing Jimmy's shoulders. "Yes, I told him what time you were going on, and he yelled at me about messing with your schedule, blah, 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 blah." She wagged her hand, imitating a yapping mouth. "Don't worry about it. It'll be fine." Jimmy didn't feel reassured at all. "Just keep your eye up on that booth," Rowena soothed, running her nails through Jimmy's hair, nodding to the private box overlooking the stage. "He will be there. Now, finish your drink and get your cute butt backstage. It's almost time." Jimmy gulped down the alcohol, giving her an obedient salute as he headed to the back. The band had taken a brief break, and he saw Dario hurrying up to him. He had changed into a tuxedo too, gold and black, and also happened to be wearing Chuck Taylors. "Nice kicks," Dario laughed, giving Jimmy a high five. "Yeah, you too," Jimmy smiled nervously. "Remember, make me look good, okay? You got this." Jimmy watched Dario hurry out in front of the curtains to take his seat at his piano, waiting for his cue to go. He heard the first few notes of "The Way You Look Tonight," took a deep breath, and stepped out onto the stage, smiling brightly at the audience as his heart dropped into his intestines. Holy crap, that was a lot of people. Even with the lights shining down on him, he could still see that there was quite a crowd. He glanced up at the private box overlooking the stage. Still empty. There was a light smattering of applause as Jimmy moved to the microphone. He glanced behind him to nod at Dario, his new friend smiling and giving him a wink. Jimmy smiled anxiously back and began to sing. Jimmy let his body sway to the rhythm, his eyes wandering out over the audience. He never really looked at anyone in particular, letting his voice carry throughout the theater and losing himself in the music. As the song began to draw to a close, he could feel someone looking at him, more potent than anyone else. It was a distinct sensation that made him shiver, and all the little hairs stand up on the back of his neck. Jimmy looked upward just as he finished, smiling brightly upon seeing that the private booth was now occupied by Boss Cold and Jules Price. His heart flipped when he realized that they were talking to each other, and Cold didn't seem to be paying him any attention. Gulping nervously, Jimmy nearly flubbed the opening for Since I Don't Have You. He sang it flawlessly, though, the full swing of the band behind him, and he had never felt so proud of himself. And yet, Cold was still talking to Jules. Jimmy took a shaky breath as the lights on the stage dimmed, the only illumination now on Dario and himself. Dario's fingers began to move once more, and Jimmy swore he was playing in time with the dull, anxious thumping of his own heart. If Dario was right, Cold had planned all this for him, to get him on this stage, to perform. Jimmy thought he had been doing a good job, but down in his soul he knew he could do better. He didn't want to disappoint Cold, making up his mind to give this last song everything he had. Jimmy began with a soft purr, the song speaking of demons and making a deal with the devil. Self-doubt and insecurity was keeping the narrator down, but there was a man who would help lift him up, for the price of his obedience. Cold visibly shifted in his seat, finally glancing down at Jimmy. Their eyes met, and suddenly there was no one else in the theater. Jimmy could still hear the piano behind him, but everything else vanished. The theater was empty, except for the two of them. Everything else vanished. When he belted out the first line of the chorus, singing of selling his soul to the man in a three-piece suit, he grasped the microphone and pointed right up at Cold. He smiled slyly, continuing on a soulful purr. Holding the final note of that line, Jimmy heard several cheers erupting prematurely from the audience. Dario held off for a beat, so Jimmy could really show off his voice. Cold had leaned further forward, and his hand clutching the railing in front of him, completely entranced. Jimmy swept a hand through his hair, his voice dropping back down to a seductive drawl as he dove into the next verse. Behind him, another spotlight lit up, a violinist getting into position. Both of Cold's hands were on the railing now, his icy eyes positively on fire as he looked down at Jimmy. His lips were parted in awe as if witnessing something divine. And that was all the confidence Jimmy needed to finish strong. He sang passionately, his soul threatening to leave his body as his emotions made his voice louder and stronger than ever. The words declared the narrator property of the man in the three-piece suit, down on both knees for him as his holy servant. The violinist jumped in then, she and Dario playing a fantastic and intense crescendo as Jimmy continued to push himself to new heights, breathing deep to push out the raw power of his voice for the last part of the bridge. Jimmy sang more softly, joined only by the violin. He held the last note as long as he could, basking in the whistling and gasping bubbling up from the audience. But Jimmy didn't hear any of them. It was only him and Cold still, the gangster totally spellbound by his voice. It didn't seem like there was an inch of space between them, despite Cold being in the balcony, and Jimmy would swear that he could smell Cold's cologne and feel the sweet touch of his breath at his neck in that moment. Dario's piano came back in when Jimmy finally had to let the note he'd been holding go, guiding them back through the chorus one final time. Wrapping both of his hands around the microphone, Jimmy put all of his heart into the final few lines, whipping his head back and moving his body as he sang, all for Cold. The audience erupted into a furious round of applause the moment Dario hit the final chord, Jimmy staring all around as he came back to reality. He looked quickly back to Cold, grinning like a fool. Cold was actually up on his feet applauding. His face was calm, as always, but there was a twinkle in his eye as he smirked down at Jimmy. The rest of the audience rose to their feet, prompting Jimmy to take a bow. He grinned stupidly, mostly caught up at Cold, as a warm sensation filled him from his scalp down to his toes when the gangster winked at him. Taking a few more bows, he practically floated off the stage to the sound of vigorous applause and fervent cheering. The band still had one more set to play, but Rowena met him the second he stepped off stage, squealing and hollering excitedly. "Oh my God! Absolutely fucking panty-dropping shit! Good shit!" Jimmy blushed all over, his senses tingling with adrenaline and the thrill of performing. "I did it! Holy crap, I did it! Fuck yes!" Rowena cheered. "Let's go get you a drink." One drink turned into several, and Jimmy was stunned by how many people came up to him to compliment him on his performance. He kept looking for Cold, but he hadn't seen him since the last song ended. He disappeared, leaving Jimmy wanting of the man's company more than ever. Dario came to congratulate him too, and stare longingly at Rowena while they shared a toast. The patrons began to dwindle as the club got ready for closing, the band packing up for the night as well. Jimmy was happily buzzed, his bow tie askew and his cheeks rosy. Tonight had been fantastic. The last of the staff were getting ready to leave, and most of the lights had been turned off except the globes that lined the bottom of the stage and the neons of the bar. Dario had to tap out when Rowena started breaking out the shots, leaving Rowena and Jimmy by themselves. "You think you can do that at least 3 times a week?" Rowena giggled. "Because holy shit, sweetie, I've never seen a fucking standing ovation like that. Not like ever." "I can try," Jimmy giggled back. "I gotta ask your brother first to make sure it's okay." "Fuck. Your brother? It's so not midnight. It's like 3 in the morning. Crap. Do you know where he is? Oh, I still gotta get my mom's stuff. Did he go back home?" Rowena grinned like a cat, tapping away on her phone. She smirked, eyes flicking over a message before looking up at Jimmy. "Oh, he's around," she said innocently. "Just had some business to take care of, but he's back." "Back? Where?" Rowena cleared her throat dramatically, motioning toward the stage. Jerking his head around, Jimmy gasped when he saw Boss Cold standing next to Dario's piano, holding a bottle of champagne and 2 glasses. He wore a 3-piece suit, as always, this one a rich charcoal pinstripe that made Jimmy's knees weak. He smirked, setting down the champagne and beckoning Jimmy over with a crook of his finger. Rowena hummed loudly, very pleased with herself as she said, "Well, I hope you boys have a wonderful time. I'm sure I'll see you soon." She gave Jimmy a big hug and kissed his cheek. "You really did great, sweetie. Good night." "Good night," Jimmy said, his eyes moving back to Cold, waiting patiently for him on stage. He hurried back behind the curtains, eager and quick, but suddenly awkward once they were face to face again. Singing to Cold had felt so intimate, almost spiritual, and the air between them seemed charged with a different kind of energy than usual. He smiled sweetly up at the gangster, eyeing the champagne. "Are we celebrating?" "Oh, we have a lot to celebrate," Cold drawled, setting down the glasses next to the champagne. He lifted a sly brow, his gaze darkening with lust as he purred. "And we also have to discuss your punishment, of course." "Punishment?" Jimmy's face dropped. "Yes, Mr. Poe," Cold replied, sitting down leisurely at the piano. You were instructed to return home by midnight, and it's well past that now. Perhaps you're in need of another lesson, Jimmy gulped. Oh, crap. Chapter 13. A punishment, Colt had said. Jimmy's stomach was dancing with trepidation and excitement, his loins beginning to stir. He knew what kind of punishments Colt enjoyed, and he couldn't deny how much he liked them as well. But still, how was this fair? Rowena said she talked to you, Jimmy argued stubbornly. She told you it's your arrangement with Rowena, Colt said abruptly, popping the cork off the champagne bottle. He snorted at Jimmy, pouring them each a glass. No, your arrangement is with me, and if I give you an order, I expect it to be followed. But the show was incredible, Colt said, raising his brows. But you still disobeyed me. Jimmy's pulse started to race, causing him to squeak the tip of his sneaker against the stage floor. The compliment won over his frustration. You really liked it? Colt waved him over, offering him a glass of champagne. Well, we are celebrating, aren't we? How did you know? Jimmy asked after taking a gleeful sip. Know what? Colt countered, coyly. Then I could sing. You're not exactly quiet in the shower, Mr. Poe, Colt said with a tiny hint of a smile, drinking his champagne slowly. Jimmy blushed. So this was your plan all along, huh? Perhaps. Colt stood up, his hand gently resting on the side of Jimmy's neck, thumb gently tracing along his jaw. Jimmy gulped down his champagne, his head starting to swim from Colt's seductive touch. Tell me, Colt asked in a smooth drawl. Did you like it? Everyone watching you? Yes. Jimmy closed his eyes. But I liked you watching me the best. Colt hummed at that, finishing off his champagne and setting his glass on top of the piano. He took Jimmy's away to join it, sighing as he glanced over his lean frame hungrily. He began to slowly loosen Jimmy's bow tie, opening up his shirt and sliding it off along with his jacket. Jimmy's pulse was racing from Colt's smooth divesting. He loved how he undressed him, always with such care and patience. He watched himself carefully fold everything and drop the clothes on the floor by the bench, shivering when Colt's strong hands rested on his hips and squeezed hard. How would you like to see your name on that marquee, Colt asked. Maybe I could watch you sing every night. Are you serious? Jimmy balked, blinking in surprise. You'd do that? Picking up Jimmy effortlessly, Colt set him on top of the piano. I would, he said as he sat down on the bench between Jimmy's long legs. He smirked slyly, playfully stroking Jimmy's calf as he added, Under certain conditions, of course. Oh, of course. Jimmy couldn't help but giggle, grinning down at him. He wondered if he'd ever be able to taste those wicked lips. So, another deal? Colt untied Jimmy's sneakers, dropping them onto the floor with the clothes. His socks followed after. But one thing at a time. First, there is the matter of your punishment, Mr. Poe. Next, Colt began to unfasten Jimmy's pants, slowly sliding them down his legs. He ran his fingers over Jimmy's thighs before grabbing the hem of his briefs and dragging those down as well. Then he squeezed Jimmy's knees, pushing them apart. Jimmy smiled at all the affection. Colt was touching him more and more now. He couldn't get enough of it, scooting his butt to the very edge of the piano, his feet dangling against the keys as he tried to get closer. A few scattered notes played as his toes tried to find a firm hold, gasping when Colt grabbed him. Easing Jimmy's legs over his shoulders, Cold licked his lips. Jimmy wanted to reach out and touch, but kept his hands firmly in place behind him. So far, this didn't feel like a punishment, but the anticipation was thick and heavy. His cock was stiffening up as he leaned back on his hands and bit his lower lip anxiously. Cold leaned forward, pushing Jimmy's hips up and running his tongue flat against his hole with a ravenous growl. "Fuck," Jimmy whimpered. Cold licked and sucked so sweetly. He was falling apart in moments. Cold's tongue was amazingly dexterous, slipping deep inside and curling so perfectly that Jimmy's legs were already shaking. Humming contently, patient as always, Cold lavished Jimmy's hole with long, flat licks and scorching kisses before his fingers smoothly slipped inside him. Jimmy slouched down, trembling as Cold's fingers tore out the most beautiful sounds from him. He was soon flat on his back, digging his heels in to bring Cold closer. Cold shifted forward to better allow his tongue to tease around where his fingers pressed, the piano keys protesting as he got more passionate, pulling away for breath before diving in again. His fingers curled, just so, making Jimmy moan loudly, the sound echoing throughout the empty club. Jimmy was perspiring, his back arching off the piano as Cold made him see stars, panting and crying out, "God, Cold," he warned breathlessly. "I'm close." Cold moved his fingers and got his tongue back to work, his hand fumbling for something on top of the piano. Jimmy was trying to thrust his hips down against Cold's face, wanting his tongue deeper, harder, anything to carry him over the edge. Then there was a sudden splash of cold liquid pouring over his stomach, and he jerked up onto his elbows with a startled whine. He stared down at Cold in a mix of horror and betrayal, since the shock of the cool temperature had nearly killed his erection. Cold was busy pouring the rest of the champagne down Jimmy's body, chuckling happily as he sucked his thighs and balls, lapping it up greedily. Jimmy shivered. His nipples were hard, and the chill was making his body more sensitive. He shuddered again at how voracious Cold was, dunking the last few drops over Jimmy's cock and licking a hungry path up his shaft with his tongue to chase them down. It wasn't long before Jimmy was hard again, relaxing against the piano as Cold got him right back to where he was before. Jimmy's hands struggled to find something to hold on to, dragging his fingertips through his hair as Cold buried his face between his legs. It was hard to believe he had boss Cold down between his thighs. He was the king of Strassen Springs, a monster and a fiend. And he was eating Jimmy's ass like he was starved for it. "Close, please," Jimmy pleaded, smug that at least Cold didn't have any more champagne to dump on him. He started pushing his hips down to gain more friction, his body tensing up in anticipation of what was sure to be a spectacular orgasm. "Please, let me come, sir." "No," Cold purred shortly, roughly gripping the base of Jimmy's cock and squeezing tight. The wind was knocked right out of Jimmy's lungs, all his pleasurable feelings crashing into a brick wall. His cock was throbbing from being denied. He was right there. His balls were absolutely aching for release. Jimmy banged his head against the piano, mewling in frustration. "Not yet," Cold said sternly, pulling his hand away when he was sure Jimmy wasn't going to come. "But, sir," Jimmy tried, his voice broken with need. "Please." "This is a punishment, remember?" Cold reminded him smugly. "To remind you who you belong to." Jimmy moaned at that, scrubbing his hands over his face. It was too hot in here, and his desperation to orgasm was overwhelming. "I'm yours," he promised. "Please, I'm all yours." "Prove it," Cold commanded. "Don't come until I tell you that you can. No matter what, you only listen to me. Not to Rowena, not to anyone else. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy gurgled, trying not to sob.
He wanted to be good for Cold, but he wanted to come so badly. The desire to relieve the pressure between his legs was maddening, and he took a few quick breaths to calm down. Cold's fingers were circling his hole again, not yet intruding, simply teasing and petting. He slid them up to touch the top of Jimmy's cock, dabbing the droplets of pre-cum that had started collecting.
There, he praised, sensing that Jimmy was relaxing. Good boy.
Jimmy smiled at the compliment, his chest swelling with pride. He was doing better. He could make Cold happy. He could do this. He let Cold touch and pet him however he pleased, moaning gratefully when his fingers plunged back inside of him. Jimmy was writhing once more in moments, the piano keys singing out as Cold changed angles, shifting closer. He gasped as Cold suddenly stood up, Jimmy's legs still up on his shoulders, driving his fingers even deeper. Jimmy's head fell back against the piano, wishing he could reach out and grab Cold's vest, his shirt. He wanted more contact, something else to bridge them together other than his magical fingers that were currently reducing his senses to oatmeal. He could feel his orgasm building again, and grit his teeth as he tried to fend it off. Hearing Cold growl contently, he glanced up to see a flash of teeth as Cold leered down at him. Cold pulled his beautiful fingers free to slide on a condom, judging by the telltale crinkle sounds. Jimmy didn't know where the lube came from, but Cold's cock was slick and hot, nudging against his hole. Grab your legs. Hold them up for me. Pulling his legs back as ordered, Jimmy grabbed behind his knees. It felt dirty to display himself like this, his face burning hot as Cold gazed approvingly down at him. Cold rubbed the head of his cock around Jimmy's open hole. Beautiful. He moved his other hand up over Jimmy's lean stomach, his thumb grazing his belly button as he traveled up to press his palm against his throat. His fingers began to tighten. Yes? Yes, Jimmy sighed, his body offering no resistance. Cold squeezed enough to make Jimmy gasp, his cock thrusting into him in one fluid slam. Tears in his eyes as Cold fucked him ruthlessly, Jimmy whimpered. Cold was punishing him now, making Jimmy cry out and scream, the brutal snap of their bodies cracking like a whip. But even though Jimmy couldn't explain it, the way Cold held his throat didn't scare him at all. He trusted Cold completely, and Cold never applied enough pressure to restrict Jimmy's breathing. It made him feel safe somehow. Every sensation 100 times more intense. And he loved how possessively Cold's fingers would curl when Jimmy moaned particularly loudly. Cold shrugged one of Jimmy's legs up over his shoulder, leaning over him and fucking with long, deep thrusts. The angle was so good. Too good. Jimmy scrambling to reach down and grab his cock to stop himself from coming. He ached all over, overstimulated and raw, and sobbed loudly as he denied himself release. Good boy, Cold said proudly. He let go of Jimmy's throat, both of his hands latching onto his narrow hips as he worked their bodies together. His movements were more passionate now, less cruel, making sure every sound that left Jimmy's lips was a cry of pleasure. Jimmy gave himself over completely, smiling as he let Cold move him however he wanted. Cold was looking down at him with that same awestruck expression he'd had when he was listening to Jimmy sing. His entire face was softer, his eyes lighter, and all the years melted right off of him. Jimmy had to touch him. He had to. Fingers shaking, he reached out, lightly tracing over Cold's cheekbone. To his amazement, Cold didn't smack him away. His eyes closed halfway, lost somewhere, only to snap open a moment later and gaze down at Jimmy with an intensity that took his breath away.
He had slowed down to nearly a crawl, but each thrust still reeked a low moan from Jimmy's lips. Braver still, Jimmy cupped Cold's cheek with his palm, whispering, "You're so beautiful." The emotions that suddenly broke out over Cold's face were startling. Hurt, anger, indignation, all in a quick flash that left his icy eyes wet with unshed tears, his lips parting as if to speak. But suddenly he froze, his head snapping around to glare over his shoulder as he drew his gun from under his jacket.
Someone had better be fucking dead.
Well, someone hopefully will be soon, came the smooth and deranged voice of Francis von Valdemar, punctuating his words with a loud giggle. Thirdseize was with him, both leering at the spectacular situation they saw before them as they walked out onto the stage. Jimmy bolted upright, trying to hide himself behind Cold as much as possible. He grabbed onto the front of Cold's vest, wishing he could bury himself in it. The gentlemen were at least maintaining a respectful distance, but it didn't make Jimmy feel much better about being seen like this. Cold hadn't even taken off his jacket. "We're so sorry to interrupt, Cold," Valdemar said with a humble bow, lecherously smirking, "especially while you're tickling the ivories?" Thirdseize suggested, grinning wide. "Ooh, that's good, son," Valdemar agreed, giggling like mad. They're both crazy, Jimmy thought. Neither one of them had seemed the least bit concerned that Cold had a loaded gun pointed at them, continuing to snicker and guffaw at their terrible joke. Cold growled, his voice eerily calm as he hissed, "You have 20 seconds to tell me why you're here." "Oh, right. Well, you said not to interrupt you," Valdemar began. "Unless it was an emergency," Thirdseize added, beaming proudly. "And we agreed that this definitely qualified," Valdemar exclaimed passionately. "Spit it out," Cold growled, his aim zeroed right in on Valdemar's forehead. 15 seconds. Jimmy was impressed. Cold's erection hadn't faltered. But before Valdemar and Thirdseize could get out what was actually going on, he sensed someone staring at him. It made the little hairs on the back of his neck jump to attention, and he turned his head to see Rufus Corman standing behind him on the other side of the stage. Corman stared unabashedly at Jimmy with a nasty smile, and while he couldn't see much from the angle he was at, Jimmy could still feel his skin trying to crawl right off his bones. Corman's nose was bandaged, and one of his eyes was swollen and black. Cold really beat the hell out of him. No one had ever looked at him with such hatred and disgusting intent. It made Jimmy feel sick. He pressed against Cold, feeling him tense, but he didn't push Jimmy away. "Larry, Curly, and Mo are all here," Valdemar exclaimed finally, eyes wide as if this was exciting news. "Here in Strassen Springs, right now." Jimmy was certain it was another stupid joke, terrified that he was about to see Valdemar get shot right in the face. But Cold's upper lip twitched. He lowered his gun, tucking it back into the holster under his jacket. "How long?" "Larry and Curly have been here since yesterday, apparently," Thirdseize supplied quickly. "Mo just got here tonight." Cold bared his teeth, the gears in his brain almost visibly turning as he processed this new information. "We should make a move tonight," Corman said smoothly. "Their return is an obvious insult to your power. We should not act rashly," Cold hissed. He was clearly furious that Corman would dare suggest such a thing, but remained calm. In a very stern tone, he commanded, "Do nothing until I say so. Spread the word. No one makes a move. We'll deal with this in the morning. Keep your eyes open, remain vigilant, but nothing goes down without my permission." Valdemar gave a solemn salute, stating proudly, "We will await your orders, O Cold One." "You got it, boss," Thirdseize nodded obediently. Corman snarled, but shrugged, replying cordially, "Whatever you say, boss." Winding his arm possessively around Jimmy's waist, Cold glared at Corman. How Corman was looking at Jimmy had clearly not escaped his attention.
"Damn right it's whatever I say. Now, all of you, get out."
Jimmy sagged in relief, grateful they were all going to be leaving as he leaned his forehead against Cold's chest. Cold smirked smugly down at Jimmy.
"I have some ivory that needs tickling, after all."
Jimmy felt his face turned a lovely shade of red as Valdemar and Thirdsies snickered and scattered like ghosts, disappearing as quickly as they had arrived. Corman lingered, however, gazing over the length of Jimmy's spine with a dark smile. He and Cold stared each other down for a few tense moments before Corman finally departed. Once they were alone, Cold gently touched Jimmy's cheek. He didn't say anything, but there was a definite hint of concern as he looked him over. "I'm okay," Jimmy said softly. "Corman just creeps me out." He could still feel Cold's hard cock inside of him. His own erection nearly wilted away. He was wise enough not to try to find out who the Three Stooges were. It was obviously some kind of code name, but he didn't dare ask. "So, tickling my ivory?" Jimmy said instead, trying for a playful smile. Cold actually laughed. It was short and unexpected, breathy and deep. But he had laughed. His eyes were mirthful as he purred.
"Amongst other things?"
Jimmy gasped as Cold's arm squeezed him, guiding his long legs back around his waist. He tilted his head down, nosing along Jimmy's throat. Jimmy could feel the softest tease of teeth, and his breath stuttered in his throat. Cold's hands glided over his thighs to his hips, fingers squeezing softly as his cock began to thrust once more. He continued to breathe along Jimmy's neck, lightly nipping at his ear. Jimmy was melting all over, his hands struggling to find somewhere to rest. Cold grabbed his arm, lifting it around his neck, leaving Jimmy stunned for a few seconds. He held on tight, their faces only inches away from each other. Leaning back on his other hand to brace himself, he groaned as Cold began to slam into him harder, legs tightening around Cold's waist and fingers clawing at the back of his head. A particularly deep thrust made him yelp. He wanted Cold to hit that spot again. Giving up his hold around Cold's neck to grab his hip, firm and warm, he gasped as he got another hard slam. Jimmy bit his lip, feeling brave, and slid his hand lower to grab a handful of Cold's ass. God, and he had a nice ass. Full, round, firm. There was still a thin layer of underwear separating him from feeling flesh, but Jimmy was so grateful he was being granted permission to touch him like this. Cold pushed forward, his legs smacking against the piano keys as he began to pant, growling deeply. The energy between them was changing, feeling less and less like a punishment and more intimate with every thrust. Jimmy whimpered, his balls throbbing as his orgasm began to approach again. He was desperate, trying like hell to tilt his hips in just the right position to stave off the inevitable. He couldn't focus, couldn't concentrate. He knew he couldn't come yet, and it was torture. "Fuck," Jimmy cried, knowing by Cold's litany of pants and growls that he was getting close too. Jimmy gritted his teeth, his head tipping back and his feet clenching tight. He didn't know how much longer he could last. He was certain his balls were going to implode if Cold didn't come soon and stop fucking him like this. Squeezing Cold's ass, Jimmy tried to encourage him to finish. But Cold decided to slow down again, apparently out of spite. Jimmy wanted to die, his head tipping back with a loud whimper. Cold smiled, soothing softly. "You want it so badly, don't you?" "Yes, sir," Jimmy gasped, sweaty and trembling. I don't know how. It's so much. Too much. Cold thoughtfully slid his cock in and out of Jimmy's wet hole, humming as if he was trying to decide what sides to order at dinner. He slowly began to pick up the pace again, murmuring, "Only because you sang so beautifully tonight, I'm going to grant you mercy. You can come now, but never forget, you're only going to come because I'm giving you permission. You are mine." "Yours," Jimmy whispered, his stomach dropping in relief knowing he could finally ease the burning ache inside him. Cold grabbed his hair, giving it a hard tug before launching back into a brutal rhythm, fucking him hard as he raced down the finish line. "Mine," he growled, eyes drilling into Jimmy's panting between clenched teeth. "Only mine." Grabbing his cock and stroking himself feverishly, Jimmy chanted, "Yes, God, I'm yours, only yours, please, fuck yours, please, please." The pressure in his loins finally broke through, and the rush was downright painful, making Jimmy's head throb as his cock splattered all over his hand and stomach. He screamed, bursting into tears from the wave of sensation. The discomfort was diluted by intense ecstasy. His body lost to waves of pleasure as his cock kept spurting wildly. Cold finished in a much less dramatic fashion, but seemed no less pleased. He grunted, pressing his nose against Jimmy's throat. "Good job, Mr. Poe." Jimmy leaned against him, smiling as he tried to catch his breath. "Hey, you too." Chuckling softly, Cold cradled the back of Jimmy's head and pressed their foreheads together for a few precious beats, then grunted as he began to pull away. Jimmy reached out, trying to put his hand on Cold's face again. He wanted to recapture that feeling from before, that intense moment when he had told Cold he was beautiful. He didn't want this to end yet. But Cold grabbed Jimmy's wrist, leaving him floundering in disappointment. Jimmy couldn't hide how much the rejection stung. He knew he was getting closer to Cold, but he wanted validation. As if sensing the need, Cold pressed a chaste kiss against Jimmy's palm. He let it linger, sighing deeply before finally separating their bodies. Jimmy pouted when Cold pulled out, knocking his knees together as he struggled to stay seated on the edge of the piano. Cold helped him stand up before fixing his pants. Jimmy didn't see what Cold did with the condom, but with one quick zip, the gangster looked as if nothing had happened. Jimmy, meanwhile, was still a naked and trembling mess, grateful for Cold's strong hands to assist him. He got dressed, blushing at the way Cold watched him and how gently his fingers brushed against him. His legs felt stronger the more he stood on them. "Rowena put something of mine in your safe," Jimmy said, stretching his arms above his head with a soft groan. "It's my mother's jewelry, and she sort of bought it back for me, and, well, long story." Cold's mouth twitched into a soft smirk. "Maury?" he asked knowingly. "Yeah, Maury," Jimmy said. "Can we go get it before you take me home?"
"Home?"
Cold snorted, glancing at his watch.
"I'll go get it for you, but I'm not taking you home. Doesn't seem to be 5 yet. You're still on the clock, Mr. Poe."
Jimmy flushed, gawking with his mouth hanging open. You're serious?"
"Deadly,"
Cold drawled, a wicked smirk curling his lips. Jimmy gulped. Cold drawled with a dark chuckle.
"We're going back to my estate. I'd like to hear you sing a bit more. We have 84 minutes left, and I promise you that I am going to take full advantage of every last second."
Jimmy nodded obediently, grateful when they left and he had his mother's jewelry box in his hands again. By the time they got back inside Cold's bedroom, there was only about 45 minutes remaining. Jimmy didn't think Cold could make too much mischief for him in such a short amount of time. How wrong he was. Cold took him to bed, took him apart again. And oh, how he made him sing. Chapter 14. Jimmy's muscles ached in the most wonderful way. Cold had used every last second of their time together to make him fall apart, bit by bit, leaving him completely exhausted and limp against the sheets by exactly 5 o'clock. Jimmy smiled when he opened his eyes and saw his mother's jewelry box sitting on the bedside table. He reached out and ran his finger over the lid, tracing the little roses. Blinking, he startled when he saw Cold suddenly walk by. He wasn't wearing a shirt. Cold's right shoulder was visible for the briefest of moments, allowing Jimmy to drink in the lean muscle and sharp tone that he saw. And the scars. There were 2 that looked like twin sunbursts with a patch of white marbled tissue stretched out beneath them. Another long, thick scar ran between those and down his back. That was all Jimmy could see before Cold was pulling on his shirt, buttoning it quickly. Cold didn't look at Jimmy, but he spoke quietly.
I won't be needing your services today. Take the night off.
Jimmy couldn't mask his disappointment at being denied an evening with Cold. He pouted, perking up and asking hopefully, "What about tomorrow?" And really,
I'll let you know,
Cold said sternly, tucking in his shirt and fastening his belt. He slid on a shoulder holster, a quick glint of silver flashing as he checked his guns. Jimmy had never noticed Cold carrying before. Not until last night. He didn't know anything about guns, but he could see the Colds were silver and big, with pearl handles. "Is everything okay?" Jimmy asked softly. He could sense a dangerous tension brewing in Cold as if he was preparing for battle.
Fine, Cold said.